Buenos dias, damas y caballeros. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful sunny day it is here at the Circuito Internacional Zuera as we are getting ready for the first of the gearbox weekends in the FIA Karting European Championship presented by MondoKart.com. What a fabulous battle awaits us here on the Cathedral of Speed in the Spanish sun, just a few short miles away from the gorgeous ancient city of Zaragoza. And we are here in Zuera, the longest and fastest circuit in the FIA karting paddock, and we cannot wait for the thrills and spills that we are going to have out on the circuit in the KZ and KZ2 categories. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me is Guillaume Alvarez, and we are ready for the first of our 2 weekends to crown our latest European champions in the gearbox karting world in a season that is set to be full of surprises, new faces, and new dynasties out there on the course.
Yes, buenos dias, Jake. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Zuera. This is the first of a new season, indeed, under the Spanish sun, as it will be for the rest of the week. And very happy to be here, the two of you, as long with the crew of RGMMC, to introduce to you a new season of car racing. The KZ and the KZ2 categories are on track this weekend in Zuera. The start of a brand new season, an exciting championship, as you said, with 120 drivers on location here, with 31 in KZ, 88 in KZ2, and some of the best names in the world of karting today.
Yeah, and there have definitely been some changes coming into the 2023 season as well. It's a complete shake-up of the driver lineup at Tony Kart, for example. Lorenzo Camplese is still there, but now we have Luigi Coluccio and Tom Loya coming into the KZ team. That's going to be an interesting shake-up because we now have the disappearing act of Simo Pohaka and Adrien Renaudin. They are out of the team. Pohaka has retired. Adrien Renaudin has moved over to Danilo Rossi's awning. That's an interesting change for him, and certainly a team that we would not expect to attract the attention of somebody on the radar as Adrien Renaudin.
Definitely. Tony Kart, the Green Army, is always, of course, one of the big teams that you have to count and include in the pretenders and the favorites in the championship. But as you said, they've lost a couple of big names. Adrien Renaudin, now a team manager in other series. A new challenge for the French driver this season, you know, at this level of karting in a new team. New habits that you have to digest, new ways of driving, new ways with a new team as well. But the challenge is big for Adrien Renaudin as well as for Tony Kart, missing some of the references that they had in the past, you know. So, yeah, a new season full of challenges for Tonys against a very strong opposition.
Well, in the warm-up, there is Luigi Coluccio having problems there in the Tony Kart, so that's not a great way to start the day. Over at Kart Republic, it's quite a small operation in Gearbox this year, but they've condensed it to try and go for quality over quantity. In the senior category, you have Danilo Albanese alongside Paolo Ippolito, two drivers who definitely know how to win at the front. In KZ2, they've gone for the two Prema youngsters in KZ2 level, Alex Powell and Kian Nakamura. That'll be interesting to watch.
That will be indeed. That's a fantastic, you know, thing for a category to have newcomers, new fresh faces coming from zero drive classes, you know. And those two, Alex Powell and Kian Nakamura, need no introduction whatsoever for the past achievements in the years before in the European and the World Championships. But this is a new challenge for what is supposed to be the last year in karting, maybe after, following new adventures in other series after. So, yeah, the best of luck to them too.
Well, the other team that's worth keeping an eye on in the Gearbox category, as we know, are the boys in red and white, the Birol Art Factory team. They have a massive, strong presence, as they always do. In the KZ category, we still have Riccardo Longhi, the captain of the team and the team manager, and he is still there racing on board the squad. But we also have some interesting new faces coming in to the KZ2 operation, none the least of which is Freddie Slater, who's been very fast in qualifying yesterday. But of course, the man who is still on form is the man who is now in his second season of KZ2 operation in Birol Art and went fastest in his qualifying group yesterday, the Italian Christian Bertuca.
Christian Bertuca, well done first of all, fastest in the group. That could be your first pole position in an FIA race. How do you feel?
I feel really great with my team and with everything, my chassis, my engine, and I have really to thank Birol Art for counting on me always. And this year has been amazing from the start, and now we are looking for the European Championship and World Championship too. But you know, one step by step, and finger crossed for this race.
What can you tell us about the level of the field on such a fast track?
I think this is, for me, a new track with the KZ. With OK, I already raced here, even with OKJ, but with KZ, everything is different. And for sure, the level is really high, and I hope I can do my best and arrive in the podium.
Fantastic, grazie.
Tell you what, the battle for supremacy in KZ2 coming into this first weekend of the series is definitely amongst the up-and-coming rising talent, isn't it? Normally you have to have a couple of seasons in Gearbox to really hold the authority at the front end of the field, with the odd couple of new faces up at the sharp end. But certainly over one lap, we've got a nice little collection of KZ2 talent brewing. Christian Bertuca obviously in his second season. There he is in the number 301, the Birolart factory team. But his teammate, Freddie Slater, has come straight up to the fore, and he was actually as quick as him in the qualifying sessions yesterday.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing to see Freddie Slater, you know, right on the pace at such a early stage of this weekend. His first weekend of as a gearbox driver in this year's championship. He had a fantastic start. You know, he nailed that starting procedure on his way to the victory. But he's going to have more than one name to keep an eye on for the rest of the weekend. The first one being the young driver that you heard just before, Christian Bertuca, with alongside him wearing the Energy Corsic colors. This is Thomas Stolchemanis, and one name, of course, whose skills and talent needs no introduction from the past few seasons. But once again, a new face in the gearbox world in the KZ2 category. His first ever weekend at this stage in Zuera.
Yeah, Mick Panagada's young prodigy really is going to be exceptional to watch over the course of this weekend in KZ2. Amazing how a lot of these young talents have also said, you know, we're here to learn. We're not here to win. We're here to learn. And they've come straight up to the top, because in their one-lap pace, they've got what it takes. But this is more than just one-lap pace in KZ. You've got to nail the start of races. You've got to nail the tyre management in these races, whilst also trying to manage going up through the gears. So it's a very physical form of racing, even for these drivers that are used to the OK and OK Junior categories. To come up to gearbox, it's a bit like learning all over again from scratch. So it's very tough to get it all right. Christian Bertuca and Thomas Stolchemanis on the front row of the starting grid. Maxim Rehm and Matteo Spergel on the second. Alessia Pacini and Daniel Mathieu on the third. From Thomas Imborg and Jovan David. Robert Kinderwater and Michael Paparo from Artem Sevrukin and David Levinsky. Then Ken Oscar Algra, Tim Gerhards, Igor Nozov and Norton Andreasen.
Row number 9, Alexandre Kubenko and Christian Declain, followed by Paavo Tonteri, Vincent Wanneger. Then we have Giorgio Emiliano Carrera, Chelan Gazalin, Taigan Bunatian, and Zola Cruz, Andrea Bozetto, Alvaro Garcia, Jay Cole, Arno Cervera Gardieno, Laura Bourget, and Arthur Cobos on the 15. And last row, 30 names on the grid. We have everybody in for the warm-up lap and the time for the drivers to complete what is the longest track in the calendar, and certainly in the world of karting, with 1.7 kilometer through 12 turns. So a fantastic circuit here in Zuera that came out of the ground back in 2007. And for the past few years, has been welcoming a lot of different competition in the FIA Karting world. But the last time that the gearbox class actually came to that part of the world was back in 2016, at a time when the likes of Patrick Hayek took pole position and victory back in the day, the former world champion. No longer on track, Patrick Hayek, but if he's listening, is one of the last to put his name in the FIA Karting charts on this karting of Zuera. So who can emulate him in either the KZ2 or the KZ class? That remains to be seen. We had a couple of qualifying heats yesterday in this class, and a couple of different winners that set the tone for the weekend to come. We had the wins for Jean Lomblot, Freddie Slater, and David Vasile, who inherited the win after Christian Bertuca. That's going to be starting on pole position, and fortunately for him was penalized by 5 seconds for infringement of the starting procedure. He had a little bit of a move. You saw that on live, Jake, yesterday. He had a bit of a move just before the lights went out, and in that case, with all the cameras surrounding the track, this is worth a penalty. The officials were very much aware of that. He was not the only one to pick up a penalty for infringement of the starting procedure. The likes of Kian Nakamura Berta, as well as others, went into similar trouble. So it gives you a pretty good impression of how difficult the starting procedures can be for the newcomers in this class.
Absolutely. Remember back to the days when Andrea Kimi Antonelli was in this class in 2021 in the gearbox category, and even he couldn't get his starts nailed perfectly. So it's really difficult to get this class done pat, especially if you are in the OK and OK Junior fraternity. It's really, really tricky to get that right. So obviously coming into this weekend, drivers are having to learn all over again. It's a bit like going back to square one for a couple of these competitors. And they do recommend that if you're going to be a successful motor racing driver, you should spend at least 1 year in the gearbox categories. Max Verstappen did it, Charles Leclerc did it, even in testing, Lando Norris did it, even though he didn't actually race in the gearbox categories. He certainly went testing behind closed doors to get himself up to speed in these particular cars. So it's very much worth doing if you're trying to work up the echelons of racing. Great to have your patronage if you're watching on motorsport.tv, if you're watching on the YouTube or Facebook streams. We're about to go racing for the first time today. After the 3 races yesterday, it's still open season in KZ2 in the European Championship here at Zuera. We wait for the lights to go out. They do, and we go racing for the second row. Big charge forward from Mathieu Spergel, who bangs wheels with Thomas Stolchamanis. And a really exciting run for the competitors as they come through. It's going to be very tight as they come up to the first corner, but in the lead it is still Christian Bertuca, and there's a spin out of the back of the field. That is Vincent Wannigu. Wannigu has spun off there at turn 2. He gets going once again. But that is a big problem for the CPB Sport driver. And there's 2 more. There's 2 more drivers caught up in the melee there. I think that's Artem Severukin and Ken Oscar Algra who have gone off there at the second corner. Yeah, there is Severukin walking away. And it looks as though Ken Oscar Algra has a similar problem. So it's very much game over for 3 men in the early stages of this race. But as they work their way through, Christian Bertuca is exactly where he needs to be up front.
Yeah, that's too bad for Artem Severukin, the racing line driver, back on track, and such a disappointment at such an early state in the day, and this is never a good sign for the rest of the weekend. You don't want to have a DNF in any of your qualifying heats. Those drivers have to go through 5 qualifying races in total to make it to a decent starting position in the super heat on Sunday morning. Only 72 out of 88 will make it to that race before the final, where only the 36 are kept. Lap 1 completed. Christian Bertuca, as you said, half of a second, so 5/10 of a second already in front of Maxim Rem. Thomas Imbur down in 3rd. Then we have Robert Kindewater, Thomas Stolchamanis up in P5. He lost 3 positions in the course of 1 lap from the front row of the grid, as Norton Andreasen has been climbing 8 places in just 1 lap. He was starting P16, already P8 for Norton Andreasen, the Swedish driver who picked up a penalty yesterday. So he needs the result. He needs to cover that up with as much recovery as he can. But Christian Bertuca, he did exactly the same yesterday from pole position, even though the penalty was picked up post-race, but he finished his first race with more than 2 seconds from the rest of the pack. And he knows that he needs the result. He wants that in the pocket as well, so he's going to be pushing until the end.
Well, it seems like there are no investigations into the start so far. Yesterday we had 4 races and 4 jump start penalties, 1 each across all 4 races. So it was pretty tricky yesterday. But now we go into the spread of the race. Lap 3, and Christian Bertuca in front of Maxim Rem and Thomas Imburg. Then Robert Kindewater and Thomas Stolchamanis, who had that little bit of wheel banging with Mathieu Spergel at the start of the race. Spergel actually dropping all the way back to 9th position now, behind Piccini, Andreasen and Mathia. Then Michael Paparo behind in 10th position. Levinsky is 11th in front of Nosov, Kubenko and Giorgio Carrara, with Severa, the wild card, having a bit of a problem on that last lap. He's dropped back a few positions. There is the race director, Nigel Edwards. His assistant, Pasquale Lupoli, is out on circuit, keeping an eye on things. And the track manager, Gonzalo Planta, also keeping an eye on the watching racers as they come through. But certainly a tough mission for Nigel Edwards, keeping an eye on everything out there on the course.
Yeah, so many drivers to keep an eye on. 30 on track, 120 in total. Nigel Edwards, the FIA Karting race director, has been busy with us for the past few seasons. The man in charge for anything that's happening on track, along with the officials that you have working at full time in the background. Here's another lap completed. We are with Christian Bertuca, the 301, white 301. Well, is the current leader of the new international ranking of the FIA Karting, with the points collected ever since the start of the season. Bertuca really on the rise ever since last year. This is his 2nd season in the category. He was marvelous in the European Championship with a P3 overall in the end. He was 2nd at Le Mans for the World Cup of KZ2, you might remember that. And Bertuca is really on the trend at the moment. And we can remember that for the young Italian, he's been in the business of karting for quite a few seasons now. We all remember back in the day of the OK Junior and the OK Class, his skills, his talent was clear to be seen. But it took a bit of time for him to really get to the level he wanted, to get more mature, to get more into the kind of speed, into the kind of mentality that he wanted to be able to perform. But for the past 2 seasons, it seemed that Bertuca really triggered that element that allows him to play at the front.
Well, the big question, I guess, as we watch Christian Bertuca out in front is what kind of racing driver is Christian Bertuca going to become? Is he going to become the next Riccardo Longhi, or is he going to become the next Giancarlo Fisichella? Will he stay with his roots in gearbox karting, or will he go up the ladder? Whichever way you look at it, Christian Bertuca is certainly a name to watch out for in the years to come, hoping to aspire to greatness no matter what kind of machinery you give him. But certainly in his second season of KZ2 gearbox racing, he is an early favourite going into the European Championships. Maxime Rem, though, doing a fantastic job. Don't forget, he was with the Ricky Flynn racing team last year in the OK Senior category, and he has jumped up this year to gearbox with Jordan Lennox Lamb's team, the Leclerc by Lennox race team. So this is a great opportunity for Maxime Rem, and he's come straight into gearbox. I had a chat to him yesterday. He said, you know what, I really love it in this category. I don't feel like there's quite so much stress. The driving is much cleaner. It's much more mature. From my side of things, I can actually handle the kart much better. The quality and the caliber of racing at this level has just kicked it up a gear compared to direct drive. That's the thing. In direct drive, it's very fast, it's furious, it's very dive for the inside, see what can happen. You've got to be much smoother in gearbox. You have to be a little bit more sensible about how you go about things from apex to apex. So you've got to get into a decent rhythm in KZ2. You can't just afford the banzai.
That's very true indeed. And for most of the drivers that we get a chance to talk to in the paddock, you know, most of them newcomers are very happy about the experience, even though, there was coming close to a move.
He had a try at Kindervart. It wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, Thomas Tolchemanis, the 361 down in P5. And coming back to what you said, the driving level is so high in those two categories that the overtaking opportunities are really down to a minimum, because it takes time as the mechanics are watching along on the start-finish straight, and you can see them gesturing to the drivers as they pass by. And it's all about the karting as well, you know. It's a lot happening on track. Obviously, it's all down to the drivers to try to make a difference. But every time they come around just in front of us, they keep looking at the mechanics with the gesturing and the pieces of advice that they might be able to give them to in order for them to improve the performance. Now is the right time to attack. Now back up a little bit, stay within, go for it. So different gestures, different signs, and sometimes can be tricky to interpret it, actually.
Well, that's it, and you always miss your own mechanic and you spot somebody else's signal. It's always tricky. But that particular gesture that you saw there, just the gesture of arm in the air either side, that's just a reminder to the driver to be a little bit more delicate on the steering. If you're starting to soar at the wheel, if you're starting to hack a little bit, going left and right, trying to get control of the car, that's going to wear out the tires faster. It's going to put more pressure on the throttle, and you're actually going to really struggle to hold the back end of the car. So you have to be really delicate. It's about smooth precision. You can't afford to be too gutsy on the steering wheel. You have to be really precise. And that mechanic was just pointing out to his driver there, just be delicate, just be smooth. Thomas Tolchemanis with a warning flag. So what is that for? Is that for the shenanigans with Spergel at the start, I wonder? Up the inside, now he's going to go for Kindervart, and he gets through. So that's nicely handled. So he gets up into fourth position. Now he's got a little bit of time to chase after Thomas Imborg.
Yeah, just outside of turn number 4, the first of the two hairpins of the track here in Zuera. Beautifully made by Thomas Tolchemanis as he makes his way through. Christian Bertuca, still your leader in the opening qualifying heat of the day. Let's see that again. This is the starting procedure. You can see Tolchemanis with the energy course. Oh, yes, there was a bit of a contact over there. Tolchemanis that was put on the left side of the track on the way to turn number 1. Didn't have the best of getaway, the young driver from Energy. And we see back as well the contact. Oh, there was mayhem at the back end of the grid and the field. And this is indeed Wanneger, one of the Sodica drivers from CPB, who just was set off the track in the opening lap. And some of the other problems that we've seen with the other drivers.
That's one of the CRGs going wide. Was that Paavo Tontieri, I wonder? They're just going a little bit wide there in the opening run. Ultima Vuelta, last lap of this first heat of the weekend. It's going to be a really interesting and intriguing situation from here on in, but Christian Bertuca definitely putting right the wrongs of yesterday. He jumped the start briefly going into his first heat yesterday, but now he has managed to put himself into the lead once again from pole position this time, and with that cool, calm, collected composure of his, he has just been able to drive himself into a strong position up front. No issues at all for Christian Bertuca. He has run at the front here in the Birolot, and he is looking so calm, so smooth. He was very fast in qualifying yesterday. He's been fast all winter, and now the man who was third in the European Championship last year, vice champion of the World Cup last year, is definitely in pole position to be European champion in 2023 with this kind of performance. He takes the first heat of the day. Qualifying heat B versus D is his to command as Maxime Rem comes home in front of Thomas Imborg and Thomas Tolchemanis with Robert Kindervart in P5. I would hazard a guess that maybe the warning flag for Thomas Tolchemanis did not come from the start. I wonder if it was something else, because if he believes, if it is from the start, And I think the Latvian is going to have quite an argument to say, what? Why did I get a warning flag?
Absolutely, I do wonder why, because as we have seen on the replays, he was actually the victim of that bit of tussle, wheel-to-wheel banging on the way to turn number 1. He was pushed off track and lost a couple of positions that he was forced to make up. So might have to do with something else. We'll get the confirmation post-race once the drivers go back to the scale and through the scrutineering procedures and everything. And the results will be made official in just a few moments after that, and available to you on FIAKarting.com, where you can keep up to date with everything you need to know from the world of FIA Karting, with the live timing, live streaming, the latest results, and everything you need to know in terms of rules and past achievements and archives. Here's the classification in full, as we have the first victory, the second victory on the road, but the first one officially after his penalty of yesterday for Christian Bertuca. Maxim Ren in second, 8/10 of a second down. There's Thomas Imbur climbing up 4 places up to P3 from Thomas Torsemanis, Robert Kinderwater, Alonso Piccini, Matteo Spiegel, Daniel Massia. Good performance for one of the wildcards of this KZ2 category. Norton Andrensen picking up 7 places up to 9 from David Lewinsky, Paavo Tonteri, Mikel Paparo, Egor Nozov, Alexandre Kubenko P13, P15 for Giorgio Camara, and then we have Yevan David P16.
Tim Gerhardt's in front of Tigran Banatian, then Jay Kuhl and Arno Severa from Chelian Galazin, and then we have Christian Decline ahead of Andrea Bossetto, Vincent Wanagou, who recovered after his earlier spin, Enzo La Cruz, Alvaro Garcia and Laura Bourget, who does get to finish the first race of the day after not starting yesterday. Artem Sevrukin and Kian Nakamura obviously off at the start, and Arturo Cobos did not get to start the race at all, so very unfortunate indeed for the Spanish talent. And there is Artem Sevrukin with his colleague Kian Nakamura, so the racing line driver along with the Maranello contender. Maranello definitely a team to watch for this year as well. They've really strengthened their driver lineup in both KZ and KZ2. Of course, in the gearbox category for KZ, they now have David Trevelov and Felix Arnold have stepped up to the senior team, having said goodbye to Fabian Federer, who now goes into a management position with the Maranello team. We're going to focus now on the next race, which is the KZ2 qualifying heat for Groups A versus E, and a familiar face for those who are hardcore nuts of FIA karting. The Jamaican sensation making his gearbox debut, Alex Powell.
Alex Powell, just one word, congratulations. Your first ever attempt in KZ2 and your first pole position in this class. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel great. I mean, we've been working so hard these past few days because we were here last week testing as well. All for this because, you know, the European Championship is all about staying consistent. Just to start off like how we just did, it's amazing. So. Yeah, I mean, I came into the session just thinking, you know, if I do my best, I know that that we'll be around the front, but it was just more about learning for me, you know. But to come out with this result is great. I mean, I'm so thankful for the team and all my supporters for all their support, and yeah, hopefully we can turn this pole position into a solid weekend, a good weekend of learning, and then hopefully results will come with that as well.
That's one step indeed, but there's a lot of work remaining to be done. How do you feel about tomorrow and what you can achieve here on a track that you know, but on a different category?
Yeah, I mean, I've driven this track in OK Junior and OK Senior and now in KZ2, and it's one of my favorite tracks. In KZ, it's such an amazing track, but because it's so high speed, the degradation of the tire is quite high as well. And considering we have to do 4 or 5 heats, we have to be quite cautious with that. So it's good that at least I can start in the front and sort of manage the race from there. But yeah, I mean, looking forward to the rest of today and tomorrow. We have to be consistent. The most important thing is to always stay inside the top 3 and then win heats when we can. And if we're not quick enough, damage limitation. So, you know, it's more about focusing on what I can do better, what the team can do better in terms of saving tires. Plus, we have 2 new tires to put on, so it's some strategy in there as well, but we'll see how it goes.
One last, what's it like going from a direct drive to gearbox?
Yeah, in the beginning it was really difficult, but the more you do it, the more you get accustomed to it and the quicker that you adapt. I think it's quite good because it forces you to adapt from one direct drive to a six gears kart. So I mean, overall, I think it can only improve you as a driver. So yeah, I mean, it's difficult. It comes with its challenges, but I'm up for it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Jamaica has never had a Formula One driver, but the way things are currently going for Alex Powell, you know what? It might happen one day soon. The Mercedes F1 Junior very much in favour with the guys at Brackley. And it has to be said, what a fantastic young talent to step into the KZ2 category. First time of asking and bag pole position in his group. That's massive. But don't forget the guy alongside him, Kian Nakamura, part of the Alpine F1 Academy. He has come straight in and done exactly the same thing. So they are side by side with each other on the front row of the starting grid for each of their races. That is amazing for both Alex Powell and Kian Nakamura. They've definitely put on an amazing performance so far in time qualifying. So now they get to do it in race trim. Alex Powell and Kian Nakamura, front row of the grid. Alex Marigliano and Jorge Pescador on the second row. From Daniel Vasile and Gavin Loya. Then Max Paul and Matthias Morgato. Oscar P and Valentino Fritsch. From John Tanko, Maxim Orlov, Jenis Savico and Karel Pazovic.
Row number 8, we have Andrea Dali and Robin Glerum, followed by Vicente Marquez, Lorenzo Giannoni, Jaime Cortes Damas, Chris Hannan. Row number 10, then we have Alessandro Zucco, Simon Billman, Gabriel Kaue, Alejandro Laos Lopez, Patrick Jensen, Richard Velgui Lazu. Then we have Damon Drew, Berta Rolf Spas, and Ricardo Avila Manrique. A total of 29 drivers on to the grid and onto the track as well. Do we have everybody in as the drivers get into the warm-up lap for second race of the day, 14 in total. Thanks for tuning in. Wherever you are in the world, you made the right decision to spend your weekend with us for the opener of the FIA Karting European Championship for KZ2 and KZ, presented by Mondocar.com.
And of course, for those of you who are watching for the first time, you won't just get races through the course of the day, you'll get to see life behind the scenes as well. We'll have a collection of drivers and team managers coming up into the box with us to tell us about life in the karting world, what to expect for 2023 and beyond. And there's going to be some exceptional performances over the course of today and tomorrow. Unfortunately, there is a little bit of a storm cloud over the FIA Karting paddock this morning, as we heard very sad news after yesterday's qualifying sessions that we rather sadly lost one of our favorite characters in the world of international karting, the great Angelo Barilla, who of course was the founding father of the DAP racing brand back in the 1960s, and the man, many of course responsible, quote him as responsible for the man who brought Ayrton Senna da Silva to Italy in his early days of karting. And without that incredible influence from Angelo Barilla, the world may never have known just how good Ayrton Senna really was.
Yeah, life is a strange thing, isn't it? Because this is the year where the DAP brand is back in the world of karting. In other years as well, it has been brought back to life by Car Republic, running the colors and the name of DAP in a mini-series, for instance, as well. We've seen it on track ever since the start of the season, and now we hear this very sad news of the passing of Mr. Angelo Barilla. So our condolences to his family and loved ones, as this is a sad week, so to speak, for the world of motorsport after the tragic loss of Greg Breen in the preparation to the Rally of Croatia in the World Championship of Rally, and now this. So condolences to everybody involved. As we go back to racing, let's have some fun, let's have some positive vibes, as the second race of the day with Alex Powell and Kian Nakamura will be starting alongside each other. They're wearing the Pramac colors with Car Republic. Those two have the backing of Mercedes and Alpine all the way, hopefully for them, to the higher rankings and the higher classes in the world of motorsport.
Yes, indeed. Both the Perilla and Breen families have their roots in this very paddock. Of course, Craig Breen, as a youngster, was a Ricky Flynn driver in his karting days. So, obviously, the show must go on. The racing must continue. I'm sure everybody involved will want the sport to continue in their honour. So the drivers are there on the starting grid. Powell on the inside, Nakamura on the outside. A 27 list pack of dogs trying to chase them into the first corner, and we are ready to rumble to the first turn into where we go. Both drivers on the front row struggle to get away, and it's a perfect start from Alex Marigliano, who dives forward. Powell manages to get himself back in his second position. Damage limitation for him off the start, and Nakamura has lost a few more places. I think he's down in about 4th or 5th position as they come through. Everybody's managed to make it through turn 2, but already Powell is under pressure from the Leclerc by Lennox kart of Gavin Loya. Gavin Loya has worked his way forward, and he is now battling for 3rd position. Diving up the inside, that is Jorge Pescador in the Cali car. He has worked his way forward. Jorge Pescador, who is now the Spanish importer for Cali karts, and that is an off, I'm afraid, for Karel Pazovic, the man who has moved to the Lenzo kart operation from Birilla for 2023. And very unfortunate indeed for the Pole, his race is already over.
Yeah, quite tragic indeed as a start of this weekend for Karel Pazovic. from the Novalux and Let's Kart colors, who was forced to watch from the sideline the rest of the race as we go back on track. But once again, as yesterday, still a tricky start to manage for both the Prema juniors in Car Republic, Kian Nakamura and Alex Powell, and we have one of the DR drivers.
Yes, that is the Danilo Rossi kart that is off the road. That is a second retirement already, and I'm trying to figure out who that is. I think that's Maxi Paul. Yes, that's the German Maxi Paul. So unfortunately, Maxi Paul is also out of the race. A very difficult first lap then, but Marigliano leads the way here from Alex Powell. Third is Pescador, then Vasile, Nakamura Berta, and Matheus Morgato in sixth position. What a start from the Brazilian, who of course is the reigning world champion in the OK category.
Yeah, a new name, a new face, of course.
Oh, we got another off. We got another off at turn one. Sorry to cut across to you. That's Jaime Cortez. Jaime Cortez has gone off at turn one. So I'm afraid the Spanish wildcard is out of the race in the first corner as well.
Yeah, not the best start of weekend either for him. You can see his car right now from Cali-Kart CRG by the look
That is
of
the Cali-Kart,
yes,
indeed. Yeah. Cali-Kart, of course, part of the Tonini group, so that is carrying similar colours to the CRG brand, as it is a sister chassis, if you like, very much in the similar way to the Leclerc and Ricciardo brands in the Birolart group. But out in front, Marigliano, he's got some dust that's kicking up behind him there because a couple of drivers have ended up going off the road. Maxi Paul is under investigation despite the fact he's out of the race. And Gabin Loyer, who was right up there in the top three, has suddenly dropped to the back of the field. So what happened to Gabin Loyer on the first lap?
Yeah, we didn't catch that live, unfortunately, but Gabin Loyer in trouble. The Leclerc by Lennox Racing driver. That's quite unfortunate after his brilliant start and opening lap, as Marigliano is trying to pull away from Alex Powell and Jorge Pescador. David Vasile, remember, inherited a victory yesterday after the penalty picked up by Christian Bertuca. He's P4, so a strong start to him that he's going to try to emulate in this very race. He's got the pressure of Kian Nakamura picking up the fastest lap in 59.4 for the young Japanese-British driver, as we are here on board with another of the drivers from Leclerc.
Yeah, that's Robin Glerum, isn't it? The Dutchman. He managed to get past Oscar P, the privateer. So a fascinating situation for the competitors as they go through in the midfield. But on the inside, that's Nakamura Berta. Nakamura Berta gets his run there on Daniel Vasile. So that puts the Japanese driver into fourth position. The lead of the race, Alex Powell goes in on Alex Marigliano. And they are side by side. Powell chops across. The Jamaican hits the front once again. Alex Powell in the Prema Kart Republic. He is absolutely on song here in Zuera.
Yeah, beautiful synchronization, isn't it, of maneuvers with Berta and Powell pretty much at the same time in two different corners, getting a position. Powell back in the lead. Marigliano is going to try to stay with him as long as possible, because otherwise he might actually be very, very soon under the pressure from Pescador, Vasile and Kian Nakamura. Three drivers pretty much in the same picture from third to fifth. Then we have still Matheus Morgato, more than 1 second down in the classification for Matheus Morgato. As you said, last year's winner of the World Championship in Sarno, Italy. And his first experience at such a level in the KZ2 class, even though he's going to have a program in the direct drive category as well.
Look how tight it is for the drivers coming out of turn one. They're kicking up dust as they come off the curb there. So that is a tricky moment. Nakamura Berta slides in on Jorge Pescador and gets in a third position. I tell you what, these Prema boys know how to overtake in anything. Never mind in OK, they can do it in KZ2 as well.
They're impressive, actually. They're able to get back into pace after a difficult start. You know, the opening laps, as yesterday, were not the most easy for both Paolo and Nakamura. But once again, here, two maneuvers in the space of 2 laps. They're back into pace with the power of the Car Republic machine really getting into
yellow
motion.
flags.
Yeah, yellow flag indeed. You've seen it on screen. Let's try to see how that is.
It's one of the Birolarts that's gone. So that looks to me like Oscar P, the privateer. So Oscar P, who was battling away with Robin Glerum. There he is. Very unfortunate for the Frenchman, the 399. Oscar P has come off the road there, up on the approach to turn 5. And the privateer, very unfortunate, he can't go the distance.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. Another retirement. This is the 4th one in this race. Oscar P, the wild cards, was having a good effort within the top 10, top 15 of this race, and now it's going to have to work back.
Look at how quickly Nakamura Berta's caught up to Marigliano.
And in the meantime, 0.7 of a second, Alex Powell and Marigliano. So Powell is really cruising away. In the meantime, his teammate, Kian Nakamura is all over the back on Marigliano. So really impressive pace and performance from both the Car Republic Prema drivers for the first ever race at this level. And with the pace he's having for the past few laps, I think that Kian Nakamura is going to go for the move very, very soon indeed into the middle part, the last part of the track. 12 turns to go through, very, very difficult. And here he goes, just before the last turn.
Oh, what a move, and that's enough for Pescador to come through on the inside of Marigliano. And now Daniel Vasile is going to try and get through in turn 1 as well. He finally bails out of it, the Romanian, but he'll come back at him again on the run up to turn 2. Bit of defensive tactics from Marigliano. Vasile will have him anyway. Beautiful switcheroo there from the Romanian. No hesitation. Now he's got to go defensive on Marigliano. Great racing between these two in the gearbox category. But I tell you what, a lot of people will have questioned Kian Nakamura after the last couple of seasons. World champion in junior by default after Freddie Slater's front fairing. European champion by default last year after not winning any of the races but getting podiums after Alex Powell was robbed of the title in the last round. But from Nakamura this year, coming straight into the OK and being competitive again, and now into KZ2 and being competitive again. I tell you what, nobody can doubt Kian Nakamura talent now.
Yeah, consistency was certainly key for Kian Nakamura's past achievements. Last year didn't end well as well with retirement in the World Championship in Sarno, as we're going to see the replay of one of the actions.
Oh my
big
goodness!
Contact.
Now that is how we lost the Birolart of Tom Loya, Gabin Loyer. That's how we lost Loyer. He tangled with Max Paul.
Yes, indeed. That's the reason why he actually tumbled down the order and is nowhere to be seen. Gabin Loyer, 23rd at the moment, with less than 2 laps to go before a checkered flag. So a race pretty much over for the brother of Tom Loya, who stepped up to KZ after winning this European Championship at KZ2 last season. But in the meantime, 1.3 seconds for Alex Powell, who's been dominating the race ever since, despite a difficult start. Kian Nakamura by his side, so we're back to 1-2 on the grid, and in the end.
This is a look at the start again. Look at the difficulty at the start of the race between the leading pair. So straight through to the lead came Marigliano. A couple of drivers not getting away at all off the grid. This is how difficult it is to get the start right. Look, and look at that big slide in the middle of the group. That's Karol Pazovic, I think, having his big moment in the Lenzo kart. So it is so hard to get these starts right. It's really tricky. That is where you really get the best of it in KZ2. These competitors having to get off the line. And this is how you can win and lose races. But talk about winning and losing. Alex Powell and Kian Nakamura, an absolute masterclass from the pair of them. Powell just getting a little bit more luck on the start than Nakamura. But these two are absolutely out to dominate in KZ2.
You know, once they'll be able to manage the starting procedures, they will be both uncatchable if they keep at the same rhythm. But Powell will pick up his first heat of the weekend with manner, with brilliant fashion, and certainly a strong sign for the rest of the field, as he was able to take his first ever pole position at this level yesterday. You heard him in the interview. He was feeling confident, and that's a strong sign of the potential to come.
Only here to learn my foot. He's absolutely in this to win. Alex Powell out of the final turn, starts his Saturday in majestic style in front of his teammate Kian Nakamura. These two have taken to gearbox racing like ducks to water. Absolutely terrific. And Alex Powell and Kian Nakamura on fire here in Zuera in the Spanish sun. What a superb start. This is a legacy that both men are starting to build. Alex Powell, the Mercedes F1 Junior, and Kian Nakamura, the Alpine F1 Junior. I tell you what, if you don't know how good these two are now, you never will. These two are absolute prodigies.
Prodigies that we've seen in the past in the direct drive, confirming the potentials and skills at the highest level of the gearbox karting. As Powell takes the win, Kian Nakamura in second, Pescador Vasile the full classification in just a moment on your screen. As we had a couple of drivers that we lost through the course of this qualifying heat. We're going to have one more after this in the KZ2, then switch to KZ, and then we'll have our first break. But stay with us, because we're going to have a couple of interesting guests inside the speaker room we find ourselves in. For half an hour, we'll try to talk to as many drivers as possible, chit-chat about the world of karting, about the world of racing, and so on. Here's the classification in full. Alex Powell takes the win, his first of the weekend, following pole position yesterday. Kian Nakamura picking up second place and the fastest lap in front of Giorgio Pescador, Daniel Vasile, Alex Maraglio. Despite a very strong start in the middle of the two premas, he was unable to keep up with the pace and finished in P5. From Matheus Morgato, Genis Civico Espona, a good recovery, climbing 6 places up to 7. Then we have Jon Tanko, Andrea Dale, and Robin Glerum, both picking up 6 places in the course of the race. Then we have outside of the top 10, Valentino Frisch, Vincente Marquez, Maxim Orlov, Patrick Janssen, 11 places recovered up to P14. Then we have Chris Annan and Lorenzo Giannoni in P16.
So fascinating racing here in Zuera. 17th position goes to Alejandro Lahoz, Simon Billman, Alessandro Zucco and Berta Rafols, the leading lady from Spain, Damian Dru and Gabriel Kawa from Gabin Loyer, who dropped all the way to 23rd, Richard Vigesalu and Ricardo Avila, the last finishers. Retirements for Oscar P, for Jaime Cortez, and from Max Paul, as well as Karel Pazovic. So a very tricky race indeed. Look at the start from the two Kart Republic drivers. It's not easy to get the start right, and then we've got that little canter into each other there from Karel Pazovic, and I didn't see who the other driver involved in that was. Looked like one of the Paralins involved in that one. I think it was the 373, is that?
I was at the back of the field.
Patrick Janssen. So I think the Swedish driver Patrick Janssen involved in that one. So they just about got away with it. But then this is the big one. Look at that. Bang! As Maxi Paul chops across purely by accident there on Gabin Loyer, who was going around the outside. But look at the moves from Alex Powell and Kian Nakamura Berta. These two are absolutely on it. At the same time that Nakamura Berta was defending his new move into fourth, Powell was getting into the lead. And Nakamura Berta just picked off Jorge Pescador and Alex Marigliano one by one. Very nicely handled. These two are going to have an amazing season.
Yeah, it's starting very, very well indeed. As you can see, Kian Nakamura Berta pulling up another move on Alex Marigliano, as Jorge Pescador took advantage in the last of the 12 corners. This is one of the fastest part of the track when you really hit the throttle to the metal, gearing in 6 and all the way to turn number 1 on the other side of that start-finish straight, up to 160 kilometers an hour with the toe. One of the certainly fastest top speeds that we have in the world of karting here in Zuera, and certainly an impressive performance from both the Prema drivers, 1 and 2, Alex Powell, Kian Nakamura Berta, in front of Jorge Pescador. Right, now it's time to move on already to the next race, the qualifying heat opposing Group C and F, as we're gonna have at the start of this race is on your picture, the 317, starting his first ever season in KZ2 class, Freddie Slater. We caught up with him earlier this weekend. Let's hear from Freddie Slater.
Okay, Freddie Slater, well done. Beautiful lap. It was close to pole position, but for your first ever attempt, you're second overall. So how do you feel?
Yeah, I think it was a good lap overall. I think we need a little bit more in some certain areas to just help the racing a little bit easier. We have the pace, which we know. I think it was a decent lap, but we know what it's like here with the racing. It gets dusty, the track slows up, so it's going to be interesting, and yeah, I can't wait for it.
So that's your first season in a gearbox class in the European Championship. You're a busy man doing car racing on the side as well. What led to the decision to come into such a high-level field?
Yeah, it was kind of something that I've always wanted to do from a young age, and I just kind of said to Dad, I was like, I don't quite want to leave karting just yet, and I didn't really fancy another year of senior. I think we learnt stuff through that we didn't quite want to do, and I knew the gearbox was something I always wanted to do, so I was like, I want to go do this, and now we're at the front. It wasn't easy at the start. The racing's very intense, but now we'll see. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Thanks so much.
He just can't stop winning at the moment, Freddie Slater. He's having quite an incredible week as it is. Back on Bank Holiday Monday, the beginning of the week, he was in Alton Park in Cheshire, winning all of the races over the course of the weekend in the Ginettas. And here he is doing a grand job in Zuera in the gearbox category. This is a fabulous coup as well, because British drivers do not have the best of reputation over the last few seasons in the gearbox category. It's been quite hard for them to get up to the front end, but Freddie Slater breaking that trend.
You know who Freddie Slater reminded me of for the past few seasons?
Oh, go on.
Yes, you know, a driver you might have heard of, his name is Landon Norris, back in the day.
Oh, yes.
Because it seems like he's following a similar trend, because same team in direct drive, Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Landon Norris went to Ginettas and achieved fantastic things as well before going to single-seater. Freddie Slater is following the same path. Unlike Landon Norris, is having a go at the gearbox class in the meantime, and Ginetta on the side. So car racing and kart racing in the same season before certainly moving over to other series in the next few seasons. That's the least we wish to Freddie Slater. So interesting how the path looks similar. Of course, Freddie Slater and the Norris family and the Slater family in a whole know themselves very, very well. So everybody from the same world, from the same teams. So let's see what Freddie Slater will be able to achieve for the years to come.
But while we're talking about the new talents coming into KZ2 this year, as well as Christian Bertuca in his second year of KZ2, the Frenchman Jean Nomblot cannot be underestimated this year as a potential European champion. The Sodi kart driver in the CPB Sport outfit looks very fast. He won one of the races yesterday, of course, so he has an opportunity to keep that trend going. And you can't beat experience in KZ2. Yes, the youth and exuberance is a good card to bring in, but if you've got just that little bit more knowledge behind the wheel, you know, Jean Nomblot has a real opportunity in 2023. This could be his year.
Yeah, Nomblot is one of the drivers and standard bearers of the CPB Sport team from Paul Bizalion that you'll get to hear from later in the day in our box. But Jean Nomblot has been around in the gearbox class for quite a while now. Last year's at the World Championship, he finished an encouraging P14, having started from the back end of the grid. So the potential has always been there for Jean Nomblot. He certainly has the power of the Sodi kart chassis and experience of CPB around him with so many strong teammates around as well. So watch out for Jean Nomblot from the first row of the grid alongside Freddie Slater. But there's more than one name to keep a good watch on in the rest of the grid as the drivers go for the warm-up lap. We have Freddie Slater, Jean Nomblot on the first row. Then we have Daniel Stell and Lucas Samalisto, Adrian Malero and Samuel Leopardi on row number 3, followed by Brandon Nilsson, Matteo Zanchi, Samuel Loya, Yannick Julius Bernard was one of the fastest in this morning's warm-up. Then we have Nacho Tinon on row number 6 with Corentin Rousseau by his side, followed on row 7 by Luigi Di Lorenzo, Marcus Kayak, Alessio Della Martina and Tim Locati.
Behind them, we have Jesper Sjöberg and Giuliano Hotzem, Fabrizio Rosati and Jose Gomez, Roman Sharapov and Milan de Garatu, Archie Tillett and Sandro Hotzem, Albin Carlson and Thomas Newman, Tom Adams, Vyacheslav Putyatin and Federico Diana, who sadly came off the circuit in his first race yesterday. So it's definitely going to be an intriguing challenge for all of the contenders in qualifying Heat C versus F, but Slater versus Nomblot, definitely an interesting one as two drivers who won their races yesterday will meet on the circuit once more. And for Freddie Slater, one of the things that impressed us the most yesterday in the race that sadly wasn't televised, but we got to see, one of the biggest problems that drivers have coming into KZ, and that Freddie himself has noted, is the start. They always really struggle. Look at what we saw from Paolo Nakamura in the previous heat. Look at what we saw from Stolchamanis in his heat at the start of the day. And even from drivers like Andrea Kimi Antonelli back in the past, they could never quite nail the start. One thing Freddie Slater does seem to have been able to do, however, is nail it.
Yes, he did, in brilliant fashion. He was uncatchable in his first heat on the way to the victory. Even though he came very close, you heard him in the interview, he came very close to taking pole position for his first attempt, but the pace is there, and as you said, he worked very hard to manage the starting procedure, which is certainly the weakest point for any newcomer to work on in the gearbox category. Kimi Antonelli was a good example back in the day in Adria for the end of the European Championship, took pole position for his first attempt in KZ, couldn't actually get the start together, but still the pace was absolutely immense right on the spot. Will it be again the case for Freddie Slater? Will he be able to protect himself from the likes of Jean Nomblot, Daniel Stell, Lucas Samalisto, and the rest of the grid? You can see them rolling the tires to prevent them to get too much attached on the tarmac. The green flag is waving. We're going to be good to go.
Nomblot and Slater. Slater choosing to go from the inside line, outside line rather than the inside. You're allowed to do that in gearbox. Lights out, let's race, and it's a great start from Nomblot. Slater will slot into second position. Not a bad start at all as the rest of the field works its way around the opening turn. Is everybody going to get through? Yes, they do. One cut left on the starting line. That looks to me like the Leclerc by Lennox car. And a big issue. Oh, problems going through turn 2. And that's two cuts that have come up. One of them is the Paralin, and that's a Leclerc by Lennox kart in behind, I think, as well. So two cuts already in trouble. That looks to me like Luigi Di Lorenzo. Well, we've got Rosati and Gomez off the road, and we've got a kart that's not gone anywhere on the starting line. That looks to me like Sandro Holtzem.
That's one of the CPBs indeed, who is being pushed on the side. You can see 313.
There's Di Lorenzo.
Yes.
That's Di Lorenzo parked up at turn 2. A very tricky start then, as we've lost Di Lorenzo and Rosati. I think we've had a restart from Milan de Garatu, who managed to get the kart going again. But yes, Sandro Holtzem, the twin brother of Giuliano, they're both in the same race, of course, those two. There is Sandro walking away. Very unfortunate for the German talent. His race is over. But it's Nomblot leading from Slater, Stell, Samalisto, Matteo Zanchi up in 5th position. Good start from him. making up 3 places already. And then Adrian Maliero in front of Samuel Loya. There he is, the Swiss driver in 7th place, in front of Brandon Nilsson, the Swede. And then rounding out the top 10, Samuele Leopardi and Yannick Julius Bernhard from Germany.
Lap number 2, watch out for the move coming from Loya for the back. As we were here with the 217 of Freddie Slater. Had a good start still, Freddie couldn't actually keep the first position outside of turn number 1 due to Jean Noblo being faster on that spot. Watch out for Daniel Stell. Oh, and we've lost someone else.
Is that the same incident?
Or is it the same? Maybe.
I think, yeah, it's Di Lorenzo and Rosati walking away from the scene of turn 2, so the same incident. On the inside, that is the Cali kart, sweeping there up the inside line to make the overtaking move on one of the kart republics, I think it is.
And a yellow flag is being waved, maybe still for the same incident.
No, it's a different one.
Yes.
It is a different one. It's one of the Sodis that's come off the road there at the top. I think that's Tim Locati. And I think the Maranello's gone as well. Corentin Rousseau seems to have dropped back. So Locati and Rousseau have both come off the road there. There is Locati. Locati trying to push start his kart again, and Corentin Rousseau is well off the road, off to the right.
Okay, good for him. He's able to get back into the race and get his engine going again, because he was in the middle of the racing line outside of turn number 8 it was. It would have been a very dangerous situation.
Back to the front, and Freddie Slater has already caught up to Jean Noblo on the 3rd lap. He's already having a look to dive in up the inside. Freddie Slater takes the lead on lap 3. Brilliant charge forward, getting back through on Jean Noblo, and the British driver now leads once again here in Zuera ahead of Noblo and Stell.
Yeah, beautiful move from Freddie Slater. It just happened in the 2nd half in turn number 7. There's a couple of overtaking spots on this track, not a lot of them, but 7 is one of them, certainly, with the number 4, number 11, just before the last turn. We've seen a brilliant move from Kian Nakamura on the race before. Not the easiest of spots, but full throttle right now outside of turn number 1, on the way to turn number 2, where you gear down to gear number 3. So many gear changes on this track through the course of 12 turns. Top speed of 160 km/h. Such a challenge for the drivers to be able to manage not only the gear change, but the racing line while protecting the position. But Slater, it seems like, by the look of it, Slater has been here for years with the way he's mastering his driving and all the aspects of gearbox karting at its best. But Slater not only was able to get past Jean Noblo, but he's pulling away a little bit with the pressure on the Frenchman from Daniel Stell and Adrian Maliero. Certainly willing to try the same.
He certainly knows how to go about it as well. He's opening up that gap just little by little. Jean Noblo trying to hold on in front of the Door Motorsport driver. Daniel Stell there in 3rd position. The team running an all-new livery for 2023. Looks very slick indeed. 4th position, Adrian Maliero, working very hard on the CRG as he tries to close up. Daniel Stell, Freddie Slater!
Mistake.
A big mistake from Slater. Runs wide, onto the dust, manages to pick it up again before Jean Noblo gets close enough. Big error from the Birolard driver up front. That's how hard it is in the lead.
It's not the first time that we see drivers struggling outside of turn number 1 in the braking of turn number 2 and the rest of the first sector.
And Maliero's got past Stell. Now, I would love to see that again as Freddie Slater came through turn 1. He came so close to disaster there. Stell back on the inside of Maliero. Picks up the place once more in the 3rd position, but he leaves enough room for Maliero just in case he gets back on terms. He doesn't, so Daniel Stell into 3rd position. But Freddie Slater in the lead, clearly wanting to stretch away. The pressure is on, and he's feeling it out there.
He's feeling it, certainly, but lucky for him, even though the gap has been reduced to less than 0.4 of a second, let's see if Jean Noblo can take advantage of that little bit of a mistake. Watch out for the back from Adrian Maliero and Daniel Stell. Matteo Zanchi, the 321, picking up a warning flag, so he's going to be investigated. He's a P9 at the moment. The Italian driver, Matteo Zanchi, will get back to that. As in the meantime, the move comes, and there he goes on the inside. Beautifully made by Adrian Maliero. On the inside of Daniel Stell, responding. That's almost. That was a close call on the inside of turn number 5, the never-ending left turn. Daniel Stell was trying to go for the move as soon as possible, but there was no room to go, and there were maybe a slight contact between the wheels.
I tell you what, after yesterday, I was slightly concerned in the 3 KZ2 races. There's not a lot of overtaking, and we're not going to have a particularly exciting day at the races on Saturday if we're not careful. They were clearly just keeping it in reserve for the cameras because they are absolutely on it here today. Lots of big moves, lots of big challenges, and now they know what to expect out of this circuit. They are clearly pushing it, but it is slightly warmer than it was yesterday. The wind has picked up as well. That's quite an important factor here in the KZ2s because the high speed and the crosswinds are definitely going to affect a few of the drivers in terms of their stances. I think Marcus Kayak and Samuele Leopardi just went wheel to wheel going into turn 1, and I think Samalisto and Julius Bernhardt did the same as well. Let's have a look at the start. Now look, Slater getting a little bit of a slow one, and oh dear, that's how we had the issue at the start for, I think that's Sandro Holzem. He ended up having nowhere to go. He went into the side of somebody, and unfortunately Sandro Holzem couldn't go any further, and that was game over for him there and then. Going through turn 2. We're about to see what got rid of Rosati. Sorry, no, this is the problem for Di Lorenzo. 2 or 3 cards went into him there, so Di Lorenzo unfortunately getting caught out there. And the driver's able to get going again.
Here's a mistake from Freddie Slater. You can see him going too wide and picking up a bit of dust. As in the meantime, there was the attack from Adrian Malero, the first move on Daniel Still just behind. But lucky for Freddie Slater, he didn't get caught up by Jean Noblo, and in the meantime he's being able to pull a bit of a gap, 0.8 of a second. So if nothing happens to Freddie Slater in the lead, I'm sure he's on his way to his first victory of the day. Jean Noblo now is dropping momentum. As you can see, Malero, after taking advantage on Daniel Still, is really getting in the back end of the Frenchman with less than 2 laps to go.
Tell you what, Freddie Slater is still only 15 years of age, but I think he just grew his first grey hair there. That was a really scary moment through turn 1. He was lucky to hang on to that on the dust here in Zuera. If you get a couple of wheels on the grass, you are in a one-way mission to disaster. So very, very fortunate for the Brit that he was able to get out of that. Now, he comes through to start La Ultima Vuelta, the final lap, and he's got Jean Noblo a second covered at the moment. Through turn 1 comes the Birolart driver, keeping himself nice and tidy. It's a very tough decision to leave the family team of Ricky Flynn Motorsport to go into gearbox, but obviously Ricky Flynn does not really do gearbox racing. So they had to take a decision for Freddie's benefit. He has the blessing of Ricky Flynn to go and pursue KZ, of course. And he's had a very successful time with him. Won him two titles, the World and European Championships. So he's definitely given the RFM team some silverware. Now he's able to do the same at Birolart. How about Maliero getting a little bit hungry here behind Jean Noblo? He hasn't got a lot of time to go for him, but if he decides he senses an opportunity into turn 11, he might find a sneaky gap in the same way that we saw Nakamura Berta move up. Just hunting down a little bit. Not entirely sure he's going to be close enough.
No, it's too late, I think. It's not the easiest spot to go through 11 just before the exit in the acceleration.
I tell you what, he's got a good exit off 11, though. If he's managed to pick up some speed, he might just out-drag him. Checkered flag for Slater. But no, Noblo does hold on for second in front of Maliero. Stel in 4th, Samuel Luyet in 5th position. But Freddie Slater, what a way to start the day. Absolutely extraordinary from the British driver, who's definitely giving the Union flag a very unusual run in KZ2 at the top spot. We see Freddie Slater's name up there quite often now in karting, but I tell you what, you don't see it often in KZ2, the Union flag up at the front end, as we watch Sandro Holzem looking very disappointed indeed. His twin brother has managed to bring it through to the end of the race, albeit rather sadly in last position, but Sandro didn't even cross the start-finish line. That's how unfortunate his race has gone.
Yeah, it's not the first time, second race in the road, that we actually see trouble before the turn number 1 in the starting procedure as the field, go as one once the light go out. So watch out for that as well. Those opening laps have been quite tricky for some of the drivers in the battle in the heat of the field. But once you release the beast at lights out, problem can be on the way as well. We've seen a couple of drivers being caught. Unfortunately, here's the ranking info for the C versus F qualifying heat. Freddie Slater picking up his second win already since yesterday in front of Jean Noblo. Adrian Malero third from Daniel Stoll, Samuel Luyet, Yannick Julius Bernard picking up 4 places up to 6 from Lucas Amalisto. Marcus Kayak 6 places gain for the Estonian. Samuel Leopardi follows in P9 from Brandon Nilsson, Matteo Zanchi, Jesper Sjoberg, Alessio Lamartina, Vyacheslav Putatin and Archie Tillet in P15.
Roman Sharapov in 16th position at the line in the end from Corentin Russo. Then Federico Diana and Thomas Newman. I think my timing screen is not quite up to date, actually. Russo in front of Sharapov, I should say. Tunion and Diana, then Newman, Adams, Jose Gomez, Milan Degaratu, Albin Carlson and Giuliano Hotzem with Tim Locati, one of the retirements from the race, along with Luigi De Lorenzo, Fabrizio Rosati and Sandro Holzem, who we saw on the very start of the very first lap. Very unfortunate indeed that they dropped out of the rankings. Let's have a look at the start again and watch in the right of your picture. Boom.
Oh.
Nothing Sandro Hodsem could have done about that. And the wheel is already bent in. That's why he had to retire. Ugh, what a mess. Very disappointing indeed for the German, and that's where his race came to an end. And then unfortunately, in the next corner, we're going to lose Luigi Di Lorenzo. There he goes, pops up. And unfortunately, it's a barrel up that goes straight into him that ends Di Lorenzo's charge. But this is the big one, as we watch some moves in the way through on the first couple of laps. It was Freddie Slater's move. Look at that. Absolutely textbook. And then he gets his grey hair. Look at this. Wow.
Ooh.
He was so close.
Almost lost it. But he kept it on the racing line. You could see the rear actually a little bit sliding on the curb. But there was no stopping him after that. And Freddie Slater crossed the line with 0.6 of a second on Jean Nomblot. Talking about pressure on tires, this is certainly one of the most difficult tracks in the calendar for tire wear. As you could see, Senna van Wallstein on your picture. We're going to switch our attention to the second qualifying heat of the top class of worldwide karting. The KZ category is up next, as we got to talk yesterday to some of the big new names coming to this category for the first time. He won last year's European Championship in the KZ2 category. We got to talk to him yesterday, and now ahead of his new challenge that started quite well with a new team under the colors of Tony Kart picking a pole position. Let's hear from Tom Loya.
Tom Loya, congratulations. First ever qualifying in KZ, and you're on pole position.
Yeah, it was a good qualifying. Only 2 laps, but the first lap was not perfect, but the second lap was really good. All the teamwork really good. The mechanic, all the staff of Tony Kart. So yeah, let's see what happened for the race.
So another year, a new category. You won the European Championship in KZ2. KZ this year, up to the challenge. How do you feel about the field and the track here?
Yeah, it's different for sure because it's a new category, but I'm with Tony Kart, a big factory. So yeah, when we arrive at one race like this, it's everybody is on the driver. So yeah, let's see what happens. But yeah, I hope for a good result.
Fantastic, thank you, merci.
Now, Tom Loya did indeed get pole position in time qualifying yesterday, but as you'll notice, he's not starting in pole position for this heat. And that is because there is a regulation change in the KZ category for 2023. And I have to say, I like this regulation change a lot, because last year, as in most categories, the qualifying positions that you set remain the same throughout the entire weekend. However, in KZ for this year, there's been a shake-up, because the qualifying sets the grid for Heat 1, and then the finishing positions of Heat 1 becomes the starting grid for Heat 2. Then the Heat 2 finishing positions becomes the starting grid for Heat 3, and then so on. I think this is a fabulous new regulation. It really keeps us guessing, it keeps everybody on their toes, and it actually encourages the drivers to fight for the wins in each heat, not just in the super heat and the final. It means that you can't really play the percentages anymore. If you want a good grid position and to improve your form through the weekend, you've really got to go for it.
No, I think you got everybody confused about this new change, but no, just kidding. Of course, it made maybe things a little bit more clear because, you know, the karting world and the karting rulebook can sometimes be a bit tricky to understand for the newcomers to the sport. But this new rule, as you said, is a very good breath of fresh air for the sport because, as you said, if you start from pole position, if you manage to win, then you have no problem whatsoever in all of your races. If you struggled on one lap on the Friday and you make up for positions in the racing, that will get you up and up and up in the ranking one race after the other. So it means that from now on, in the KZ class, a weekend that could have been ruined from qualifying can actually be saved through the racing to the final.
This has definitely helped out the man who starts this race from pole position, Senna van Wallstein, named after the great Ayrton Senna da Silva. And as you can see, half of his helmet design actually pays homage to the great three-time Formula One world champion. But Senna van Wallstein for the Sodi Kart team, he came through for the win in Heat 1 yesterday. Doesn't mean he's going to come through for the win in Heat 2. And if he doesn't, then he won't start Heat 3 from pole position. This is going to be such a game changer as far as I'm concerned in terms of the way the format of the race weekend works. And it's proved to be a brilliant regulation in as early as Heat 1, because obviously the grid positions are completely different to the finishing order in Heat 1. It means that Danilo Albanese has come up to the front row of the starting grid for this one as well, and he was fastest in the warm-up this morning, so he's definitely one to watch out for in the Setelar colours. There are no karts in the Gearbox paddock this year that are running in Kart Republic livery. They're actually taking lots of different liveries. You obviously got the Stanpex Motorsport team that has their own outlook, and you obviously have the Prema team in KZ2, but in KZ1 they're actually running the Setelar racing colours, which have become quite a decent backdrop in the Kart Republic awning over the last 3 or 4 seasons. But the Setelar colours are now worn by both Danilo Albanese and the European champion a couple of years back, Paolo Ippolito. So definitely going to be an interesting one for the Kart Republic brand, as out onto the circuit come the KZ competitors. And pole position goes the way of Sanat van Waalstein, with Danilo Albanese alongside him. Third on the grid, the world champion from 2020, Jeremy Iglesias, alongside last year's European champion in KZ2, Tom Loya, who was pole position in time qualifying on Friday. Then Emilion Denner and Pedro Hiltbrand, Riccardo Longhi and Stan Pex from Matteo Vigano and Lorenzo Camplese from Victor Gustafsson, Giuseppe Lomba, Jorit Pex, Lorenzo Traversanuto, Christian Habulin and Arthur Carbonell.
On row number 9, we have Davide Fore, who needs no introduction, a multiple world champion, still with us after a quarter of a century of a fantastic career. Luigi Colicio by his side, one of the new faces in the KZ class with Tony Kart. Then we have Matthias Preuss, Marek Scriven, Johan Sogel, Teresa Babitskova, newcomer to the class of KZ after doing wonders in direct drive. Then row number 12, Lico Lemberg and Louis Speck, followed by Felix Arnold, Francesco Celenta, David Trefilov, Paolo Ippolito, Adrien Renaudin, Jean Lhuillier and Paolo Besancenay. We have to stop for a moment about the names that we have at the back end of the grid after what had been already a difficult qualifying, and look at those who actually had a DNF in the opening heat of yesterday. The KZ only have 3 qualifying races to try to get a good starting position in the superheat on the way to the final. That's pretty much nothing, and if you fall in one of them, then your weekend could be heavily compromised. Adrien Renaudin will be starting to the back end of the grid. Paolo Ippolito, last year's European champion from 28 on the grid. David Trefilov, his first season in KZ. Remember back in Le Mans for the KZ2 World Cup, he was fantastic in the qualifying heats and was one of the favorites after winning pretty much everything there was to win on the track. Paolo Besancenay will be starting from the back end of the grid. Not the best of starting position, not the best of birthday gift for the Frenchman. That's today. Happy birthday, joyeux anniversaire, Paolo Besancenay. If the family is hearing and watching along, Nigel Edwards, our race director, is certainly watching along with both eyes wide open, as well as all the officials onto the track to make sure that everything goes according to plan. So let's cross our fingers. And if you're joining us right now, this is the best decision. Yeah. Second race in the KZ class. Formula 1 style kind of start for the best karters in the world.
Yes, happy birthday, Paolo Besancenay, who's looking for a very strong run. But this is Formula 1 without the money. That's what they call it in this paddock. And it's going to be a fabulous battle for supremacy. And now, who's that coming into the pits? That is Davide Fore. Davide Fore is in the pit lane. Big disaster for the Render Motorsport driver. So Davide Fore, the former world champion, big disaster. I think he's got an issue with his steering column of all things. It looks like it's out of position or whatever. It doesn't quite have it right, but the green flag is flying on the grid. So Davide Fore is going no further as we go racing for the second time this weekend in the heat. Oh, big start, launch forward from the 25, Giuseppe Palomba. Almost causes an absolute pile-up on the way to the first corner, but it's a good start from Van Waalstein. Look at Emilion Denner. Denner has stormed forward into second position. It's the Sony karts 1 and 2 as Albanese tries to fight back in a second position, but it's not happening. Senna and Emilion have launched forward for the Sony kart pair. Amazing start.
That's the way to do it, isn't it? Emilion Denner from 5th to 2nd in just 2 corners, and already giving the chase to his teammate, but those two are going to work together, of course, to try to increase the gap. As we see some moves in turn number 7 on inside of the hairpin. The drivers trying to place themselves into the opening lap. A couple of troubles for some of the drivers in the mid-pack. Davide Fore, I think, has been able to rejoin on the track, so that's good news for the multiple world champion from Italy. As,
Albanese diving through on the inside of Emilian Denner. He does not wait around, and the Italian has launched back into second place in turn 11. So as they come through at the end of the first lap, it's Van Waalstein, Albanese, Denner, Iglesias, Hiltbrand, Loya, Pex, Longhi, Palomba and Vigano.
9 laps, same length as for the KZ2. This is a KZ, couple of differences in weight, in technical development. This is the top class of worldwide karting with some of the best, having been accumulating achievements for the years to come. As Daniel Albanese is picking up the fastest lap, that's very much logical, as he's giving the chase to Senna Van Waalstein, who's going to have quite a bit of a hard time trying to keep the Italian driver behind him.
Interesting to see two new faces dueling away. A big launch on the inside, and there goes the move for fourth position as into the lead goes Albanese. Albanese takes Senna Van Waalstein, and we saw Hiltbrand getting past Iglesias at the same time. So Hiltbrand, the former world champion, gets past fellow former world champion. So Hiltbrand, the man who conquered in 2016 in the OK category, now up against the man who triumphed 3 seasons ago in the World Championship of KZ for Formula K at the time, Jeremy Iglesias, the Frenchman. But Danilo Albanese, the man who was fastest in warm-up this morning, has charged through in consecutive laps from 3rd on lap 1 to 2nd on lap 2. Now he leads on lap 3, and the Kart Republic driver has managed to take on both Sodis and take the prize. And up the inside, I think that was Hiltbrand trying to defend from the hard-charging Tom Loya. Tom Loya getting through on Iglesias. So Loya gets up into 5th place for Tonica. Giuseppe Palomba, I'm not at all surprised. Under investigation, I think he did jump the start just by a fraction. So that is why he's in trouble. I was going to point out that it was nice to see a couple of laps ago 2 new faces dueling away for position. Felix Arnold, the new man at Maranello in KZ, alongside the former W Series driver Teresa Babichkova in her privately run Sodi car. So they are doing a fantastic job as they're trying to build up. But now Senna and Emilia have to work together to try and catch up to Danilo Albanese.
Another driver picking an investigation warning flag is Victor Gustafsson at the moment. Last year's world champion of the KZ class.
Tom Loya, congratulations.
We keep an eye on what's happening for the rest of the field. Lap number 4 out of 9 as the battle is on. But those two on your picture, Senna Van Waalstein and Emilian Denner, those two are going to have to work together as Danilo Albanese is responding with the fastest lap in 58.3, 58.5 and 4 for both CPB drivers. So at this stage, Emilian Denner is slightly faster than Senna Van Waalstein as we see the replay.
There's at least 2 drivers who made a massive jump start. And I think one of them was Giuseppe Palomba. Couldn't quite see who the other one was. Look at that, it's CRG. Absolutely charging forward. I think there was a fast-starting Praga as well.
And one of the BRL, that was Palomba, wasn't it, the 28, who jumped the start. You could see him on the middle of the picture and went banging wheels with one of the CRGs.
And that's the thing, when you jump the start by that much, you can't actually make up that much time. You're just banging wheels with the kart in front of you. So it doesn't actually give you much of an advantage to jump the start in KZ. So Albanese, Van Waalstein, Denner, Hiltbrand, Loya and Stan Pex doing a fair job in the Stan Pex Motorsport Kart Republic chassis. He's trying to get past Tom Loya and really struggling, and as a result, Iglesias and Longhi, 2 champions in KZ in recent years. Iglesias champion of the world in 2020, Longhi champion of Europe in 2021, doing a fantastic job as they make up progress. So this is a fabulous dynamic as the drivers continue to battle away around the course. But now you can see Senna Van Waalstein and Emilian Denner really struggling to match the pace of the Kart Republic of Danilo Albanese up front. They're going to complete lap 5, and so far no change. But Pedro Hiltbrand on home soil has suddenly thought, you know what, I can win a European Championship event. I'm going to get a better opportunity. I'm going for it, and he's charging after Emilian Denner.
Pedro Hiltbrand, one of the names we've been seeing competing at the highest level for quite a while now. As you said, former OK World Champion, now doing his bit in Gearbox for the past few seasons with wonderful results as well. But once we're in Spain, Pedro Hiltbrand is always one of the names to keep an eye on, of course, more than willing to shine on home soil. And since he joined the BRL factory, it's been, and the 28 is out of the race.
That's Hiltbrand!
Pedro Hiltbrand!
That's Pedro Hiltbrand! I can't believe it! Pedro Hiltbrand battling to get into the top 3, and he's not managed to get there at all. Pedro Hiltbrand is out of this race.
My God, what just happened for the Spaniard just outside of turn number 5? We didn't get to see quite clearly what happened. Was it a mistake of his own or contact with the driver? But he was going so well, and now he's going to have to retire, putting his weekend in jeopardy.
Well, I don't know whether he was close enough to Emilion Denner to actually go for a move for third position. As we go into lap 7, we definitely need to pick that up on replay and see what happened. Did he do that all on his own, or did he try to go for Denner? Because he was quite close to the Sony kart driver up front. So will he consider that a missed opportunity for himself, or did something come off the card? Did he lose a chain? Whatever it might have been. But it's devastating for Pedro Hilbrand on home soil, having looked like he was going to pressure for third position. Mate Prus is under investigation as well. The Praga, we think, that jumped the start initially from the Czech Republic. But now it's left Jeremy Iglesias going after Tom Loya for fourth position.
Going to be interesting between the two Frenchmen as we're back in the lead. Danilo Albanese about to complete lap number 7 out of 9. 7/10 of a second from Senna van der Wallenstein. Emilian Denner, who dropped all the way down 1.7 seconds, so he's going to have to keep that P3 alive. Tom Loya having other things to do, resisting from Jeremy Iglesias. The Frenchman at 28, looking over his shoulder. He has plenty of space behind him, so no pressure at all for Jeremy Iglesias, who has only one goal, is to try to get ahead of Tom Loya.
You know, the parallel between the teammates Danilo Albanese and Paolo Ippolito is quite stark, because both drivers have had difficulties in the past and managed to come through to get a stronger position. And Paolo Ippolito, of course, won the European Championship last year through consistency and through, you know, consolidating pace. Danilo Albanese has come into 2023 and thought, you know what, that's how to get this done. You don't have to be the most spectacular driver out there. You just have to be as smooth and rhythmic as you possibly can. He's actually been able to work his way past Denner, past Van Walstein. He was fast in warm-up this morning, so he's got a genuine chance to make something of this, and he looks pretty good. Now, let's see what happened to Hilbrand. Here we go. So Hilbrand is there behind Denner. He's not close enough to make the move. What's happened to the kart? He's just had a failure. He's just had a failure in the middle of the corner. So whether he's lost the chain or whether it's an engine seize or whatever it is, but Pedro Hilbrand, that was on his own. That wasn't contact.
Yeah, that's quite unusual to see at this level of category, and for Pedro Hilbrand himself, because he's been so strong and so fast in any occasion. So, yeah, maybe it's worth noting that maybe mechanic is involved in there. Was it a mechanical trouble? Was it a mistake on his own? So maybe if we get the chance to run by Pedro Hilbrand, it's worth asking a question to the Spaniard about what happened there, because he was just 1 meter behind Emilian Denner, so there could not have been any contact or any slipstream problem or whatsoever in turn number 5. And Hilbrand certainly must be disappointed in himself.
Yeah, it looked pretty bizarre, I have to say. I've not seen an incident like that for a while. As look, Tom Loya is desperately trying to get back on terms with Emilian Denner before the finish line, but he's going to run out of time. Danilo Albanese will cruise through for the victory today. 2 different winners from 2 races then. Van Walstein took the first yesterday. Albanese takes the win today in front of Senna Van Walstein. And then Emilion Denner in 3rd position in front of Tom Loya and Jeremy Iglesias. The 3 drivers covered by just over a 1/10 of a second. Such incredible speed and skill from the KZ drivers. No wonder they refer to this as Formula One without the money. I tell you what, Danilo Albanese holding on from Senna Van Walstein in fantastic fashion. It was always going to be very tricky. It was always going to be very close. But now we've got ourselves some really exciting racing to come in Heat 3 later today. Obviously, we had the first heat yesterday, untelevised, sadly. Senna Van Walstein taking the win in that one. But Danilo Albanese takes the win in this one, and that means he'll start the 3rd heat from pole position this afternoon in front of Van Walstein, Denner, Loya and Jeremy Iglesias in the top 5 from Stan Pex in P6. I'll tell you who was the big mover, though, in that race. The man who crashed out yesterday, Paolo Ippolito, stormed his way back to P10. Kart Republic definitely have the pace here in Zuera. Danilo Albanese taking the win then from Senna Van Walstein and Emilion Denner. Tom Loya in 4th from Jeremy Iglesias and Stan Pex. Then Matteo Vigano and Lorenzo Travasanuto from Riccardo Longhi and Paolo Ippolito. 10th position for the European champion. Giuseppe Palomba in front of the world champion Victor Gustafsson. Then Lorenzo Camplese ahead of Arthur Carbonell, who stepped up to KZ this year. In front of the hard-charging David Trevelov, who came up to 15th. Christian Abulin, Johan Sogel, Luigi Coluccio and Adrien Renaudin, who made up 10 places. Louis Speck in 20th. The birthday boy, Paolo Ippolito, managed to come up to 21st. Then Jean Liet, Teresa Babichkova, Matti Prus, Felix Arnold, Nico Lemberg, and Francesco Salenta. 4 retirements, incredibly. Jorrit Pex, Marek Skriven, Pedro Hiltbrand, and Davide Fore. Big names in that retirement list as well. Jorrit Pex, Pedro Hiltbrand, and Davide Fore not making the end of that race after 9 laps. Davide Fore only went as far as that 3. Hiltbrand we saw spinning off in quite spectacular fashion, battling for 3rd. And Jorrit Pex and Marek Skriven, I think they collided with each other with a couple of laps to go. Certainly both retiring on the same lap at about the same point on the course. So very unfortunate indeed that we saw Marek Skriven retire from the Praga. He's under investigation. His teammate is under investigation, Matti Prus, for a jump start, we believe. But Jorrit Pex, Pedro Hiltbrand, and Davide Fore, 3 legends of the sport that could not get to the end of qualifying Heat 2. So very tricky indeed, that is for sure. But, well, definitely a tough start to the season for Pedro Hiltbrand. What on earth happened to him to drop him out of contention when he was originally running in the top 3 and looking pretty strong? Very difficult indeed to work out exactly what went wrong there with Pedro Hiltbrand's kart. So we'll have to unravel that one. But it was certainly no contact with Emilion Denner. He was close enough to go for the move, but he didn't make the move in that hairpin. And then the kart just seemed like it fell away from him completely. I don't know whether he lost the chain or whether something broke on the kart, whatever it might have been, or whether it was a mistake from him. But certainly a very tricky start. Here's the replay of the highlights from that second heat of the weekend. The first televised race of KZ in 2023. Look at that, as crossing swords, Victor Gustafsson and Giuseppe Palomba banging wheels after both made a pretty frenetic start. And there's Albanese drifting back in 3rd position as he falls back behind the Sodis. He then had to work his way back through them systematically as he battles away. But that was lovely from Albanese to get back through on Emilion Denner at the end of the lap. But here's what happened to Pedro Hiltbrand. What on earth happened? It just looks like the kart completely stops dead on him. And I don't know what it is that robbed Pedro Hiltbrand of a chance to go for the win there, but that was a very bizarre incident, whether he lost the chain or something has gone from the car, whether the engine's seized, whatever it might be, but that was a clear chance of the top 3 gone, and Danilo Albanese becomes the 2nd different winner in as many KZ heats over the course of this weekend. That means he'll start Heat 3 from pole position, thanks to the regulation change in the KZ category in 2023. So fascinating to see how that is going to play out. Right, we are going to get ourselves into the next half of the morning because we have a few races still to come. But we're going to speak to a few drivers now. Downstairs, I do believe we have Guillaume Alvarez standing by to grab a word with our winner from the KZ race, Danilo Albanese. Although I think he may actually keep himself under wraps. Danilo Albanese doesn't want to give anything away too early in the weekend. So we'll probably hear from probably one of the Sodi kart drivers, I would think. Most likely Emilion Denner or Senna van Waalstein, one of the 2 of them who's going to be there or thereabouts as well. So could be very interesting to see how it is going to go. Well, Guillaume is down there in pit road. Let's see who's got something to give us from the first heat of the day in KZ.
Welcome everybody live from the Parc Fermé and the scale of the European Championship. I'm here with one of the names, one of the contenders of the KZ class, Emilion Denner. Good to see you. It has been a first heat of the day, the 2nd for you. Quite difficult out there. You managed a P3. Talk us through the race.
Yeah, quite difficult race to be honest. We don't have really the pace like yesterday in the practice, but I had a good start and then just managed to stay behind Senna a little bit and yeah, come home in P3. So it was not too bad. We tried to work a little bit more for the next one and try climb on top.
There's quite a particular track in Zuera here. Very fast, very long, very large as well. Can you talk us through the way of the tires, the way to manage it? You've told me that Danilo Albanese actually put on new tires, so one of the reasons for his space. Is it that hard out there?
Yeah, I think it's quite difficult because you have really high-speed corners, so put the tire really under big temperatures. And yeah, I think the best way to manage it is to slow down a bit in the first corner, and I think like this you can keep up a little bit the tire management.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck for the last one. Thank you very much with Emilion Denner. If we have a bit more time, Jake, maybe we can try to talk to some of them. Paolo Ippolito is with us. Paolo, I don't know if he's available to join us for a quick word. Fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. This is live from Parc Fermé. Paolo, good to see you. So it has been yesterday a very difficult start to your European Championship. Is it better today in terms of pace, even though you were starting for the back end of the grid?
Yeah, unfortunately yesterday unlucky because I had a crash at the first lap when I was already fifth, so there wasn't a possibility to avoid him, the driver, in front of me, so I stopped. And now we start from the back, so I think I did a good race. Maybe there is the possibility to do a bit better, but from the last to arrive, I think 9, 10. It's not easy, especially in this category. The speed is there. We know we have the performance, but obviously it's not easy after the bad heat of yesterday. So let's see now for the next one and tomorrow for the final. Let's hope that everything continues to go on the right way and not like yesterday.
That's the spirit. Thank you very much. Grazie mille, Paolo Ippolito, last year's European champion in KZ. That was a bit of live action. Let's get back to you, Jake, as we're going to start our run of guest interviews, and I think that we have someone very interesting to talk to right now.
Yes, indeed we do, Guillaume. We are joined by one of the new faces in the KZ2 category to kick us off from CBB Sport and the Sodi Kart operation. It's Ivan David from Sri Lanka. Ivan, it's been quite an interesting transition for you to come into Gearbox. What was the thinking behind that coming into 2023?
Well, I'm really excited to do KZ, and it's a class I've always wanted to do. So now I'm really enjoying it. It's my first season, and it was really to prepare me for Formula 4 and cars, like with the gears and the front brakes, and I'm really enjoying it. It's going quite well.
Well, let's talk a little bit about 2022, because you had quite a difficult season last year on the whole, but it all came beautifully in the FIA Motorsport Games at Paul Ricard when you became, I'm fairly sure, the first Sri Lankan ever to stand on a motor racing podium at that level, which is an amazing achievement.
Yeah, it was quite a difficult year with Forza and Birol. It was really up and down. Even races here at Zuera for the European Championship, it was just not going well, especially in qualifying. And like you say, it came all together at the end of the year at the Motorsport Games, and that kind of wrapped up the year. And then from then on, we made the decision to do KZ, and this is one of the #1 teams in KZ, CPB Sport, and I'm really happy to be with them.
It's almost like you've kind of turned a bit of a developmental corner here, because I can remember you at Paul Ricard after what had been an annoying season for you in 2022, and you looked me in the eye and you said, I don't care what happens this weekend, I am getting a medal. And that is exactly what you turned around. But it's almost like you've kind of had to talk yourself into that mindset of self-belief and self-confidence. Is that fair to say, or has it just come together organically?
No, I think that's the correct analysis. I really had to turn my mindset around. It wasn't going well, and it was really demoralizing. And this year, I'm more mentally prepared than ever. And although the first couple of heats here haven't been good, I'm still mentally straight, and my head is down. So I'm just going to keep pushing and have my head straight.
Now, one of the other things that I suppose separates you from a lot of the other drivers out there is because you've kind of had to completely relocate in order to compete at this level. We have a lot of drivers here from Europe who kind of do this day in, day out. But coming from Sri Lanka, you guys have pretty much had to completely up roots, come here to Europe, set up a new shop, and try and learn the graft. And you've come from, you know, a very competitive world of Asian karting in order to do that. How has the transition of your lifestyle been, coming from a young kid trying to develop as to what was a very affordable but very excitable hobby into something that's so high pressure on the European scene?
Yeah, it was a really difficult transition. I remember in 2021 when I moved here after COVID, and now I'm living in Italy. I have been for the past 2 years. It was very difficult for me as like a 13-year-old kid. I didn't see my family for almost a year, and it was really difficult. But I just had to adapt. And after race after race after race, I just got more used to it. And then you saw in 2021 and 2022, especially in 2021, there were some good races. And yeah, I've just adapted each year. 1 year of OKJ in 2021, 1 year of OK in 2022, and now KZ. So almost every year I've been adapting, but I think it's kind of my strong suit, so the transition has been okay.
So obviously you've come through the OK Junior ranks and you did the Academy Trophy. You're here in the OK now, and then coming through into KZ2. What's been the most enjoyable?
Well, I guess the most enjoyable part is the overtakes. The overtakes in KZ are much more fun. With the front brakes, you can really brake late. But also, what's yet to come is the winning part. I know that winning is probably the best part, and to do it in KZ would be a really good achievement.
Okay, well, there's still a long way to go in the weekend. There are 3 races still to go for you. So the opportunity to do that, how close are you to getting that sort of balance with the tyre management and the setup with the kart so that you can get a win or two to this weekend?
I think we got the setup of the car right. Obviously, yesterday we were topping every practice sessions. We had a little bit of a mistake in qualifying, but I think the pace is still definitely there, and we just got to keep our heads straight. We still have 3 heats and a super heat, so anything can happen, and we still have the pace.
Okay, sounds good to me, Ivan. Hopefully it's going to be a good one, so good luck with it, and hopefully we'll see you towards the sharp end through the course of the weekend.
Yep, thank you very much.
Cheers, Ivan. Thanks for talking to us.
See you later.
There's a few more stars on the way, of course. We've got Thomas Starchemanis waiting in the wings, of course, and we're going to do a nice little pit stop and changeover, swap over. Thanks, Ivan. He's obviously got to get himself ready for the next battle, so let's bring in our next guest straight into the world of KZ2 and straight up to the sharp end. Hello, Thomas. I can't believe that we've, in consecutive weekends, we've had you at the front in OK Senior, and here you are in KZ2, and you're back at the front. What do you have for breakfast in the mornings to be that fast?
Yeah, well, my first race with KZ, my debut here, and the pace is amazing. Looks so fast, and for a first race is perfect.
So, because you've obviously done an awful lot of work with the team, and obviously everybody behind the scenes, are you surprised by just how quickly you and the Energy Course team have been able to get up to the front in KZ2 in the first weekend?
Yeah, for sure. We didn't expect this good speed, but there is still need to improve every session. Of course, the starts. It's not easy for a first race to have perfect starts, but we keep improving, and looks good.
Now, you're one of the drivers who can give us a really unique insight into running at the front in both OK and KZ2 now, because you've done it quite recently on this circuit. But people have been telling me this weekend that this circuit is so different in KZ2 compared to how it is in OK. Is that how you see it, or is it quite similar?
I don't see a big difference. Just the gears and the brakes. Of course, the overtakes, but it's still really fast with OK and also with KZ, and it's really nice.
And yesterday we had sort of cool conditions, but the wind today has really picked up. Now, obviously, you raced yesterday, you raced today. How big a difference does that strong crosswind actually make to you when you're out there on the circuit?
Well, the slipstream gets bigger, and it's much easier to catch the front guys in the straight, and it helps you to catch them. But yeah, it's just a little bit, not a lot.
Now, you spend almost every day in karts nowadays because you're obviously working very hard, but you've become very much the sort of the linchpin in Energy Course's operation. I mean, what's it like having this really special connection to Mick and all of the team in Energy Course? This has become not just a race team for you, this is very much the family.
Yeah, this is the 3rd year with Energy, with in FIA races. First year, of course, I did in junior, then senior, and now KZ. And I'm really happy for this year. I can do both classes. So just awesome for experience and for yeah.
I guess working with these people week in, week out, is the environment of a race team operation very important to you just as much as the material is? Is that how you guys are doing so well?
Well, the Galif engines looks really good. We're driving with Galif and is amazing. The go-kart pace is also really good. Just need to put together the driving, and it will be good.
It's been going well so far. How do you fancy your chances of reaching the podium tomorrow?
Yeah, well, now for every next heat we are starting on the front row, so just need to make a good start and keep in front in all the heats, and let's hope we will be also in front tomorrow.
I love how you make it sound so easy. You know how hard it is. Thomas, thank you so much for talking to us. Great to get the word with you, and yeah, hope for the best over the weekend.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Great to see you, mate.
Thank you.
So that's 2 of us. We've had Yvan and we've had Thomas. We know you've obviously got to get back and get yourself ready for the next big challenge. Thanks, Thomas Starchemanis. Another great name who's struggled so far in the weekend, but let's see if we can get a little insight, A, as to why and how quick he's going to move his way forward. From Standpex Motorsport, it's Chris Harnan. Hello, Chris. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you.
So let's talk about yesterday. Qualifying, very, very tricky. It's obviously very close between everybody, but I think a lot of people, particularly your fans, are going to be a little surprised to see you in the position you're in. What happened in qualifying yesterday?
I couldn't really get my lap in. We've been struggling this week. It's my first time at this track also. And yeah, we've just not really been on the pace this weekend. But we are all trying to search for the issue. And I hope we're going to have better heats in the next heats coming up.
Yeah, because it's a bit of a timing issue, really, Zuera, for you, hasn't it? Because last year, obviously, you were in KZ2 with SP as well, which means you didn't get any running in at Zuera. They haven't raced here in Gatebox since 2016. So how tough a circuit has this been for you to learn as a first-timer in the KZ2 category?
Yeah, it has been tough for me, but I didn't expect it to be so tough. But to be honest, I don't think my style really suits this track. Of course, I drive a little bit with my body like this, but it doesn't really work here. So I'm trying to fix that issue, but it's hard for me to change it because I always drive like this. But the last heat was already getting a little bit better, so for now it's just going to be a lot of overtaking, and I hope to still make the final.
I've always meant to ask about that driving style that certain drivers adopt. We've seen it from, your contemporaries like sort of Kaz Havercourt a few years ago, really utilizing the extra transfer of body weight when you go from corner to corner. Why is it that drivers effectively do that? Is it to do with how you feel balanced in the kart, or is there an actual performance advantage you can gain from shifting your weight in that fashion?
No, there actually isn't. It's just my style. For me, it feels like I'm driving like normal, but I still have a different driving style compared to the other drivers. Sometimes it really works, and I have been fast before. Of course, I was on the podium last year in Genk. Then it worked, but right now I'm really struggling with it, and I don't do it on purpose. It just happens automatically.
So obviously later in the year, the second round of the championship, we go to Sarno in Italy, which is obviously a very, very different circuit to what we have here. Is this going to be the sort of pace disadvantage that you can come back from at Sarno, or is it just going to be a completely different experience?
Yeah, I think Sarno could be fine for me. I have been quite fast there before in other races, so for sure I don't lose my confidence if I have a bad weekend this time out, because for sure we can bounce back a lot stronger next time.
Oh, another thing that is worth picking up on in relation to that, because the KZ and KZ2 championship season in Europe is only 2 weekends, if you have one bad weekend, it's almost like you don't have any chance at all to win the European. So as a driver, does your mental focus then sort of start shifting in thinking towards Wackersdorf? Does this then become sort of an extended test session for the World Cup in September?
Not really. I just go for it every race, and I don't give up if I have a bad weekend now. So in Sarno we are going to do our best, and also in Wackersdorf, Wackersdorf, the World Championship is a complete new weekend. Everything can happen. And for me, every race I just do my best. Also the team does their best. So maybe next time we'll be fast again, and then you can see me in the front again.
Fantastic. Well, look, Chris, it's good to catch up with you. I'm sure your fans and everybody back home in the Netherlands are hoping that you can charge your way back, and you've still got plenty of time to do it. So we hope it's going to be a good one for you. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Jake.
Cheers, Chris. Always a pleasure. So we'll continue on. There's still plenty of people to catch up with. We've spoken a little bit to the drivers in KZ2. Now we get a bit of a celeb on our hands. Who better to catch up with than the reigning world champion, Victor Gustafsson. What a whirlwind 6 months it has been for Victor. And Victor, it's great to see you back in the paddock again after a magnificent display at Le Mans last year. I mean, just tell us about what it's been like kind of getting back into the racing scene again since winning the World Championship. How has it affected things?
Oh, not too much, I think. Had a few weeks off after World Champs to sink it in, live a bit of a normal life for once, and then came back into working again. So not much has changed. A lot of people, is it different now? But 2 days later, I was in the car park cleaning the tent again. So, not really much changes, to be fair.
I mean, one of the big things, obviously, that comes with winning an FIA Karting World title like that is the gala. I mean, what an amazing night. After so much hard work, so many years of putting everything together and working with the team to build a product and then take the moment for yourself to walk into that room against some amazing contemporaries. You're there with people like Max Verstappen and, you're in the same company. What does that do to your confidence?
Well, to me, it was special, but it definitely got my confidence a bit higher. But also it was the first time I think I really realized what I have done and what the team had done. So it was a very special night for sure, and hopefully I can be there again. So.
Absolutely. Well, I want to talk about this in a little bit of detail because it's taken a good few seasons really for CRG to come away from the difficulties, the problems that have happened over the last few seasons, and then hit a sweet spot. And it's kind of all happened at once. It's not just you that's come into the team. You've got Jeremy, another former world champion, to really start to up the ante. And ever since Paolo Di Conto kind of moved away, there's been that period of transition, and you guys have really had to work at it. What have you changed in the team to get you guys to the front again?
Well, I think it's just a continuous working schedule. You know? It's always, everyone is evolving, everyone is getting faster, everyone is developing. And if you get a little bit behind, it's really hard to catch up. I just think we made some smart decisions. It's everyone can, if you can make smarter decisions, you can get ahead. And I think we did that in Le Mans. The test wasn't perfect. We did some changes. Came to the race weekend, and I was fast, Jeremy was fast, Pescador was fast, and of course Carbonell won the KZ2 World Cup. So everything came together, and hopefully we can keep this up now for many years to come.
Is that where the new pressure and the new challenge comes from? Obviously, having got to the front, is there the sort of mental capacity as a driver that you feel I have to establish and prove that it wasn't a one-off? Is that what then motivates you and drives you once you win the world title?
For me, it's always being perfect for me personally, trying to reach perfection. In Le Mans, we got fairly close, not right there, but to me, that's perfection to strive for that. But for sure, there is added pressure. Everyone wanting to beat you because you are the world champion. So for sure, us as a team need to work probably harder now than we did before to keep it up for sure.
It must have been quite nice as well last year, considering that, you know, we'd waited like 25 years for a Swedish world champion and then a second one came along.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Sweden now for the last couple of years has had one champion every year, I think. So, you know, the Swedes are not doing too bad now.
Well, we really can't wait till the next time you get to celebrate in Kristianstad. Hopefully that'll be back on the calendar again at some point, hopefully next year. But yeah, enjoy the 2023 season, Victor. We know it's been a great one, so keep up the good work. We can't wait to see you at the front.
Yeah, thank you.
Good to see you, Victor. Thank you so much. Always good to hear from one of the stars of the category, Victor Gustafsson, a world champion as well. Always really, really special. And it just shows you, you know, these guys obviously not just, you know, professional racing drivers and athletes on such a high world stage, but you've also got, you know, they are hardworking. They don't just want to go racing for themselves. They also want to build a product. You know, the CRG operation, as Victor was saying, it's taken quite a long time to get back up to the front end of the field. And what Victor and the crew have done is create something really quite magical, really quite special. So it's always been really, really pleasant to see. He's not the only star on the KZ grid that's been giving us plenty to talk about. Over at Tony Kart, everything has changed. And our man who won last year's European Championship in KZ2, Tom Loya, has moved across to the Green Army. Come and join us. Tom, let's get into it, because this is a big moment for any racing driver in karting to get the opportunity and get the phone call from the guys at Tony Kart. I mean, just tell us what these last few months have been like for you.
Yeah, it's different. Now I'm with Tony Kart, the biggest factory in the go-kart, so it's the prestige to drive for this team. And yeah, it's completely different how we work and everything. You have a lot of people, we work a lot with the computer, it's completely different.
And let's be fair, you have had an amazing resurrection to your career after a really, really awful couple of seasons prior when you were recovering. You were trying to get yourself back up to full fitness. Jordan, Lennox Lamb had such a belief in what you could do and what your pace was. What was it like going through the motions of last year, having to deal with, you know, trying to get your self-belief back again, get your confidence up, and then demonstrating in 2 weekends what you could do?
Yeah, last year was nice year, yeah. To come back after this crash is difficult because the first race, you don't know what happened. One crash or you don't know, it's strange. And to win the European like this was amazing. And so, yeah, the year was amazing. And at the end of the year, when I decided to change the team, it feel difficult because I win with this team. I make my comeback, win the European. But yeah, sometimes you need to make some choice for the future.
Now, this is a very special paddock, KZ. It's kind of the Formula One of our world. So when you come into KZ and you're racing at the pinnacle, you're working with the best of everybody, racing against the best of everybody. When you're pitching yourself up against drivers like Pedro, like Lorenzo, like Victor, like Jeremy, I mean, do you kind of have to pinch yourself, you know, coming into that world for the first time and kind of saying, you know, this is the level I'm at now. This is where I am.
Yeah, this is the best level of go-kart. So yeah, it's nice to drive with in KZ, but it's more difficult for the race. The start, if you make a mistake directly, it's you lost a lot of position. So you can make a mistake every time. You need to be focused on your target every session. So yeah, it's a work.
I mean, it's amazing to think as well, you know, when you consider that there are tens of thousands of kart racers around the world in domestic, in regional, and international competitions, and there's only 30 of you in the world in KZ. I mean, that must be very special to think about.
Yeah, of course it's special. A lot of people watch this. A lot of people want to drive in KZ. So yeah, of course it's special.
Okay, so you've moved to Tony Kart for 2023. I think there's a lot of young racers watching who obviously want to get that phone call that you got from Signor Abazzi. Come on, tell us what it was like. That must be such a mad moment.
Yeah, I can speak a lot, but yeah, it's different when you work with the team. Yeah, every time when he comes, you have the pressure. So he say nothing, but when he come, yeah, it's everybody need to work to the best. So if you do one mistake, then it's difficult when you come back to the tent. So
I mean, I guess in sort of the way we have to compare it for people who are watching this sport really for the first time, Signor Abazzi in Tony Kart, it's kind of like Enzo Ferrari in Ferrari.
Yeah,
it's a similar sort of way that we treat these guys.
Yeah, this guy is amazing. I can only respect him because he started with nothing, and now Tony Kart is the best brand of go-kart. So yeah, it's amazing. You make a really good job.
Absolutely. Well, when you only have like a couple of weekends to put yourself up at the pace, to come into qualifying yesterday and be at the front, what has your night been like? You know, when you sit there, and you think, you know, there's these amazing drivers and you're already faster than them. What does that feel like?
Yeah, it was okay. The practice was a little bit difficult, but the quali when well, okay, I make the pole, but nobody speak a lot. I make the pole, but just bravo.
Yeah.
Only this, nothing more.
I'm guessing they don't want to put too much pressure on you too soon in the weekend. You know, is that part of it?
Yeah. Every time like this. So.
Perfect. So coming into the races yesterday and today, the conditions have changed a lot. You know, it was cool yesterday, but there was some heat. But the wind coming in today, it's much tougher today compared to yesterday. How does that affect you in the kart?
When we drive, it's completely different. Also for the engine, for the carburation, everything is different. So yeah, now yesterday when we tried to take the slipstream, we have no difference. Now it's a big difference. So yeah, completely different. Different race. We can overtake a little bit more at the end of the straight. So yeah.
The other thing I wanted to talk about a little bit with the Tony Kart team in 2023 is, in terms of the driver lineup, everything has changed. You know, not only have you come in, but Luigi has stepped up as well. Lorenzo is the established talent within Tony Kart. Everything has completely transformed because Simo Pohaka has retired. Noah Milel seems to have disappeared for a while. So is there added pressure on you guys as a collective to kind of keep Tony Kart towards the front? Is that something that you guys feel?
Yeah, of course. We need to work together and to put the brand at the best position. We need to work a lot, and yeah, of course we have a lot of pressure because we are new in the new. For me, I'm new, and the other, for Luigi, it's a new category. So yeah, we need to do the best.
Now, at FIA weekends, there are only obviously 3 weekends that you go racing in the FIA Karting for KZ, but what you guys do the other 49 weekends over the course of the season and in the midweek tests, I mean, I don't guess people really understand truly how much work you guys are actually putting in to try and get these brands up to the top. How intensive is it day in, day out?
Yeah, we test a lot. We have a lot of testing every week, every month, for sure. Different track. So we work on the chassis, engine, every day. we test and we test some engine and we test the engine again 2 days later. And yeah, we work a lot.
Very tough. Absolutely amazing. And in terms of the confidence coming into this weekend now, knowing that you can be fast, knowing that you can run at the front, does it make it easier to try and achieve the podium, or is there still a lot of work to do?
We have the speed, but for make the podium and the final, we need to work a little bit more. We missed some speed during the race, but yeah, you have a lot of people. We work a lot, so for sure we will find this.
Interesting. I'm sure everybody's really delighted for you coming into Tony Kart this year and being fast immediately. So it's fantastic to see. Merci beaucoup, Tom. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Great to see you. Hopefully you stay here. Thank you very much. Cool. So Tom Loya of the Tony Kart team, thank you very much. We'll let you go back to the Green Army and settle in, ready for another fantastic battle. Let's bring in my co-commentator, Guillaume Alvarez, who's been down there grabbing all of the bits and pieces down in pit lane. It's been fascinating so far this weekend, hasn't it? I mean, we've only had 3 KZ2 races this morning and the second KZ Heat, but already there's a lot of variables coming into this weekend, and I don't think we've really seen the ultimate pace from a few drivers yet, particularly in KZ, where some of the big names are actually trying to play catch-up.
Yeah, definitely. There's been an interesting morning with different forces at play, you know, and some of the big names in both classes struggling in the mid-pack, as you said. We had the drivers from KZ, you know, some of them starting at the back end of the grid. Yeah, Tom Loya doing his best as well. I just wanted to come in, and I thought you were going to ask me about my previous race, you know, since
right.
you know, I can be a driver on my own right, you know, from time to time. No, just kidding. We still have a bit of time ahead of us before the start of the next race, and we've been asking the fans and the followers on live on Instagram and on social media if there was any question, any interest that we could discuss.
Yeah.
And I've got a couple of questions here that maybe we can share with the audience from the fans. And Anthony Bogarts has been asking on Instagram, what is the key to be at the front on this circuit? So I figured that maybe we could give some element of answers from the experience that we have. The key, obviously, having heard the drivers, is about really mastering the tires, obviously, on such a long track, such a difficult track with that weight, that length of the circuit itself. But it's about going not too hard, smooth with the wheel and everything, and try to really decrease the pressure as much as possible.
Yeah, it's very much about precision being fast in KZ. We talked about this several times for the young drivers coming into Gearbox for the first time. And we've seen a few of the mechanics actually gesturing to, particularly some of the younger talent over the course of these heats. They've got to be a little bit more precise, this kind of gesture that we see from the mechanics. And it's all about just being a little bit more delicate on turning, a little bit more balanced on steering wheel. I actually had a little bit of experience last week of driving competitively karting for the first time, and I can tell you how important that is. That was actually my big mistake as a driver, was you know, you're doing so much of this with the steering wheel that you don't get a fine balance. You don't really get a smooth operation. And in gearbox karting in particular, it's really precise because you get it slightly wrong through a couple of the slower or faster apexes. It really upsets the tyre management and the overall balance of the kart. So a fascinating balance and situation needed for the KZ drivers. Up in pole position for the next race, we have Alex Powell gearing himself up and getting ready for an exciting battle out there on the course. It's been really interesting to see such an incredible talent come forward. And this is where you really get to see how diverse and how strong a talent these prolific young names really are, because we've talked about Alex Powell forever and a day, from the Academy Trophy to OK Junior to the OK Senior category. He's been strong and fast everywhere, finally getting his first FIA victories last year in the OK Senior category. But coming into KZ, that's a completely different formula. It's a bit like going from, you know, your training shoes all the way up to running shoes. It's such a massive difference, like taking the stabilizers off your bike and then going into an electric bike. Such a big difference. But what Alex Powell has been able to achieve in such a short space of time, it tells us one thing: people really need to be keeping an eye on this boy for the next 5-6 years.
Alex Powell, definitely one of the names that we've had a chance to witness on track for the past few seasons. Talking about someone on track that we've been used to see performing at its best and that is not here competing. Someone asked actually on Instagram, one of the last questions that will go around before getting back onto the track. Marion Kremers is not with us at the start of this year's European Championship. Someone was asking, yeah, where is Marion actually? We've seen him for the past few seasons, winning the European and the World Championship back in the day. Marion Kremers is not with us this weekend. There's a good reason for that, at least on track, he's not with us. I haven't seen him either in the paddock, so I think he's been a busy man for the past few months.
I think he's actually been prioritizing his campaign in North America, because there's obviously plenty of road racing campaigns and things that have been racing out in America as well as here in Europe, and obviously that's a really important part of a driver's journey as well. We see that from Matthias Morgato, who's come away from winning the World Championship and went straight over to America to keep his hand in. So it's been fascinating to watch how he has developed and how Marion Kremers has continued to up the ante. But when you win a World Championship title, when you win a European title, you want to keep winning. You want to keep going and learning new things and battling for new competitions. So that's exactly what he's essentially decided to do. He's taking on new challenges. And Marion Kremers is one of those drivers, very similar to Joe Turney, actually, who's had to kind of rebuild himself internally and mentally, because he had a single-seater operation ready to go going into COVID-19. He had it all there. He had it all set up. And then when the world pandemic came along, the money and the sponsorship and the funding for it just disappeared overnight. And it's very, very hard for a racing driver to cope with that mentally. So what Marion has essentially done is return to the Birolart fold. He's rebuilt, he's regrouped, he's got back into his racing, back into his coaching, and he's kind of he's reborn as a racing driver, and he's kind of got himself back into that mentality. Same what we saw with Joe Turney a couple of weeks ago when we raced here in Valencia, in Spain, and he has been able to do exactly the same thing, you know, shaking off the problems of ditching a single-seater campaign and coming back into FIA karting, and he is now winning the championship. So it's going to be really interesting to see how drivers like that continue to pick up after those headaches. And I'm amazed that I've been able to keep talking for that length of time.
Well done to you, Jay.
And still sound interesting. It's amazing. Alex Powell and Thomas Stolchemanis, front row of the grid. Alex Marigliano and Matteo Spergel, with Daniel Vasile and Daniel Mathia. Max Paul and Jovan David from Oscar P and Michael Paparo. John Tanko and David Lewinsky, Jenna Savico and Tim Gerhardt, Andrea Dale and Norton Andreasen.
Then we have at the back one of the wild cards, Vicente Marquez, Christian De Klein, Jaime Cortes Damas, followed by Vincent Wanneger, Alessandro Giucco, Julian Galasin, Gabriel Kawe, Enzo Lacreuse, Patrick Janssen, Alvaro Garcia, Damian Drew, Arneo Serra Guardano, Ricardo Avila Manrique, and Arturo Cobos. 9 laps to go through the KZ class. We do it all over again for a series of 3 races before we'll leave you for a while, the lunch break midday through this busy schedule of qualifying heats, but we'll get back after that from 10:15 local time. We will be live back for the rest of the program, and I'm a little bit early. This will be a little bit later, my apologies, as we'll be back at 2:30 after the lunch break for the rest of our busy schedule of races. And at the end of the day, we'll have a classification before the super heat and the final for Sunday. But once again, before we wait for the drivers to complete their warm-up lap, thanks again to all the drivers for passing by. We were able to talk to pretty much everybody, and that's very nice to have them on the couch of FIA Karting to share their thoughts, to share their views about not only the world of karting, but about themselves as well. So thank you very much indeed. We'll do the same this afternoon, so stay with us as we'll get to talk to some more personalities that maybe you're not yet familiar with. We'll talk to team managers and our very own president of FIA Karting later on this afternoon. So stay with us for plenty more of interviews, information, as well live from the Scale and the Parc Fermé with the actors themselves, the drivers, right after the races.
Yeah, as much as I've enjoyed speaking to the drivers this morning, I'm really excited and really keen to hear from some of the team managers behind the scenes, the men that we don't really get to speak to in too much depth or detail during a live race day, because they're always on the sidelines, they're always keeping an eye on their drivers, on their mechanics, on the chassis, everything. So it'd be fascinating to pick the brains of some of the modules behind the scene, the architects of this fantastic sport. And of course, to hear from our president, Akbar Ibrahim, who's been a fabulous patron of this sport over the last 2 seasons. And it's been great to have him join us for many of the events. And he was there at Valencia at the start of the season, and he's here again this weekend here in Zuera. Always wonderful to see just how much of a passion and enthusiasm there is from the higher end of the FIA for this sport. As we've mentioned it many times before, the drivers who compete at Indianapolis, at Le Mans, at Monte Carlo, you can't get there these days without starting here. This is the absolute stepping stone. Look at the wind. You can see from the red flag that is being held at the start of the grid to hold the drivers in position. It is properly windy out there now. Now, this is going to be an advantage down the main straight because the slipstream is going to be given a little bit of an assistance to the drivers. But at various other points on the course, the crosswinds are really going to play havoc. So, out to the front of the grid then. Alex Powell, side by side with Thomas Stolchamanis, this time in KZ2. And we're up to a start. Neither driver from the front of the grid gets it way. And Alex Marigliano again launches forward. Through to second position comes the fast-starting Daniel Vasile. So Vasile has come forward into second position. For third, it's Powell. Powell has held on in front of Maxi Paul as the field works its way forward. This is how critical it is to get the start right in gearbox, as yet again, 2 or 3 drivers having a bit of a headache as they work their way forward. But it is Alex Marigliano for the Maranello squad, as up the inside, trying to get through. That is the hard-charging Maxi Paul for the DR chassis, trying to get through into third position. Alex Powell did not let that happen. What's happened to Thomas Stolchamanis? He's dropped back even further, trying to go for the lead on Marigliano. A little bit of a hesitance there from Daniel Vasile, having made his fantastic start. Matthias Spergel finds himself on the outer echelons of the top 5.
And for the first time today, this is a clean start for everybody on track. No one that we lost in the opening lap so far. But a good start indeed from Alex Marigliano, leading the way, but not for long. Oh, that was a close call indeed. But not quite yet, moving for the lead as they close up and conclude the opening lap. Marigliano, Daniel Vasile. This is the first time that we've seen the Romanian driver trying to go for the lead. He has 1 win under his name already from yesterday after the penalty of Christian Bertuca. He was trying to go for the move for the next. Another attempt, he's going to have to contend as well. Alex Powell behind, who has a similar idea suddenly, but watch out for Max Paul.
See, Vasile is spending so much time defending from Alex Powell and Max Paul that he's got to be careful that Alex Marigliano doesn't disappear up the road in front of him. You can't spend too much time defending. You've got to go on the offense, and here he comes. Daniel Vasile going to try and storm in. He's going to be late on the brakes. Can he shut it down on the exit? He holds the nerve on the inside. Lovely job from the Romanian. So Daniel Vasile moves up into the lead of the race here in front of Alex Marigliano. Alex Powell into third position, then Max Paul. Have we got issues further round? No, it looks like everybody's just about kept it on the apron so far. But certainly now Alex Marigliano on the back foot as he tries to get back on terms with the Romanian Daniel Vasile, switching across to the Birolart factory team for 2023 after his fantastic couple of seasons with the DR factory. But now Max Paul, his former teammate, is there in the lower end of the top 6, trying to get back on terms with Thomas Stolchamanis. The Energy Course driver has worked his way back into 5th position. Here's the move from Alex Powell. Dives in on the inside. Lovely job. Daniel Mathia, now they're in 4th position behind them in the DPK squad kart. So that's going to be interesting, as still a little bit of a duel between Stolchamanis and Paul for P5. Spergel finds himself down in 7th in front of Van David.
Yeah, Van David, we had at the microphone earlier. Alex Powell, good move indeed, outside of 10, number 4. And the young Jamaican driver having to build a bit of a gap for himself in front of Marigliano. He had a good start, now having to defend and try to come back as much as possible. But it all goes the way of Daniel Vasile, who has been able to put himself a bit of a distance with Alex Powell. But those 3 drivers still very much in the same picture, as we had a bit of a dust outside of 10, number 2 on the at the start of the previous lap, so still a bit of struggle for some of the drivers in the mid-pack to keep the racing line. As you can see, the advices, the gestures from the mechanics on the sideline, as drivers keeping both the eyes on the track but also on the sideline as well, to see if any help might be given from the mechanic. Daniel Vasile, 3:10 still. Alex Powell very much on the charge. We've seen previously that the Prema Car Republic IAME powered chassis can be very efficient as we go through the races, and Kian Nakamura and Powell both didn't manage quite yet to master the starts, but as we went through the qualifying heats that we had this morning, the faster and the better they were becoming. And you can see that now with Alex Powell. He just picked up the fastest lap in this race, trying to keep himself within the distance to attack. And Daniel Vasile is going to have a lot of job to do in the next couple of laps. This is the end of lap 4 out of 9. And Marigliano has lost a bit of momentum. He does the touch to the leading duet with Macia, the Spaniard, one of the wild cards, trying to catch up as well. as we mentioned earlier, DPK Racing, last year's OK World Champion. Not quite usual to see them fighting in gearbox. They only have a couple of drivers this weekend on home soil, but Daniel Vasile is certainly one to keep an eye on, and I think he just launched his move. Yes, he did. He's on in P3, Daniel Vasile. Well done to him.
Nicely done. Marigliano coming back at him on the exit, and Mathias drifted out wide as a result. He's lost the place once more. So Mathias will probably be bitterly disappointed with that. Alex Marigliano getting himself back into third position for the Maranello squad. But up front, it's TM versus Miami, Berilat versus Czech Republic, Romania versus Jamaica, Daniel Vasile versus Alex Powell. They work their way through turn 10, tightening up through the left into turn 11. Alex Powell getting a good exit through that right-hander, and then flat on the throttle through the final turn, down the main straight, into the slipstream, where the crosswinds are definitely going to help, through turn 1, and Alex Powell is going to storm the way through that first corner so fast as they come through. Little puff of dust from Daniel Vasile, but Alex Powell is going to try and storm his way through to the inside of turn 4. Can he look for the overtaking move? Yes, he can! And Alex Powell takes the lead on lap 6. Perfect timing, as behind them, it looks like Daniel Mathias has come forward into third position for good this time. Alex Marigliano unable to launch an attack back, but Alex Powell for the Prema Czech Republic team have gone through up front.
On his way to potentially a second victory for Alex Powell. He did it beautifully. He's launched in turn number 4, and now his mission is trying to build on a gap. 2 tenths already for Daniel Vasile. Massia in third. Maraglio still in battle with Tomas Tolshimanis, still stuck in P5, the long Latvia driver with the Energy Corsi colors. Then Spiegel, Maximilian Paul, Jevan David climbing to P8 in front of Tim Gerards, and Jo Tanko, the wildcard in P10. And we still have everybody. Oh, Chelian Galassin actually didn't take part in the start. Otherwise, we have everybody on track. Oh, there he goes for the move. Beautifully made. Stolshimanis up in P4 in front of Maragliano. Can he actually try to fight back? That's going to be hard for the driver to resist. We came close to a touch over there.
Maxi Paul trying to dive in round the outside and get it all sorted out, and that's meant he's lost ground now to the Sri Lankan Jevan David, who catches up to his teammate Matteo Spergel. This has been a massive game changer these last 6 to 9 months for Jevan David, ever since he took the medal at the FIA Motorsport Games last October. Jevan David has just been a whirling dervish. It's been great to see him charge his way forward. And the Sri Lankan, who is a bit of a celebrity back home, he is a bit of a rock star in Sri Lanka. What a superstar he is turning into here in KZ2. His first weekend in FIA at this level, and he is absolutely on the charge.
Yeah, he became, 2 years ago, you must remember that, Jake, in Genk, he became the first Sri Lanka driver to win a race at this level in the FIA Karting competition. It was a qualifying heat, if my memory serves, back in the home of champions, and it turned him into a celebrity back home, as the people were getting crazy on social media about his achievement, and ever since he's been improving. Oh, Maragliano in trouble.
Yeah, Marigliano's had a problem, and Jevan David as well. David and Marigliano, I think they've ended up tagging with each other. Gerhardt has dropped back. That is Jevan David. Just as we were talking about him, Jevan David has dropped out of the race, the Sri Lankan. What a disaster for him. He shakes his head in disbelief. He is not happy with the way his race has come to an end, and I wonder if we're going to see a replay of that. He's absolutely fuming, and, well, very unfortunate for a man who's been charging his way back through the field, made it up to P6, and it's just all fallen apart.
Yeah, you know, I start fearing about talking praise about the drivers, because it just happened with Peter Hilbrand before, now with Jevan David. So we're going to have to stop it about this.
Look, if there was any such thing as a commentator's curse, and if anything we said actually made a bearing on what was going to happen in the future, I would have predicted every mate I know's lottery numbers by now, and we would all be billionaires. Let's see what happened. Round the outside, this is David making his bid for the inside of Marigliano, and that's how they came together. Marigliano not leaving enough space, David out, and Marigliano dropping back. That's how we lost them both. What a shame. Marigliano has dropped all the way to 11th now in front of Andrea Dale, but Jevan David, I'm afraid, out on the spot. All of that has just allowed the Jamaican up front, Alex Powell, to control the pace. He doesn't even need to push at this stage. He's a few kart lengths in front of Daniel Vasile. He can even allow him the luxury of catching in before the end of the race. But Alex Powell is going to come through, and it's job done once again for the Jamaican as he comes through and gets the job done in fine style. Vasile will take the lead of the points rankings at this point on 135, but Alex Powell now has 126, and just 9 behind him with 2 qualifying heats to go. Alex Powell is looking good.
As much as Car Republic and the Prema colors in the lead. Well done to Alex Powell, David Vasile, and Daniel Vasile, your top 3 at the end of this first of 3 qualifying heats before the lunch break on Saturday. Well done to him, as once again half of a second was enough in the end to secure his 2nd win in the qualifying heats, taking the lead, as you said, on points as it stands right now. Daniel Vasile, my apologies, now in the lead. Alex Powell climbing to P2, and Stolzmann is 3rd as it stands in the overall classification that will be made official, as you know, at the end of the qualifying heats Saturday night. The points will be collected and the places will be given for the starting grid of the Super Heats tomorrow. The KZ2 with the number 88 drivers will be split into 2 races, and we can see back Jeven David. You could actually read under the helmet the disappointment. I think that Jeven, unfortunately for him, realized that he had maybe made a slight mistake by trying to go too aggressive on the inside.
Well, poor Jeven David. Alex Powell taking the victory from Daniel Vasile and Daniel Mathia. Thomas Stolzmann is fighting back to 4th place. Very impressive. Matteo Spergel in 5th in front of Jenis Savico, Max Paul, David Lewinsky, Norton Andreasen and John Tanko. Alex Marigliano recovering to 11th in front of Andrea Dale and Michael Paparo. Then Oscar P and Vicente Marquez in the top end of the dais.
Then we have in 16 Vincent Wanneger in front of Christian Decline. Tim Gerhardt follows with Jamie Cortes Damas. P20 for Enzo Lacroix from Patrick Janssen, Alessandro Zucco, Arno Severas Guardeno, Alvaro Garcia, Gabriel Caue, Diamond 2, Arturo Cobos, as well as Ricardo Avila Marinque. The unfortunate retirement for Jeven David and Chelen Galazin, who didn't start this race.
So qualifying Heat A versus D definitely giving us another indication as to just how resolute the Prema Kart Republic operation is. And Alex Powell, despite not getting a good start, able to fight his way back into position. I think he's definitely thinking about a win on Sunday now. Certainly wasn't coming into the weekend, but now there is a genuine chance that the man who is coached by arguably the greatest karting driver of all time, Mike Wilson, is definitely looking very strong indeed. There's the start. For once, it's a clean one all round, really. That's probably the cleanest start we've had all weekend, and it was perfect for Alex Marigliano, who managed to work his way through into the lead. Very bitter disappointment for him that he couldn't come home higher than 11th in the end. But it was just systematic, getting on with it, one move at a time from Alex Powell. There was a little bit of a jockey for position in turn 2, but that is how to keep all of the karts on the track at the same time. The big dive up the inside then from Daniel Vasile to take on Alex Marigliano. That's when we really started to get some wheel-to-wheel battles. But Alex Powell, once he started, he just couldn't stop. That's a very brave move on Marigliano, isn't it, at turn 4?
Yeah, there was pretty much no space for him between the curb and the driver, but Alex Powell went for it and kept on going up until P1. You can see him still in 2nd on Vasile, and there's the move for the lead. Just once again, with his pretty much nowhere to go, but Alex Powell just kept it clean and went for the lead as Thomas Stolzmann in front of Marigliano. Stolzmann, who we saw didn't have the best of start. He dropped a couple of positions in the process. Marigliano getting into trouble with Jeven David trying to catch up as well, just moments before the slight mistake that pushed the Sri Lankan driver out of the race. Look at this picture with all the drivers pretty much glued together.
And here's the moment when they came together. David going for Marigliano. Oh, so unfortunate. Millimeters in that. And poor Jeven David and Alex Marigliano just tangling, and it ruined both races. Alex Powell, though, coming through to be just 9 points back from Daniel Vasile now. The Romanian is in the lead for the moment. However, there is only one driver left in KZ2 who has a perfect score, and that is Freddie Slater. 2 wins out of 2 on 100 points, and he is ready to go to battle this time from pole position. We caught up with him after his pole position run, and now we get to speak to him in a little bit more detail about the transition later on, I do believe. Yeah, we get to talk with him this afternoon in a little bit more detail. I do apologise. We do, however, get to have a driver who is part of the Birolot operation. We heard from him a little bit earlier on in the season, but his teammate, Matthias Morgato, a world champion now in FIA Karting, we get to hear from him about his progress in the world of KZ2.
It's a new challenge for me. I think, first of all, I can only thank the team, Lennox, Birolot, for having their trust on putting me to race KZ. It's really important for me. It's a category I always wanted to race. So I would say I don't have many laps around in the KZ yet, so this week will be a big challenge. I'm ready to face this challenge, and I think we will be fast all week. We'll be there fighting for the top positions. One of the biggest challenges are the front brakes. For me, is what I had to get more used to, not even the gears. It's more of braking later than where you're used to brake. So I think with the front brakes was something like really new for me. Well, as being crowned world champion in the OK category last year, I think it was time to make a step up and try this new challenge. So yeah, I'm really happy to be making the KZ2 this year, and I hope I can have a good season. Well, I don't feel any pressure, to be honest. I think I will keep doing my best and results will come. So yeah, no pressure at the moment. Well, I'm really confident. I think I'm taking part on an excellent team, a team that won the European Championship last year, 2 years ago also, if I'm not wrong. And yeah, I'm really confident for that. The material works. I mean, it's more of me adapting myself with the KZ right now. So yeah, let's see how we can do.
Matheus Morgado, world champion from Brazil in 2022. He won it in the OK category. Stepping up to KZ2 was a completely different ball game. It's like going from the world of pasta to the world of energy drinks. It is such a massive difference in terms of what it gives you in terms of a buzz. And KZ2, the acceleration is frightening. Try and picture the fact that these guys are a couple of millimeters off the ground, and they are pulling anywhere between 2 and 3G in some of the bends, and these karts can accelerate from 0 to 60 kilometers an hour in about the same time as a Bugatti Chiron can. That is absolutely phenomenal. It's basically a pocket rocket ship.
When you imagine that the top speed here reach between 155 and 160 km an hour, the average is above 100 km an hour on this track of Zuera. These are the biggest numbers that we have in the entire calendar of the FIA Karting Championships, but certainly in the world of karting in itself.
Yeah, when they cross the line, which is halfway between the final turn and turn 2, they hit a top speed of about 145 kilometers an hour. That is monstrous pace. Here we go. Freddie Slater versus Kian Nakamura all over again. Daniel Stell and Jorge Pescador, Adrian Mariero and Gavin Loyer, from Brandon Nilsson and Matheus Morgado, Sam Loyer and Valentino Fritsch, Nasha Tunion and Maxim Orlov from Luigi De Lorenzo and Karel Pasovic, Alessio Lamartina and Robin Glerum from Jesper Sjoberg and Lorenzo Giannoni, Fabrizio Rosati and Chris Harnan, Raymond Sharapov and Simon Billman, Archie Tillett and Alejandro Lohoz, Albin Carlson and Richard Vigisalu, and then at the back we have Tom Adams, Berta Rafols and Federico Diana. What is significant about Freddie Slater and Kian Nakamura sharing the front row of the starting grid? Well, the last time they were this close together, Campillos 2021, the World Championship that got away from Freddie Slater, which would have been back-to-back world titles, and it was Nakamura who finished 4.9 seconds behind him and was able to pick up the world title. There is Chris Lambrecht alongside Joanna, and that is race control. David Manchester is probably lingering around there somewhere as well. And these are the guys who keep up to date with everything that happens on the track as it happens. Multiple cameras around the circuit to pick up every little piece of information and little piece of data as it happens. And it is amazing nowadays how close to the worlds of Le Mans, Formula 1, IndyCar, Formula E that FIA Karting has reached nowadays. It's wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what FIA Karting is all about, and RGMMC has been putting the work and the energy for the past few seasons to really get up to speed, to provide you guys everywhere in the world the best service, to get you to live kart racing at its best from up close, on track and off as well. So that's why we try to give you as much as possible content and insight from the actors, the drivers, the mechanics, the team managers, and to show you, as we just did, a bit of what's happening behind the scenes with all the people involved.
But let's talk about this Freddie Slater versus Kian Nakamura thing. They've kind of been against each other for quite a long time through their careers. They obviously raced on the same bit of British racetrack with each other, then came up to Europe together. They duelled for the title in 2021. And the way that Freddie Slater composed himself after losing that World Championship title in 2021, I mean, you can have, considering that these guys are sort of, you know, at the time, Freddie Slater, I think, was 13 when that all unfolded. And you've got to bear in mind the fact that that's a World Championship title that slipped through your fingers through something that isn't out of your control. the way he handled himself, the way he congratulated Kian Nakamura, the way he conducted himself, for someone of such a young age, that shows a professionalism that is beneath other drivers double his age.
Yeah, that was a lesson to everybody in the karting and the motorsport world, the behavior of Freddie Slater. What I did, I was, my dear Jake, we were both there at the time under the rain of Campillos, but in the end, on the road, it was a victory for Freddie Slater, but on paper, Kian Nakamura was there to pick up the pieces after that penalty. Let's see, this time around, who will end up on top. Slater on the pole, Kian Nakamura by his side, and there was a swap of position with Slater on the outside by the look of it now.
Here we go, lights coming on when they go out, we'll race, and off we go! Slater getting an absolute rocket ship of a start. There was a little bit of conflagration in the mid-pack, but Slater launches forward, gets himself into the lead. Where's Nakamura? Down to P3, but not losing that much time as they work their way through turn 2. Is everybody going to get through without incident? Just about. Very close indeed, and it's a hard charge from Jorge Pescador, who has come through to split the two British drivers. A very nice run indeed from Pescador. The Cali kart is up into P2. Not a lot of work that Nakamura can do in the first part of the course, except follow in behind, but he might get his opportunity into turn 7. He has to think about it. Pescador launches to the inside line. Nakamura will get good acceleration off the turn, though, and he'll already start thinking about it into 9, maybe into 10. He knows how to get the overtaking move in a KZ2 kart into turn 11, so he might well pick that chance.
Yeah, everybody through for the opening lap. No trouble at all for any of the drivers on track. That's a good sign. We keep on progressing into the proceedings as the opening lap is about to be completed. Warning flag for the 354. Let's see who that is. As the move coming up for first place. Oh, that was a close goal. And there goes Kian Nakamura on Jorge Pescador for P2. Beautifully made. As Karol Pacevic is picking up a warning flag, that's the one.
But I tell you what, both Slater and Nakamura ran wide through turn 1. They almost did it again, and it was a very scary moment through turn 1. The back end was drifting out on Nakamura as he was making the overtaking move on Jorge Pescador. Now, why has Freddie Slater fallen off the timing screen? That's interesting. He's finally come back into play again, but that was a bit of a panic moment for a couple of the teams out there. Has he got his transponder working? He does have his transponder working. Bit of a scary moment, but Freddie Slater and Kian Nakamura, 1 and 2, and now these two get to battle on track for the win. We haven't actually seen this too much between these two at FIA level, but look at Nakamura all over the back of Freddie Slater. This will be a fascinating duel.
It's only getting started between the two, outside of turn number 12. Pedal to the metal, foot throttle.
Oh, he's going for it!
The inside of turn number 1. We have never seen this so far, and there he goes for the move. Incredible piece of driving from Kian Nakamura. Freddie Slater didn't see that coming.
Oh my word, this has suddenly gone nuclear. Nakamura taking the lead away from Freddie Slater, but Freddie is not going to back down from the fight. He will charge after Kian Nakamura, first chance he gets. Now, Nakamura was assisted there by the... Now, who's that that's had a problem? The 354.
That's Karol Pacevic, I think it is, isn't it?
It is Karol Pacevic, yeah, getting the notification of his investigation, I believe. Now, Freddie Slater's got to try and catch up to Nakamura, but look at the pace that the IAME engine has by comparison to the TM. It's absolute night and day at the moment.
Yeah, that's quite surreal, actually. And both Paolo and Nakamura, as we said, going through the race, if they can manage the start as he just did, they keep on getting better lap after lap with the pace really picking up. As we can see the replay of the starts, you can see Slater on the left having a good getaway, not so much for Kian Nakamura. Everybody going through, even though one of the drivers went for a little slide on the left.
Yet again, Slater absolutely nails the start. Look at the airborne moment from the Leclerc by Lennox kart in the background. That was properly 2 wheels off the deck. He was having a proper Herbie-style rodeo as he came through down on the main straight. As they went through turn 2, look how close it is to disaster. Wow. On the inside, Pacevic, I think that's why maybe he's under investigation, because he went for a very cheeky maneuver there on the inside of turn 2, diving up the inside of 2 of his opponents. Look at this move from Nakamura, though. Full conviction, full determination to get through on the inside line. Nailed it on the way through turn 1. We'll have another look at it at the end of the race, but just perfect. And now Pescador's in a second. Pescador's got past Slater. Now, does the top end of the engine in the TM on the Birolart have a little bit of an issue? Because at the moment, Slater cannot run, not only with Nakamura in the IAME engined Birolart, but he's also having a bit of an issue keeping up with the Cali kart. Drivers running wide. left, right and centre through turn 1. That's as an effect of the crosswind. You come through turn 1 at a certain angle and it throws you off through turn 1 when you are flat on the throttle.
Now there's the move that we had expected. Beautifully made by the Calicar driver. Pescador on the inside of Freddie Slater. And as you said, it's been very windy ever since the start of the day. Not so much yesterday, but the wind keeps on picking up here on the desert of Aragon. Really giving a hard time to the drivers. I was going to say just before we saw that replay of Kian Nakamura that so far no driver in the field in both classes dared to go on the inside in turn number 1 because it goes so fast. There's pretty much no place at all between the curb and the racing line, but they went for the move. That might actually give some ideas to some of the drivers in the course of the weekend, but that takes a lot of courage to go on that particular spot.
Certainly does. Now, if you are Freddie Slater down to 3rd position, do not panic, because at the moment he is still looking to lead the interim standings with 141 points compared to Vasile on 135, Pescador on 132 and Powell on 126. So finishing 3rd position would not be a bad place at all for Freddie Slater at the end of this heat. He will still be leading the points going into the 4th heat this afternoon. So not a disaster at all for Freddie Slater. Look at that move in the inside line as Daniel Stell falls behind Brandon Nilsson, having already fallen behind Adrian Maliero, and now he's got to really hold on from Valentino Fritsch, who's already got through, in fact. Fritsch in the Maranello has got through, and now Samuel Louillet is trying to get through. The Swiss driver trying to get the pace through on the inside. Stell losing 2 places then in the Door Motorsport kart, the Kart Republic chassis. And here's Karel Pazovic trying to line up the Dutchman Robin Glerum. Great racing in the midfield, and this is where you really earn your bread and butter in the KZ2 category, trying to defend but also attack and trying to make those overtaking moves whilst going for flat on the throttle and going for gear changes. And you have to do a little bit of trail braking at certain times on certain points of the course if you have to try and correct the kart out of a bit of a slide. And look, Freddie Slater's got back onto it. Yellow flags.
Oh,
we've got a kart out in front of them. That looks to me like Berta Rafols, unfortunately.
One of the CRG drivers.
Yes, it is. So Berta Rafols, unfortunately, appears to be out of the race. She's done a fair job on home soil as one of the wild cards, but I'm afraid Berta Rafols is not going to go any further in this one. Alessio Lamartina has managed to keep going after a separate incident, or maybe it's the same one, but Berta Rafols, there she is, running away. So Berta Rafols has unfortunately come off the kart. Simon Billman is under investigation for another incident around the course as well. But here is Freddie Slater. He is back. He is charging after Pescador once again. He's going to be on the slipstream. Down to turn 1, and here he goes. Turn 1, he's back into P2.
Yeah. What did I tell you about giving ideas to other drivers? Well done to you, Kian Nakamura, because Freddie Slater is the 2nd driver in the same race going for the inside in turn number 1. Pescador, no resistance whatsoever. Of course, he has the experience. He knows what to do in such a situation. There's no point at all blocking the driver behind you in that particular part of the track. This is too fast. So you open the door, you get back into the slipstream, trying to stay as close as possible. Pescador still has a bit more than 1.5 laps, less than that now, to try to switch the positions. But Slater seems to be back on pace after a couple of laps without it. But all going the way of Kian Nakamura Berta, who had no trouble at all picking up the pace and building a gap for himself. 1.4 seconds as we speak for Kian Nakamura Berta, who's been in the right conditions, untouchable, very much like his teammate from Prema, Alex Powell. Outside of the last turn, here we go for the last lap of this qualifying heat, posing group C and E. Slater 2nd, Pescador in 3rd, Loyer, Morgato, Nilsson, Malero, Fritsch, Glerum and Sam Louillet, your top 10.
But again, it's about consistency for Freddie Slater. Getting himself back into 2nd position will do him the world of good. He'll be 9 points clear of Daniel Vasile, and he'll be 15 clear of Jorge Pescador. That's exactly where he needs to be. Kian Nakamura Berta, of course, fighting back after a difficult day yesterday. He'll be up onto 105 points. So for Freddie Slater, it's not a panic at all letting Kian Nakamura Berta disappear out in front. For Nakamura Berta, he'll burn the tyres out faster than Slater in the long run. So Slater can bounce back in races 4 and 5 later today. Yes, he'll go beaten, but he certainly isn't defeated yet, as he's still leading the points after this race is completed, provided he stays where he is. Nakamura Berta, though, bounces back in style, and this is the win that he really needed to prove to himself he's still got a chance this weekend. Nakamura Berta gets the checkered flag. 2nd for Freddie Slater, 3rd for Jorge Pescador. Gavin Loyer finally gets to take that top 5 finish he deserves in front of Matthias Morgato in P5. So a very solid start to the first 3 races then for Freddie Slater. Not a bad recovery for Kian Nakamura, who is now back onto a tally of 105 points. Not a panic at all, letting Nakamura get a win under his belt for Freddie Slater in second. He managed to get back through past Pescador when it counted. So that builds him up to a 15-point advantage over the Spaniard and a 9-point advantage over the Romanian Daniel Vasile in the rankings after their first 3 races of the weekend. Not a bad position at all to be in. Kian Nakamura, though, showcasing what he can do in the KZ2 category. I've seen everything I need to see now from Kian Nakamura to know that he is nothing less than world class.
World class indeed for Kian Nakamura. Brilliant performance so far. His first Heat win of the weekend. Well, Alex Powell has had 2 so far, so pretty good start for the teammate from Czech Republic and Prema. Familiar name to many of you out there following the other classes in single-seater, certainly the Prema Power Team. Now, here's the classification in full from Zuera, Kian Nakamura, Freddie Slater, Georgi Pescador, your top 3. Then we have Gabin Luye, Matos Morgato, Adrian Malero, Valentino Fraser, Robin Glerum, Samuel Luye. Your top 10, just outside of it, Karol Paziewicz, Daniel Stell, Nacho Tunan, Maxim Orlov, P15 for Chris Hannon in front of Fabrizio Rosati.
17th place behind them, Luigi Di Lorenzo getting a finish this time. Lorenzo Giannoni ahead of Alejandro Lahoz and Roman Sharapov, Archie Tillett and Federico Diana. Then Simon Billman and Tom Adams from Albin Carlsen, Richard Vigisalo and Alessio Lamartina. And then, of course, we had the retirement from Bertha Rafols. And we also had a retirement on the first lap from Jesper Sjoberg, who got involved in a couple of the melee moments on the starting line. A very interesting race altogether, though, as we've got some interesting and exciting battles to talk about moving forward. So many big talents in KZ2 really launching forward in this brilliant weekend here at the Circuito Internacional Zuera. And Freddie Slater has now got 2 wins and a second place, 144 points, meaning he's only lost 6 points all weekend so far. Not bad going at all from the British talent. And so we'll have to see what he can do continuing on in his progress over the course of the weekend. Look at this start. That's about as perfect as it gets in terms of positions. But there's the airborne moment from Jesper Sjoberg as he comes back to earth. And unfortunately, he gets really airborne. Let's look at it again. To the right of your picture. Ready? Whoa!
That is a good one.
That was a big launch, and unfortunately there was some big damage to Jesper Sjoberg. He would not complete the first lap in the end. But that's how scary it can be. That was literally within a second of the start, and up in the air went Jesper Sjoberg.
Here comes the battles here in the opening stages of the race. Everybody going through, even though a couple of slight wheel touching, wheel banging here and there. But there came the move of the race for the lead. Kian Nakamura on the inside of turn number 1, a move that will be emulated later on by Freddie Slater as the battle was raging. Georgi Pescador going around the British driver for P2 as Nakamura in the meantime really pulled away. Here comes the second move from Slater on the inside. The door was open, the British driver just went for it, and Pescador nowhere to go but to save himself, save his place and manage it to the finish. Finish crossed with a good advantage by Kian Nakamura, his first win of the weekend for the young Japanese-British driver. You can see the colors on his beautiful crash helmet. Talking about performances so far, Alex Powell has 3 wins on his name, but was slightly penalized in terms of points because he should be higher, but he picked up a penalty yesterday after a difficult first start. Was 6th on the road and 9 classified in his first heat, so that's why you don't get to see him on top of the ranking just yet. So could we say, because with such a run of performances, maybe it's a question of moments and races before he ends up within the top 3.
Well, we've just seen Kian Nakamura drive to victory. Let's hear from him, because we spoke to him earlier in the weekend about his transition to the KZ2 world with Prema.
There's quite a few differences between the OK categories and KZ, but they're both a go-kart, and even with the limited testing I've had before the FIA, I'm not so surprised at all. The driving style is quite different, the racing as well, and especially the starts is an entirely new system, let's say. But the biggest difference and the challenge, I would say, is the braking. In the KZ, you can brake really late. In the OK, you have to be a little bit more gentle with the brake, and I think that's the biggest difference in the challenge. But other than that, I mean, driving is, lines are different, but how you manage the kart is basically the same. I didn't want to do just an extra year of just okay. And last year, at the end of the year, I really wanted to do the KZ at the end of the year for the Le Mans, but there was not much time, so Dino told me I can't, and when I found out that I'm doing another year of karting, I decided, well, this is the chance I have to do a year of KZ, and the atmosphere is good. It's the people around there, it's all the same, mechanics and managers stuff is all the same as the Car Republic as last year, so there is no difference, and the atmosphere is pretty good. For the European Championship, I'll be just trying to gain experience. I think we have the speed, and as long as I can do a good start off the line, I think I should be okay. And we definitely have a shot at winning, but mainly I want to get experience, so that's heading to the World Championship. I'd like to do KZ1, and once I have that experience, I think I can do. I'm mainly focusing for the World Championships, and Europeans, I'll take in as much experience as possible. I still think that in the KZ2, I should be quite strong anyway. Until now, the biggest challenge was the starts, and I've sorted that out. So pretty confident we can take home some trophies, some silverware, and but mainly just experience going into the last race of the year.
So Kian Nakamura doing a fantastic job in the previous heat. 9 laps of racing in every heat, 15 kilometers around the circuit. And Kian Nakamura has beaten Freddie Slater and Jorge Pescador to the top spot. Time for qualifying Heat B versus F, and time to put Christian Bertuca back on the front row of the starting grid, alongside Jean Nomblo, two of the established talents in the KZ2 European fold in their second campaigns with Birolart and CBB Sport. This will be a very interesting duel between these two. Both of them, of course, know their craft now in the world of KZ2. So who is going to have the edge over the other? And what about Maxime Rehm and Luca Samalisto, the new challengers in KZ2 on the second row of the grid? They'll want to try and fight their way forward. Alessio Pacini and Samuele Leopardi are going to be there on the third row of the grid as well. So a fabulous run and a great battle to continue. Christian Bertuca and Jean Nomblo from Maxime Rehm and Luca Samalisto, Alessio Pacini and Samuele Leopardi from Thomas Imborg and Matteo Zanchi, from Robert Kinderwarte and Yannick Julius Bernhardt, Artem Sevrukin and Corentin Rousseau, from Ken Oscar Algra and Marcus Kayak.
Then we have on row number 8, Ego Nosov and Tim Locati from Alexandre Kubenko and Giuliano Olzem, Paavo Tonteri and Jose Gomez Gutierrez. Then we have Giorgio Carrera, Milan De Garatu Badesca, Tigran Bunatian, Sandro Olzem, Andrea Bozetto, Thomas Neumann, Jay Cole, Vyacheslav Puratin and Laura Bourget. 29 drivers on the grid, and everybody making their way onto the track. I think we do have everybody. Let's have a count once they get back onto the grid. As you can see, drivers waving around to get the tires up to temperatures. The LeConte tires, partner of the FIA Karting competition for quite a few seasons now, as they provide the compounds for both the KZ and the KZ2. Just a quick reminder, if you're not entirely familiar with the rule book, it's quite big actually, so I might have read it a couple of times.
Have you read it all yet?
Yeah, I think I did, you know, but in pieces.
You liar. You absolute liar. You haven't read all of it.
I haven't read it in full, just, you know, in one go. But,
yeah.
you know, I constantly get back to it, as I'm sure you do as well.
That's the correct answer.
Just to keep up to date with all the changes. But just a quick reminder about the tires. All the competitors have 1.5 sets of tires from qualifying to the super heat, and then they have 1 extra set for the final as well as in the KZ. So they are actually free to juggle with those tires. And you had, for example, the example in the KZ class where Daniel Albanese chose to go with 2 new tires for his second qualifying heat. That's why it was so fast. So it depends on the strategy in each of the 10 for each of those drivers, staying with the same set of tires to really maximize the performance when it counts the most in the final. Or if you're in trouble, if you need of positions and points, maybe put fresher rubber in the last qualifying heat or in the super heat. So it's all about, you know, how it goes from a performance perspective. And we talk a lot about tires in motorsport, especially in karting, but that's part of it, especially in Zuera, where they put under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and if you're going to put fresh tires on one side of the kart, then you're almost certainly going to do it on the left side of the kart, with this being a clockwise circuit and it's being the very nearly a mile in length. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the tires here in particular, but the LeContes, which have been improving all of the time, and the drivers are very happy with them on the whole. They give plenty of grip when needed, but also great racing as a product on the other side of it as well. It's going to be really exciting to see how the drivers cope with the pressure of this one. Couple of drivers out of position on the start, just a little bit backwards from Matteo Zanchi, but of course he'll roll the kart slightly further forward in his grid slot, ready for the start. They just move the kart slightly forward or back, depending on making sure the rubber doesn't stick to the road. Are we going to go racing this time by? Yes, we are, and it's a bit of a tough start at the front from Christian Bertuca as the drivers work their way forward, but it's a terrible start, I'm afraid, from Jean Nomblo, who doesn't get away well at all and has ended up falling back to about 5th or 6th position as they work their way through turn 2. Is everybody going to get past that right apex without incident? Just about. But it looks as though there's already a bit of pressure coming in from Maxime Rem, trying to work his way forward into 2nd position. He's done that. And up to 3rd position, that's another of the Birolats. That's got to be Alessio Piccini.
Yeah, actually, Jean Nomblo had a horrific start, I'm afraid, for the Frenchman, and now is into the back, or just before his teammate from CPB, Thomas Imbourg, but further back in positions as everybody goes through the second hairpin of turn number 7. A couple of overtaking maneuvers into the pack. Everybody trying to place themselves at the end of the opening lap. But look at the two teammates from CPB, Imbourg and Jean Nomblo. We're starting from 2nd. Didn't have the best of getaway at all, losing a lot of momentum, which is quite unusual for Jean Nomblo, as he won one qualifying race yesterday to get us started with. Christian Bertuca.
An investigation flag. Has he jumped the start from pole position? That would not be the first time this weekend either.
That would be the 2nd time, unfortunately. That must be it, because we haven't seen anything in particular worth of a penalty in the opening lap. So was it once again a getaway a bit too soon before lights out, or maybe did he move just slightly on his square before the lights out?
Well, Christian Bertuca cannot afford another penalty, and he's certainly staring one in the face at the moment. This is not good news for Bertuca if it goes against him. Maxime Rem up to 2nd position, Alessio Piccini in 3rd. If that's the way it ends, then Maxime Rem, the German talent for the Leclerc by Lennox racing team, could be staring his first KZ2 win in only his 3rd attempt. We've got a kart off in the background, 2 karts off, I think, in the background, actually. So who is that that's fallen from the fray? Marcus Kayak has had an incident on the last lap. And it looks like Milan De Garatu dropped back as well, but there is the 304. That, unfortunately, is the Synergy Rebel of Marcus Kayak for the KH Racing team. They've only just taken on the Synergy Rebel kart for the 2023 season, and they've updated the karts. Oh! Bertuca loses it! Bertuca loses the kart completely! And off the road goes Maxime Rem, trying to avoid him. We saw how close Freddie Slater came to losing it. That's exactly what happens when you lose it. Flat on the throttle in turn 1. Christian Bertuca loses the kart from the lead.
What a momentum loss from Christian Bertuca. What a turn of events. As you said, Slater came close, but Bertuca lost total control. And he came close actually to be hit by some of the other drivers in the lead. But unfortunately for everybody, it didn't happen. But Christian Bertuca dropped all the way down. He was able to get started again, but after the penalty picked up, this is disastrous turn of event for Christian Bertuca.
That has ruined his weekend, and it just shows you how strong the crosswinds can upset your balance through turn 1, flat on the throttle. And that means that with Maxime Rem having to take avoiding action, Alessio Piccini is now the race leader. 344 getting a warning. That is Corentin Russo on the Maranello kart. But Piccini now leads. Rem in 2nd from Leopardi, Zanchi, Imbourg, Nomblo, Kindervater, and Yannick Julius Bernhardt.
And as a result, there might be a bit of dust as well on the outside of the turn, onto the curb, onto the racing line as well, which will not give a bit of a tussle as well, and a wheel banging into the mid-pack.
That's really cost Thomas Imbourg and Jean Nomblo. They are now down to 8th and 9th, respectfully.
Yeah, driver's going to have to
They're
be
still
careful.
banging.
Oh, my God.
That is Nomblo having an absolute... and going around. Absolute carnage. And it's ripped off the front fairing, the front nacelle panel of one of his teammates, as well as Igor Nozov. So Imbourg and Nozov got too close together. And
oh, my God.
That was just absolutely sloppy from everybody. Absolutely enraged Tim Locati, who's already had one problem in the day-to-day. And Licati off the kart again, and look at how enraged, absolutely livid, that poor Sony Kart star Thomas Imborg is. Absolutely livid. And look how tricky it is now after that spin from Christian Bertuca as they go through turn one. Pacini and Rem are actually really struggling to get the karts turned in, but it's absolutely sent the heavens open as far as going for the battle of the victory is. But Thomas Imborg battling wheel to wheel with Jean Nomblo, and it was Imborg who ended up tripping over first Igor Nozov and then Tim Licati.
Yeah, absolute mayhem. You can see him, Thomas Imborg, walking around with the marshals in safe place, but what a mayhem that is in the last qualifying race before the lunch break. Maybe some of the drivers were too keen on going for a grab, but they still have a couple of laps to go through. This was really a hectic turn of event. First for Christian Bertuca, then we lost both Tim Licati and Thomas Imborg on that big incident. And once again, fortunately, we don't have many more drivers involved in what could have been a big shunt.
Right, this is very impressive from Maxime Rem, considering he had to take big avoiding action of Christian Bertuca and actually went off the road at turn two, trying to get out of the way of the Birolart driver from Italy. Now he's got a chance to fight his way back and take the lead. Here he goes, slides in on the inside of Alessio Pacini. What a comeback from the German. Maxime Rem has hit the front, and that is amazing considering that he was off the road a few laps ago, trying to get out of the draft of the spinning Christian Bertuca. Maxime Rem has hit the front, and now Samuel Leopardi is going to have a try to get past Pacini as well.
Oh, we do like that, don't we? More of that slide, please, because that was a beautiful move from Maxime Rem. Not only did he go on the inside, but sliding the car across, no touching whatsoever. But it was a beautiful move indeed for Maxime Rem, who takes the Leclerc by Lennox colors up in the lead. The Birolart chassis, the Leclerc chassis by Birolart, shall I say, in the lead in front of Pacini and Leopardi, and there might be more coming onto turn number one. Not quite close enough to make a move and switch positions, but they still have a couple of laps remaining. Let's have a look at the start.
And look, Bertuca did move just the slightest touch, so no major surprises that he's under investigation. I think that's marginal as to whether that's worthy of a penalty, but obviously they're investigating it. Now we're going to have to see. Here's the problem for Marcus Kayak. That's a mechanical problem. He wasn't taken out by anybody. That's a mechanical problem for the Synergy Rebel, unfortunately, and he just slows to a crawl. Poor Marcus Kayak. His race is over. He can't get a gear.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. And here's the moment of the race that we saw very slightly. Christian Bertuca going off, and here's the shunt with Thomas Imborg.
It's just so messy, and then he gets spat out into the path of Tim Licati. So bitterly disappointing for Thomas Imborg.
Yeah, succession of events, unfortunate events for those drivers in what has been a very hectic qualifying heat. Back in the lead, Maxime Rem, Alessio Pacini, Leopardi, split by 0.3 of a second. Then Leopardi half a second behind. Oh, there was a bit of a moment behind by the look of it. One of the drivers in P4, Julius Bernal, was going a little bit wide on the curb, the exact position where Bertuca lost it a couple of laps ago. Then we have Artem Severyukin as well, picking up places up into 6. Well done from the Racing Line driver. Severyukin in P6 from Jean Nomblo.
Let's see Bertuca's moment. Look, the back end's already quite out as he went through turn one, and he just got one wheel on the dust of the curb. Look at how close Maxime Rem was to hitting Christian Bertuca's car. He was so lucky, and now here he is, having dropped behind Pacini initially. He's fought his way back through past him, and Maxime Rem is going to be the hero of the hour.
Yeah, talking about Bertuca, you can see clearly that it was already, as you said, sliding into a spin on the curb. So it wasn't very much touching of the curb on the outside or going to the dust that really launched him into speed. It's a spin. It seems like he lost control on the exit of turn number 2, maybe because of the wind, but definitely a very costly mistake from Christian Bertuca, and the other drivers in the next races will have to be very careful.
I love that static camera on turn one. You really get the feel for speed. They are going through turn one flat and accelerating on the throttle at about 151, 152 kilometers an hour as they go through that first corner. So it is very fast indeed. Look at Samuele Leopardi. Leopardi is trying to get one over on Alessio Pacini in the final lap. He just can't quite get close enough to throw it up the inside of Pacini just yet, but if he can stay with him through this long flowing right-hander at 9 and then into the left at 10, he might just get his opportunity into the square right at 11. Here he goes, he has a look for it. Not close enough. He'll have to settle for third, but on the exit, he's got a better run. He might just beat it to the line. It's Maxime Rem who gets the victory. Side by side for second. Who got there? It's Piccini. Piccini just gets there in front of Leopardi. The gap between them was 0.06 of a second at the line. So very nicely handled by Maxime Rem, who bounces back from avoiding a big accident with Christian Bertuca to taking the win in fantastic fashion. So a really exciting run and a great crack of form. Absolutely amazing from the contenders. Really exciting run and a fantastic and phenomenal display from Maxime Rem. So a really exciting challenge through from the German, who now comes through to take over the victory position. Very nice indeed. That was so scary at turn one when Christian Bertuca lost the kart completely. And Alessio Piccini there coming through in second position. He really picked up the pieces from that one. Everybody in the top 6 positions in that race were able to make up a minimum of 2 places from their starting position. And that's the kind of race that you dream about in terms of the action of it. But Christian Bertuca, so unlucky. Lost the lead with a spin. Maxime Rem in front of Alessio Piccini and Samuele Leopardi. Then Matteo Zanchi and Yannick Julius Bernhardt. From Artem Sevrukin, Jean Nomblo and Robert Kindevata. Paavo Tonteri and Lucas Amalisto in the top 10. Then Corentin Rousseau and Vyacheslav Putyatin. Then Ken Oscar Algra in front of Giorgio Carrara. Alexandre Kubenko fighting back to 15th position in the end from Tigran Bonatian and Igor Nozov, who managed to finish despite having his Nassau panel nearly ripped off the kart. Sandro Holzem in front of Christian Bertuca, who fought to 19th in front of Jose Gomez. Then Andrea Bossetto, Laurent Bourget, Jay Cool, Thomas Newman, Giuliano Holzem and Milan de Garatu. The retirements, Thomas Imborg, Tim Locati and Marcus Kayak, who were all off in the early stages of this race. Very, very tough one indeed in KZ2 qualifying Heat B versus F, and certainly giving us one of the most dramatic moments of the weekend. We'll replay it in the highlights, but my goodness me, some big moments in KZ2 on this particular occasion. Let's look back at the start, and look, Bertuca does move a fraction. Oh, that's marginal. That's really tight as to whether he's jumped the start there or not. It's certainly under investigation. Whether he'll get the penalty or not remains to be seen, but he only finished 19th anyway. There's Marcus Kayak crawling to a standstill. Fair play to Giorgio Carrara. The Argentine almost clipped the Estonian as he went by, but he managed to get around him just in the nick of time. And then comes the scariest moment of the race. Here it is. Look, the back end's already drifting, and he just catches the gravel. That's it. Nothing Bertuca can do about it. He's already long gone. And look at Maxime Rem. How close was that? That was scary as you like. Maxime Rem just about got away with that. Here he is on the... we haven't seen this bit yet. Here's his recovery. He almost holds on to the lead, but he just has to slot in behind Piccini. Now, here's Imborg. He's already done some wheel banging with Jean Nomblo. Here's Igor Nozov. He goes for the move. They rip each other's Nassau panel to pieces there. Look, takes off Igor Nozov's car. Then Imborg gets spat out into the path of Tim Locati. And both CBB Sports Sodis are out. And this is how enraged Thomas Imborg was as a result of the retirement. Bitter disappointment indeed for one of the stars of KZ2. Now here's the comeback charge from Maxime Rem, diving through up the inside of Alessio Piccini. A great resurgence from the German. And despite a little bit of a late challenge from Samuele Leopardi, Piccini able to hold on a second, but Maxime Rem, what a fight back. Victory for the German in an amazing drive. That's great news to see Maxime Rem getting himself into KZ2 with Jordan Lennox Lamb's crew on the Leclerc by Lennox Racing kart. And he has charged his way. Despite going off the road trying to avoid Bertuca, he has crept his way forward in fine style. Excellent, excellent work. And so now we will go down to the pit lane where Guillaume Alvarez is waiting to chat to our hero from KZ2.
Welcome back, guys, live from the Parc Fermé and the Scale. I'm here with one of the heroes of the hour, Maxime Rem. What a beautiful result, first of all. Talk us through the race, because you gave us one scary moment at some point.
Yeah, so, well, I started off with a good start. I was behind Bertuca, and I just tried to follow him and save my tires, obviously, because it's a long day still. And then he just went off the track and spun in front of me. And yeah, I first thought he goes left, and then the car went drastically right, and it was that close, really, that I hit him, and I was like, wow. And I went over the grass, And yeah, then Piccini was in front of me. My tires got clean again, and I catch up the speed, and I finally overtook Piccini. And yeah, the rest of the race, I just saved my tires, and that's it, really.
In one scary moment like that, I mean, it goes fast, but what happens through your head under the helmet? Have you any time to think about what to do?
Yeah, actually, when it happened, I didn't really think about it. You know, just now when I hit the pits, I'm like, that was very close. So, but when I'm driving, I didn't think about it. I forgot it when I was driving.
The viewers might actually be aware of that, but it's very windy here in Zuera. We can feel it under the roof of the Parc Fermé. How is it out there on track? We've seen Bertuca losing control outside of turn number 3. Seems like that part of the track is very windy, don't you think?
Yeah, it's very windy. I mean, if the wind goes under your car, you can lose the steering sometimes. And yeah, I think maybe that happened to him, and he dropped the wheel, and that's it, really. It's such a fast part of the track, the fastest part, actually. Yeah, and then you can't do much about it.
So there's a couple of races left. How do you feel about the progress made so far, and what you can achieve?
Obviously, this year I started off by driving OK Senior, and it was a quick decision to drive KZ2. And yeah, you know, I catch up with the speed very quick, and as I showed in this race and in the qualifying, I'm very fast, probably one of the fastest. So I'm very confident going in the next races.
Fantastic spirit. Thank you so much for talking to us, Maxi Rem, and good luck for the next races. Back to you, Jake, as we're going to take a short break for the lunch, and then we'll be back this afternoon for some more racing in the KZ and KZ2. So stay with us.
Indeed we are. What a fabulous battle it has been in KZ2 so far. At this point in proceedings, Freddie Slater currently on 144 points to Daniel Vasile on 135. Jorge Pescador on 129 and Alex Powell and Jean Noblo on 126. Still a long way to go in this weekend with 2 qualifying heats left for the KZ2 drivers. There's the schedule for this afternoon, and as you can see, we're going to get back into racing action just over an hour and 15 minutes from this point. But then, of course, we have KZ qualifying heat number 3 at 3:35. And as it stands at the moment, Danilo Albanese and Senna van Waalstein are locked together on 94 points apiece, with Denner and Iglesias both on 77 and Tom Loya on 76. Then we will end the day at 5:05 with the final KZ2 qualifying heat. We'll have our great Q&A this afternoon as well. Do please join us for that. We'll speak to the FIA Karting President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, and we'll speak to some of the men behind the scenes, running the teams and coaching the drivers as they are continuing their development and progress. We'll get lots of big names on the camera over the course of the day as well, with the drivers battling for position. There's still a lot to do and a lot to talk about here at the Circuito Internacional Zuera here in Spain. From Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez, we'll be back in a short while. The battle is still raging in intensity here in the FIA karting categories as we are ready for KZ and KZ2 in phenomenal fashion. It's definitely going to be an exciting afternoon as we gear up for the remaining 7 races of the weekend's Saturday action. 17 degrees Celsius, the wind is very strong. Look at that, 15 kilometers an hour wind speed. And it's relatively recent increase in humidity as well for a circuit that is just a few inches off the full mile, 1.699 kilometers in length. And it's definitely going to be an intriguing battle this afternoon. Currently, as it stands in the KZ2 category, it is a very tight battle up at the sharp end of the dais, with Freddie Slater currently leading the way on 144 points, the Daniel Vasile of Romania on 135, Jorge Pescador on 129, ahead of the Jamaican sensation Alex Powell on 126. But it's still ridiculously close after 2 qualifying heats in the KZ battle. Daniel Albanese and Senna van Waalstein both have 94 points. Emilion Denner and Jeremy Iglesias, the 2 Frenchmen, have 77. And Tom Loya, the other Frenchman in the brigade, has 76. It's open season. That's what we like. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez still here in the commentary box with you. We've got a busy afternoon ahead. 7 races, 6 from KZ2 and the 3rd and final qualifying heat from KZ. Plus, we'll be talking to a few of the men behind the scenes running the operations and outfits in 2023. And we'll grab a word as well with our FIA Karting president, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim. We are delighted to have his presence on the circuit again here in Zuera. And so far, it's been a case of deal with the pressure as much as you can, but not every driver has been able to do so out of the blocks so far today.
Buenas tardes a todos and welcome back to Zuera. It has been indeed a very hectic first part of the day, halfway through the program with 7 races left. And some of the drivers have been able to manage the starting procedures, especially the newcomers. Freddie Slater has been absolutely fantastic at that. He nailed really some of his moments, tricky moments into the qualifying races. Christian Bertuca unfortunately picked up 2 penalties, and in this last race, if you were not with us, he just went on a spin, unfortunately, and as he was leading and cruising away in the lead. So desperate turn of event for Christian Bertuca. One of his teammates under the same tent of Birrelarto de Lissone factory, we got a chance to talk to him earlier, and is going to be starting ahead of the pack for the race ahead of us, the qualifying race opposing Group B and C. This is Freddie Slater.
We kind of found the pace quite quickly overall. I think I'm not that surprised, I don't think, because I kind of knew in myself that I had the capability to get any type of chassis, kart, whatever it is, around the track. So I think we've really pushed hard and we've done a lot of testing. And yeah, it's completely different to what I've been driving recently. So it's a new learning for me. And like Birrelarto, Riccardo Longhi, Ronnie Sala, they put so much effort into me to teach me all the right things so I could be at the front as soon as possible, because yes, the speed is important, but then also the racing, because the racing is so intense. Like, it's game over if you don't get a good start, so you really got to be on it. In KZ, it's a lot more down to the driver instead of more the kart, because the karts are pretty much all similar and you run them the same. So I think it's more down to the driver, which is a good feeling because you know that it's you. And but then with the engine builder, the carburation is really hard in KZ. That's some of the things, like especially if it gets windy for a race, it can affect it massively. So, but we can't do anything about it whilst driving, unfortunately. But that's the hard bit about KZ, is trying to feed back to the engine builder about the engine, the carburation and stuff. So my birthday is not till August. I kind of had a year of not, I could have done another year of okay, but we kind of see the gearbox class as like the top of karting, and it was always something I wanted to do from a young age. So I'm doing Ginetta this year, and it was just kind of a thing that I thought, I don't quite want to leave karting yet, so I just thought I'd come have a little go in this. And in the OK, you just do so many more race weekends, so this is a lot more chilled of a year, but yeah, it's good fun. Of course, it's a little bit harder in Birrelarto, they're Italian, obviously Ricky Flynn are English, so and I know a lot of them from when I was in teams before, when I was younger, so we kind of built that relationship quite nicely in Ricky Flynn, but you can't always stay where it's all going smoothly, and you got to move on at some point. So in the Birrelarto, it's good fun. We have good banter and stuff, so it's trying to learn a bit of Italian, so yeah, we'll see. I'm very confident with what I can do myself. We know we have the product, we know we have the speed, so now we just got to put it together. It started to come in the last couple of races, and I'm happy and I'm confident for this weekend, and we'll see how it goes.
A fascinating opportunity for Freddie Slater. He goes on the front row of the grid for this one alongside his teammate Christian Bertuca. Maxim Rem and Daniel Stell making an all-German second row, then Alessio Piccini and Adrian Maliero from Thomas Imburg and Brandon Nilsson, Robert Kindervater and Samuel Luye, then Artem Sevrykin, Nacho Tunion, Ken Oscar Algro, Luigi De Lorenzo, Igor Nozov and Alessio Lamartina.
On row number 9, we have Alexandre Kubenko and Jesper Sjoberg, followed by Paavo Tonteri, Fabrizio Rosati, Giorgio Carrera, Roman Sharapov, Tigran Bonatian, Archie Tillett, Andrea Bosetto, Albert Carlson, Jay Cool, Tom Adams, Laura Bourget, and Federico Diana. A total of 30 drivers making their way onto the track and waving around to get the tires up to temperatures. Welcome everybody, welcome along if you're joining us right now for the afternoon of racing live from the Circuito Internacional Zuera in the beautiful desert of Aragon. Very windy ever since the start of the day. One of the many difficulties and challenges the drivers of the FIA Karting European Championship have to go through. This is the opening round of the European competition for KZ and KZ2. And right now we have a 1-2 on the grid from Birelard, Christian Bertuca, who won on the road his first race, picked up a penalty, won his second, and unfortunately went for a spin in his last race. So he's eager to really make up for the ground that he lost. Freddie Slater, unlike his Italian teammate from Birelard, is sitting in a relatively comfortable chair. He's leading the pack as it stands in points. There's a couple of wins under his name, and he's been absolutely fantastic at nailing the starts. So let's see if he's going to be able to do so from the outside line on the track on the way to turn number 1. We've seen some swaps of position from Freddie Slater, who actually managed to get a better getaway from the outside than the inside on the way to turn number 1.
Can we just point out that the flag marshal on the main straight is actually struggling to hold the flag upright? Yeah, that is how strong the wind actually is on the main straight. He's actually having to lean forward down the straight in order to hold that flag in position. It is definitely stronger wind than 15 kilometers an hour now. This is so difficult, and we've seen a couple of drivers come a cropper of those crosswinds over the course of the wind. Look, he's really struggling just to keep that flag in the air. This is such a difficult situation now for the drivers having to deal with these winds. It's rocking every single awning in the paddock as well. And this is a very difficult situation in terms of tactics and strategy, plus just coping with your day-to-day running of the team in the awnings. So this is going to be a challenge for everybody. But now we're getting ourselves ready. The Birelard twins on the front row. Christian Bertuca and Freddie Slater. They will battle for the first corner. When the lights go out, they race. Which is now! Perfect start from Freddie Slater. But here comes Christian Bertuca at the inside. He'll get the inside line. So Bertuca takes the lead from Slater. Slater got a slightly better launch, but he had to let his teammate go. Up the inside, a good run from Adrian Maliero. He's worked his way through in a third position. A great start from the CRG. At least it was third. Now it's down to fourth behind the German Maxim Rem once again. So Maxim Rem through to third position, and the two Birelards third. Freddie Slater gesturing to Christian Bertuca. Let's get away. Let's disappear from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, they have a bit of a breathing space behind them. Now it's time to push. For 9 laps is the length of the qualifying race, and Bertuca, Slater 1 and 2. Watch out for some of the moves coming into turn number 7. That's going to happen. The driver is trying to put themselves in the racing line. No trouble at all for anybody whatsoever into this opening lap. That's what you need to do as well, not to get yourself into too much trouble. But as it seems, Maxim Rem will be the one to watch as well. He has 1 win under his name this morning. And you heard him at the interview before we left for the lunch break. He's eager to get on going on that trend. And the pace is there, the confidence is there for Maxim Rem, and is there in third place with the Birelard twins there for the taking as well.
Alex Kubenko picking up an investigation for the start, we presume. So a bit of an issue there for the Tony Kart factory star. But this is perfect for Freddie Slater. The man in front of him is his teammate Christian Bertuca, who's obviously dropped a couple of heats. As down up the inside, that is Piccini. So Alessio Piccini gets through into fourth position on Marietta. We've got karts off up at turn 4 on the second lap. It looks like Samuel Luye, the Swiss driver, Samuel Luye for Tony Kart. That has gone very badly wrong indeed for him. He is going to get started again, but he now falls to the back of the field. Look how quick the acceleration is for him to get back up to speed again. That's how quick it is. 0 to 60 kilometers an hour in comparable speeds to the Bugatti Chiron road car. That is unbelievable when you consider that these karts are just a couple of millimeters off the floor. So, a really exciting tussle. But as I said before, this is excellent work for Slater. Slater's down to third, in fact. Maxim Rem has got through in a second position, so Maxim Rem has now split his Birelard colleagues. Although he's on the Charles Leclerc chassis, this is still very much part of the Birelard group. So it's 1, 2, 3, and 4 for Birolart Karts, as there is the battle for Daniel Stell. He's currently dueling away with Brandon Nilsson. Here comes Thomas Imborg trying to make up ground on the inside of Maliero, and he gets through no problem. So Thomas Imborg trying to recover after his disastrous previous heat.
Yeah, he had a bit of a big crash, actually. Quite unfortunate turn event for Thomas Imborg. He's going to have to work hard to make up for the ground that he lost in the points as well. Throwing in the bin and now making a good run out up into P5. Let's have a replay of the start, shall we? You can see a perfect getaway from both the Birolart teammates. For everybody, actually, some of them being pushed a little bit on the side, but on the inside line into turn number 1, Christian Bertuca was the first out there. And Freddy Slater actually kept it cool, stayed in second place, as we can see once again from the back. And some of the drivers actually had a little bit of a wrong getaway, shall we say. Some of them were moving just before the lights went out, and unfortunately that's going to be worth a penalty.
Well, the thing is, it looks like Kubenko did move slightly, but he came off the throttle. So by doing so, he ended up losing positions on the way down the straight again anyway. Up the inside, big dive from the Sodi of Thomas Imborg. He gets through on Alessio Pacini. So that puts him up into 4th position. So now we've got Freddy Slater all over the back of Maxime Rem, trying to get his way back in a 2nd position. Top 3 would still do fine for Freddy Slater because Maxime Rem's dropped positions. So too, of course, as Christian Bertuca after his spin in the previous heat. So Freddy Slater in the top 3 is pretty much perfect as far as leading the brigade is concerned in the point standings.
So a confirmation of the jump start, we've been told, for Alexandre Kubenko is being investigated, hence the replay. And this will be certainly worth discussion post-race. It's not the first one, it won't be the last to pick up that sort of penalty, even though those starting procedures are so hard to nail. And some of them have been successful. For Slater, the first one ever since the start of the weekend. Here we are with the British driver in 3rd place, chasing Maxime Rem on the way to turn number 3. And then all the way down to turn number 4, the straight, on the way to turn. And there he goes on the inside, beautifully made by Freddy Slater, who picks up a place in P2. In the meantime, as he was busy trying to do that, Christian Bertuca really pulled away almost a second from his teammate, but now it's done and Slater can unleash the beast, but really have enough time to try to catch up with his teammate. That's another story.
These two know each other so well, of course, Freddy Slater and Maxime Rem. Don't forget, last year they were teammates in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport operation in the OK Senior category, so they know each other's tricks very well. And they are in the sister teams to each other, the Birolart factory outfit and the Leclerc by Lennox racing operation. So they're now on the same equipment, but slightly different teams, although it'll still count as a victory for Birolart if Jordan Lennox-Lamb gets something done this weekend. Maxime Rem doing a fine job in 3rd position at the moment. And then it's Imborg in 4th, Pacini, Stell, Mariero, Nilsson, Kindervata, Savryukin and Paavo Totteri in front of the Argentine Giorgio Carrara. Igor Nozov having a slightly better race this time in front of Fabrizio Razzati and Ken Algra. And now we're looking at Stell, trying to get his way through on the inside of Alessio Pacini, and a big dive up the inside behind him. That is Brandon Nilsson getting his move on his teammate, Adrian Maliero.
Yeah, beautifully made by Nilsson. This is upper place. The battle for P7 it was, and the move was done out of lap number 6 out of 9. As the gap remains the same on the inside into the hairpin number 7. Oh, there was a bit of a slide and some small touching from Pacini, unfortunately, out there in his battle against Nilsson, Malero as well. This is Thomas Imborg in the mix.
I think it was Kindervata, actually.
Kindervata wasn't in.
Yeah,
oh,
the KS, it was thinking, oh, and off the road. That is 2 cards coming off there, the Tony Kart factory outfit and the Parolin. And we've also lost one of the DPKs.
I think Nacho Tunan might be one of them as well.
Yep, so that is Nacho Tunan off the road.
And Jake Cole seems to be missing as well in 2nd sector, so...
Yeah, and we've also had Alexandre Kubenko go clean off the road and come back on again. So big moments there in the middle of the lap that time round. So 3 drivers dropping down the wayside. Here's Maliero really struggling to keep the racing line of Artem Savryukin and the KSW Birolart of Kindervata, who are both trying to come through. Maliero has dropped to 11th position as a result of all of that. So Savryukin in the racing line, and that is one of the DBKs. That is Nacho Tunan, having recovered, trying to get himself going again down in 27th position, but it's not going to happen. Oh, and the Marshal has fallen over, trying to get that kart moved with the field bearing down on him. No surprises there at all.
Yeah, it's such a difficult task because once the driver is out of the car, it's down to the Marshals to try to move it out of the way, especially on the racing line. They don't have a lot of time, so once again, hats off to the Orange Army of the Marshals of the Circuito Zuera. Like everywhere in the world, you know, the Marshals on the track are an important, even though crucial piece of the good functioning of those weekends, and they do an immense job they're trying to keep everybody safe.
Now, Thomas Imborg is not satisfied being down in 4th position. He's got a lap and a half to go for the inside of Maxime Rem, and there's the proof. He slides in, dives through on the inside of Maxime Rem, and Rem has to back out of the throttle. That was daring from Thomas Imborg, but it worked.
Yeah, it worked indeed in turn number 5, and Maxime Rem was really caught by surprise of this, just losing momentum as a result. So impressive performance, impressive move as well.
Look how quickly Slater is gathering pace on Bertuca. This is going to be a rude awakening for the Italian up front. I don't think he realizes just how quickly Freddie Slater's bearing down on him. It would not at all surprise me if he dives for the move going into turn 1 at the end of the lap. He has a think about it into turn 11, backs down from him, but he's got good pace, and obviously in the crosswind, he's going to have big slipstream. Don't take the risk into turn 1. 2nd place is a valuable position to be. You don't want to throw that away. Into La Ultima Vuelta, the last lap. Little puff of dust again from Christian Bertuca. He's already thrown it away once. He doesn't want to do it again.
Absolutely, and I do wonder what's happening behind the helmet, you know, because Bertuca has been through so much trouble through the course of the weekend. He knows that Slater is leading the way. They're under the same team, same objective for Birelart. But Bertuca is very much a competitor. He wants that win. He wants to collect the points and trying to make up for the disastrous spin that actually cost him a victory.
Look at the defensive tactics from Bertuca. You've got to remember, this is his team as far as he's concerned. Slater is the upstart coming in and ruining the roost. So he doesn't want Freddie Slater to take victories off him. Slater can be quite happy content in 2nd place. But Slater's a racing driver. He doesn't want to settle for 2nd position. He's got a chance here to go for it. If he can get a cleaner exit out of 11, which he does, he might just sprint past Bertuca to the line. Bertuca's going to hold it, though. Slater in 2nd place. That'll do. And they are 1 and 2. But Slater still holds the lead in the point standings on 188 points, only dropping 12 over the course of these first 4 races. So it's been a really exciting battle to see Slater have that little battle for supremacy. But Christian Bertuca hangs on to the win in the 3:17, in the 3:01, sorry. That's Freddie Slater in the 3:17, but the 3:01 of Christian Bertuca holds on to it. There is the points leader. That is Freddie Slater himself in 2nd place. But Christian Bertuca is the man who wins this particular race, and that's definitely helped him out quite a lot after his drop in pace earlier. He's now on 144 points after 4 races, so that definitely helps Bertuca out. But what a tough race it is going to be going into tomorrow. And going to the 5th heat later, of course, it's going to be just as tough. So very exciting stuff from Christian Bertuca and Freddie Slater. Thomas Imborg in the mix there in 4th position, of course. So really tricky situation. But certainly everybody having a really tough race of it. Here is the provisional result then of qualifying heat B versus C. Christian Bertuca ahead of Freddie Slater and Thomas Imborg. Maxime Rem in 4th ahead of Alessio Piccini and Daniel Stel. Brandon Nilsson, Robert Kinderwater and Artem Sevrukin in the top 10 along with Paavo Tonterri. Then Adrian Mariero in 11th position in front of Igor Nosov. And then Giorgio Carrara, Luigi Di Lorenzo and the energy course of Tigran Bonatian in 15th position. 16th for Roman Sharapov in front of the Estonian Ken Oscar Algra in the Maranello chassis. Then it is Fabrizio Rosati in front of Archie Tillett and Federico Diana. Albin Carlson and Alessio Lamartina in front of Andrea Bossetto and Laura Borget, the privateer. She was ahead of Alex Kubenko, Jay Cool, Tom Adams out of the race. So too was Nacho Tunion, Jesper Sjolberg and Samuel Luye, who had problems right towards the start of the race. Jesper Sjolberg unable to complete the race distance. No, of course, was Sam Luye. I think the 2 of them ended up actually tagging into each other. So 9 laps completed. And it is going to be a very difficult race moving forward for several of the contenders in the battle. Provisional classification after that race. Slater has 188 points, Maxime Rem on 160, Piccini on 158, and Bertuca now on 144. There's the start again, and you can see quite clearly Kubenko getting quite the start on the way through. So he's been able to move his way further forward on the start. You can see Bertuca not getting as good a start as Slater, but because he had the inside line, there wasn't really a lot that Slater could do except cause an incident that didn't need to happen. Here's the replay at the start. Look to the right. There's Kubenko moving. He wasn't the only one either. There was about 2 or 3 others, I think, that just got a little bit too trigger happy on the throttle. So there could be a couple of carts being investigated there by race control. Big slide up the inside from Thomas Imborg, really throwing his weight around there, trying to make up places, and he did manage to get his way back into third position. This was a nice move on the inside of Alessio Pacini. I don't think Pacini agreed. But a very nice battle as Freddie Slater found his way back on the inside of Maxim Rem into second. And then it wouldn't be long before Thomas Imborg found his move as well. That was a daring one as well from the CRG of Brandon Nilsson, getting through on his teammate. And then we had a couple of scary moments in the middle of the pack. Here's the little duel between Kubenko and Tugnon. And as you can see, 2 karts into one space doesn't really work. And I think there was another one caught out in all of that. Yep, Jay Cool, I think it was, who got tagged in the middle of all of it as well. So Cool and Kubenko having to recover. And back into the race they went, but they would come home in 25th and 26th, those two. Tom Adams falling out of the race. That's how tricky and how treacherous it is for the marshals to clear up the circuit when they are that close to the fast apex there on the way through turn 8. Not easy. So, a fabulous battle for Christian Bertuca taking the victory in front of Freddie Slater and Thomas Imborg. Guillaume Alvarez, however, is down in pit lane.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, live from the Parc Fermé and the Scale here in Zuera. I'm here with Christian Bertuca. We've talked a lot about you, mate, over the course of the weekend. It's been, you know, a difficult path so far. You've had the pace, you've been up front, and finally it's been paid off once again. Another victory for you. How do you feel?
Yeah, with the chassis and everything, I feel really good, and I just made some mistakes that shouldn't be made by someone that has a bit of experience and all the work that we do. And I'm really sorry for that to my team and who works behind me. And I will not give up until the end, and for sure something is going to work out, and the final I can still do something.
Yeah, of course, I'm sure you will. That's the good spirit. We saw you battling along with your teammate, Freddie Slater, who came close to you. In that situation, what goes through your mind? Same team, different objectives, I get different places in the points.
Yeah, he probably used his head, and he went smart, and he helped me to get more points for get me back in my position. And for sure, he's doing a great job. He started a bit after me, but he's a really fast guy, and for sure he's one of my biggest enemy, we say, and I hope the team is gonna win this week.
All right, good words. Thank you very much. Grazie mille, Christian Bertuca, and good luck for the last qualifying heat and the rest of the weekend. I think, Jake, that we do have a little bit of a time before the next race. Let's try to see if I can talk to someone else in the meantime before we go back to racing. As you can see behind me, as always, the scrutineering area are being busy with the scale. All the drivers have to go through that particular part of the track once they're done with the racing on the scale, with the helmet and material to go through the weighting process. That's part of the regulation. That's how it goes here in the FIA Karting Championship and pretty much in all sorts of series in the karting world. So good to hear from Christian Bertuca. Let's see if we got the time. I think that we're getting near the start of the next race. So if I don't find anyone, I'll get back to you, Jake, in just a moment. But as you can see, the drivers are being busy, lifting the cars, getting them on the little trolleys. And most of the drivers that finished up front in the higher part of the track have gone past. Let's see if we can have a word with Ken Oscar Algre. I'm gonna try to find Ken Oscar. Ken Oscar? Ken? Ken, would you be available for a quick interview? A couple of questions about your weekend? Very quickly. All right, come with me. Beautiful. All right, can come with me. Good to have you. Ken Oscar Algre, a couple of words for this opening round of the European Championship. How has it been going for you so far with the Maranello team?
The pace is good, but we had a bit of unluck with the qualifying groups. So finished P40 or P38. Then the heats have gone okay so far. So yeah, it's
great. Thank you for talking to us. Off we go as we go back to you, Jake, and let's go back to racing as well.
Indeed we do, and it's KZ2 qualifying heat for groups A versus F. Alex Powell versus Jean Nomblot on the front row of the starting grid. Alex Marigliano in the second row with Lucas Sabalisto. Then Daniel Vasile alongside Samuel Leopardi, Maxi Paul and Matteo Zanchi, Oscar P and Yannick Julius Bernhardt from John Tanko and Corentin Rousseau, Jeanne Civico and Marcus Kayak from Andrea Dale and Tim Locati, Vicente Marquez and Giuliano Hotzem from Jaime Cortez and Jose Gomez, Alessandro Zucco and Milan de Garatu from Gabriel Kawa and Sandro Hotzem, Patrick Janssen, Thomas Newman, Damien Drew, Vyacheslav Putyatin and Ricardo Avila to round out the field. So it's going to be an interesting one. Alex Powell sat beside Jean Nomblot on the front row of the starting grid. Two drivers that have acquitted themselves very well so far here at Zuera in the KZ2 battle for supremacy. We heard a lot from the drivers earlier on about how it is important to be smooth and practice a lot in this particular kart to get used to it. It's very, very different to everything else. Imagine being strapped to a cannonball and then fired over the battlements of the nearest castle. It is essentially what it's like putting your foot on the throttle in these KZ2 machines. It is unbelievably fast, and you have to cope with the G-forces going through these flat-out apexes and some of these tougher, faster corners. It can be really brutal, and drivers have told me they can break ribs without even having an accident.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the toughest classes you can have in the karting world, the gearbox, KZ2 and KZ. One of the differences between the two, if you're wondering, is the weight. 5 kilos heavier for the competitors of the KZ2 class, and a lot more technical freedom in the KZ compared to the rulebook of the KZ2 category. So still, these are some of the fastest machines that you will find all around the world in karting, and not everybody is, of course, allowed to drive them, and drive them at such a high level requires a lot of skills and a lot of experience, even though you can see that some of the fresh faces in this class, just out of the direct drive categories over the past few seasons, have been able to put on a brilliant pace straight on for their first race. Alex Powell, Freddie Slater, those a couple of names, of course, that we've seen shining at the forefront of this highly competitive field with still a lot of wind. And I must say that for the Marshal on track, it's good for him that the flag is not any bigger than that, because we would have lost him by that.
He's literally 1 foot in front of the other, leaning into the wind to try and stay there in the middle of the circuit. That is how tough it is. And fair play to the Marshals, the Orange Army around the circuit, the Armada Naranja, if you like. They've done a fantastic job so far this weekend, keeping everybody safe, and they will continue to do so until the end of the KZ final tomorrow afternoon. So, the drivers are ready once again. Powell and Nomblot on the front row of the grid. Marigliano and Samalisto, Vasile and Leopardi. And we're going to go racing once again. Up we go, the lights. Perfect start from Jean Nomblot. Powell is going to drop to third if he's not careful. Around the outside comes Marigliano. But Powell is going to hold second. Perfect start in the end for the Jamaican. Not quite the start he would have wanted, but in terms of what it means for the ramifications for this race, second will do quite nicely. Tucks in behind, Jean Nomblot. Marigliano trying to get well clear of Daniel Vasile, the Romanian, who is up to fourth position off the start. Maxi Paul getting a good start as well into fourth position. Everybody else just knitting their way through comfortably.
Yeah, it was comfortable for most of the drivers. No trouble at all whatsoever. We'll need a good replay of the start to see if it was the
Powell
case.
go for the lead.
There
Alex Powell has already gone for the lead on Jean Nomblot, and he's through. Brilliant start to the race then for Alex Powell. He didn't get the perfect launch, but look, there he is now. Having dived through on the inside at turn 7, Alex Powell has got into the lead in front of Jean Nomblot.
And once again, such a demonstration of maturity from Alex Powell. This is his first race at this level after taking pole position. And even though sometimes he misses his start, he's able to really get back into pace. And once again, pulling off such a move into the opening lap, taking the lead and already pulling away just a tiny bit in front of Jean Nomblot. So that shows a lot of skill and strength from the newcomer in the KZ2 class, like he's been here forever, pretty much. Alex Powell at the wheel of a very performant Car Republic Prima machine, has to be said. Jean Nomblot still in the second, Daniel Vasile 7/10 down. Then you have Max Paul, Lucas Amaristo, Tanko, Marigliano. Quite unfortunate turn of event for Marigliano after such a good start. It was key. He was very close to take P3 from Alex Powell, and he just lost momentum for the past 2 laps, actually, tumbling down into P7 in front of Leopardi, Zanchi, and Civico Espona for the top 10. But I do wonder what happened to Marigliano on that one, because his pace was very promising to the opening lap. Was it the result of a mistake or maybe a slight touch of the wheels with someone else? We'll need maybe a replay to make sure of that. But in the meantime, he has plenty of time at the end of this second lap out of 9 to try to recover. climb the field as high as he can. As in the meantime, the gap is increasing between Powell and Noblo. Jean Noblo is going to actually fall into the claws of Daniel Vasile, the DR Racing car driver, in P3. Watch out for Vasile. He's closing in on the CPB Sports Sony car driver, and I feel there's a move coming up very soon our way. Turn number 5, the never-ending turn number 5, the left-hander. Then you have a touch on the brakes, a slight lift on the throttle onto the right, and then back on. And there he goes for the move on the inside turn number 7. Beautifully done by Daniel Vasile, up into P2. Now it's down to Jean Noblo to try to do the same.
Good move from the Romanian. So Daniel Vasile, who is obviously battling away with the likes of Freddie Slater and Alex Powell up front. Getting his way past was very important there for Vasile to get past Jean Noblo, because that's going to put him ahead of Alex Powell on points. Powell doing his best, obviously, to win and get himself at a second in the points, but with Vasile getting into second position in this race, he now goes on to 179 points compared to Powell on 176. Well, they're both behind Freddie Slater, who's going to make a 9-point advantage by being there in 188 points. So Vasile trying his best to close up again on Alex Powell. Noblo in third, then Maxi Paul in fourth. I tell you who's in fifth is John Tanko. John Tanko, the wild card, has charged his way forward into fifth position. A very good start for him. We seem to have lost Mariano. Mariano's dropped out. So Alex Mariano having a problem on the lap. I can't see where he is, but he hasn't come through on the first sector. Now he's come through. So Mariano has dropped to the very back of the field. That is bitter disappointment for the Maranello driver. Seems to have come off the road at turn 4 and then recovered dead last.
Yeah, I do wonder what happened. Certainly mechanical trouble for Maragliano, unfortunately. It's worth checking afterwards, but as a result, he has dropped at the back end of the grid. And that smells like certainly an early retirement for Alex Maragliano, unfortunately for him. As we get back with the leaders, Alex Powell. Here's a replay of the start. You can see a brilliant getaway from Jean Noblo on the right side of your picture with the Sodi kart.
And look at the spin in the background.
Yes, indeed, a bit of a trouble.
That was one of the Birolats. I think that might have been Ricardo Avila. Could be wrong on that one, but let's look again. Into the background, we can see a Birolat is about to go for a spin, and that's why. Contact, and then into the side of another driver, and the driver that spins then is the Birolat. Couldn't quite make out the number of that one. Is that the 389?
Yeah,
I think it might have been the 389. Oh, it might have been the 399, actually.
Hard to catch in the dust.
Yeah, it was hard to catch in the dust. But as you can see, there's Powell's beautiful move on Jean Noblo to capture the lead of this qualifying heat. And ever since then, he has been large and in charge up front. Alex Powell now about to come through at the end of lap 5, having had a perfect run so far on the Car Republic. Look at him, he's absolutely gone from Daniel Vasile.
Yeah, indeed, fantastic. 1.7 seconds now is the gap. The pace has been absolutely immense from that young man from Jamaica, Alex Powell. And he's nowhere to be seen from the rest of the field at this point. Daniel Vasile with the Birlat machine in second place. Jean Noblo. As for the back, Maximilian Paul actually get ahead of Jean Noblo, as you can see. Another interesting battle on our way, Noblo. Then we have Tanko, Zanchi, Civico Espona, Samalisto and Leopardi, as well as Andrea Dalil inside the top 10, lap number 6 out of 9. But Daniel Vasile, one name to keep an eye on as well. One victory for him. As you can see, he's actually keeping a good space in front of, this is Maximilian Paul, Jean Noblo.
Yeah, that's the hunt for third position, isn't it? Maxi Paul in front of Jean Noblo. Tanko and Zanchi, 5th and 6th position. Then Civico making a good recovery drive on his Paralin. And Samalisto, Leopardi, and the former champion of Europe in KZ2, Andrea Dali, who's not really had a lot of luck since he won that accolade. There's Zanchi up the inside, trying to go for John Tanko. Did it work out? I think he managed to get through there. Yes, he has just managed to nudge his way past John Tanko, as the two drivers are still dueling away for position. Oh no, not quite. Zanchi's still all over the back. It was actually Leopardi that managed to find his way past Samalisto on that lap, though. And out in front, Alex Powell just stretching away, 1.9 seconds. Big dive up the inside. Bit of a late run there from the Paralin, trying to get through on the inside line. But it looks as though job done. And it's good to see that we've still got good battles everywhere you look. I think this is Leopardi and Zanchi having a good battle in the mix there, although Jenny Civico is the one that got through on Zanchi. So Civico now up into P6.
It's fair to say as well that for those KZ2 drivers, this is heat number 4. Here's a replay. First of all, Maximilian Paul on the inside with the DR machine from the team of Danilo Rossi. But you'll get to hear from the 5-time world champion of karting later on during our little coach interviews. We're going to have another break during this afternoon. But stay with us because we're going to have a couple of personalities and team managers, former world champion like Danilo Rossi, talking to us, as well as the FIA Karting president that will be on our coach in just a few moments once we're done with the first series of 3 races. But good performance indeed for Alex Powell, Daniel Vasile, Maximilian Paul, Noblo, Civico Espona, P5. And I was going to say, this is heat number 4 out of 5 for those 2 groups. So we're getting near the conclusion of the qualifying races, which means that the tires have been suffering quite a lot on this track. So that means as well that the gaps are extending much faster than before. The drivers are getting, of course, putting a lot of energy into the effort on the tires, on the machines as well. So that means that for those of them who will keep the fresher tires for tomorrow's superheat before the switch on the new set for the finals, things might start to get a little more complicated. But nothing seems complicated since the start of the weekend for that young man on your picture, Alex Powell, in his last lap, 1.9 seconds from Daniel Vasile. And I do wonder if this young driver can get it together, who will be able to catch with him.
So Alex Powell is on the final lap and he's pulled very nearly 2 seconds clear of the Romanian Daniel Vasile. This isn't just a victory for the Jamaican, it's an absolute rout as he disappears in front of his Birolart rival. But what a performance this is from the Mercedes F1 Junior. The guys at Brackley cannot speak highly enough about this youngster. And there's a very strong chance that if we're going to have a Caribbean Formula 1 driver in the future, it could well be this boy. Alex Powell gets the job done. Daniel Vasile in second. Third position for Max Paul in front of Jean Nomblo and Genis Civico, who made up 8 places in the end. John Tanko made up 5. And Matteo Zanchi in front of Marcus Kayak, who made up 6. Sam Leopardi in front of Andrea Dali, who made up 5. So a very strong run. And Alex Powell, with that victory, has definitely put himself a little bit closer to Daniel Vasile. 179 points for the Romanian, 176 for the Jamaican, and that is third overall. He overtakes Jean Nomblo, Maxim Rem, and Alessio Pacini now. So Alex Powell in third position, still very much in the hunt to take on the Birolarts of Freddie Slater and Daniel Vasile.
And for those of you following the karting for quite a while, you might be surprised to hear that the points is not quite the same as it used to be. It's due to a change in the rule book and to allow more points to be awarded to drivers to really give more weight to the results of each qualifying races. So for the first time this season, the drivers are being awarded many more points than it used to be in the past. And it's no longer the case that you can actually count on the decreased points. The winner no longer have 0 units at the end of all of his victories, for instance. We cannot actually no more collect the points to have a clear idea of the ranking and the different positions of the drivers. So yeah, that's one of the few changes in the rulebook for this year. Here's the classification in full. Alex Powell, Daniel Vasile. Alex Powell is third win out of 4. Daniel Vasile is second. Maximilian Paul third from Jean Nomblo. Jerry Civico Espona, John Duncan P6 from Matteo Zanchi, Marcus Kayak, Samuel Leopardi, Andrea Dali running up the top 10 from Oscar P, Vicente Marquez, Tim Locati, Corentin Rousseau, and Yannick Julius Bernard, P15. Then we have 16 as well, Jaime Cortes Damas, Sandro Olsen, Patrick Janssen, Vyacheslav Putantin, P20 for Jose Gomez Gutierrez, followed by Damian Drew, Milan De Geratu Padescu, Alessandro Zucco, Thomas Neumann, Ricardo Avila Enrique, Gabriel Kauer, and 3 drivers missing, Luca Maragliano, despite a very strong start of the race, Lucas Amaristo and Juliano Olsen.
Now, we've heard a lot from the KZ2 competitors. In a short while, we're going to hear from some of the stars of the KZ world as well. But look at this spin on the start as well. We're going to look at it another time. It was a pretty scary moment for the drivers involved in this one. You look to the right of your picture, it's about to conflagrate just there. 2 karts come together, one spits into the side of the Birolart in question, and they go around for a slide. It was very tricky indeed, to be honest. So a very difficult situation, but it wasn't too long before Alex Powell got his moves on the inside, and so too did Daniel Vasile. That was a bit of a headache for Jean Nomblo, though, a race where he eventually ended up dropping all the way back to 4th position, behind Powell, behind Vasile, and behind the DR chassis of Maxi Paul. A bit of a headache for the Sodi kart driver.
Yeah, especially since he started this weekend on such a high note with a victory. But there was plenty of moves and plenty of good maneuvers into this qualifying heat in the battle for the leading positions. Daniel Vasile, Maximilian Paul, as well as Jean Noblo. Good move around the inside there in turn number 7. He was further back as well with Matteo Zanchi being overtaken there by Jon Tanko. But in the end, there was no one close enough and fast enough to catch up with Alex Powell, who took his third win out of 4 heats. He was 6 on the road and 11 after a penalty in his opening race. Now three victories out of 4. There's one more to go for those 2 groups. The B will be concluding to the schedule at the end of the day. And the group as well opposing them, it was the group F. So the group A, sorry, will be just after the break, and the group F will be just after the penultimate race of the day.
So obviously we've heard, as I mentioned before, from some of the KZ2 stars. Now we get to hear from, in the afternoon, some of the drivers in the KZ categories. We're obviously going to have another KZ2 race very shortly, that for groups D versus E. But one man who has come up from the KZ2 world up into the world of KZ and worked his way forward to become a European champion in recent years, now part of the Kart Republic factory operation. It's taken quite a while to get up through the ranks, but Paolo Ippolito came into 2023 with head held high and the Cetelar Racing colours in prominence on his Kart Republic chassis.
But the feeling is good. For sure, it's not easy to repeat again the same result of last year, but I'm confident, the team is confident, so we will try to win also this year, so we will push as much that we can to do it again. This track is really technical and fast. For KZ category, I think is really nice because you can reach a really high speed, close to under 60 kilometers per hour, so it's really fun. Different than a lot of track in Europe, here there is the possibility to overtake a bit easier. So if you have the speed to go in front, for sure, also if you don't start in pole position, you can have a good race. What is important in this track is to manage the tires, because you have a really long corner where you stay a lot of time inside the corner with a high speed. So what is important mostly is that, and for sure the engine in a track like that, where you have a really long straight, is also important to have a good power to perform. For sure, the good driver that move from KZ2 to KZ are really competitive. So I don't think they're gonna have a really big problem to be competitive with the driver that are already in KZ. So the difference is not that big. Every year is different. One year I can be the fastest driver and I can be the champion. Maybe next year can be another one. This year also. We are all competitive, so we never know till the last lap who's gonna be the winner of the race and the championship winner. So difficult to say who is really the best or the fastest driver for the moment. We are here to fight and to try to win again the European Championship, and the goal is that, nothing less, because from my side and from the side of my team, KR Motorsports, we are working hard to do that. So we don't expect less, and for sure we would like also to fight this year for the World Championship.
So Paolo Ippolito there, who you'll see out in the race after this one. Ironically, he was in Kart Republic colours on Thursday. He's in Cetelar colours now because the new race suit and the new graphics kit turned up yesterday. So they can now run in the new colours. Now, qualifying Heat D versus E. Thomas Stolchamanis versus Kian Nakamura Berta. Are you sure it's KZ2? I hear you thinking. That sounds like an okay grid. Well, both drivers have come into the KZ2 world. And just to confirm it, you've got Mateo Spergel and Jorge Pescador on the second row of the starting grid. Then Daniel Mathia and Gabin Loyer ahead of Jovan David and Matthias Morgato. Yeah, still kind of sounds like an okay grid, doesn't it? But they have definitely seen quite a few drivers now come across to the world of Gearbox in 2023. So here is the grid in full. Thomas Stoltemanis and Kian Nakamura Berta from Matteo Spergel and Jorge Pescador. Daniel Mathieu and Gavin Loyer from Jevin De Veid and Matthias Morgato. Michael Papado and Valentino Fritsch from David Levinsky, Maxim Orlov, Tim Gerhardt and Karel Pazovic.
Then we have Norton Andreasen and Robin Glerum sharing the row number 8, followed by Christian Declain, Lorenzo Giannoni, Vincent Wanneger, Chris Hannan, Chila Galazin, Simon Billman, followed by Enzo Lacruz, Alejandro Lau Lopez, Alvaro Garcia, Richard Vigui Zalou, Arno Cerveza Guardeno, Berta Raforspas, and Arturo Cobos. A total of 29 drivers on our grid for this last qualifying heat of the KZ2 class in this series. And then we're going to switch our attention to the KZ before the next break, where we'll get to speak to a couple of personalities and team managers from the karting world. Some familiar faces to many of you, I'm sure, including as well Lorenzo Truavazanuto, that will be our coach just after the next 2 races, so stay with us. In the meantime, D versus E, we have Thomas Stoltemanis getting on pole position for this race. Kian Nakamura by his side, the young British driver. Was won earlier his first qualifying heat of the weekend. Not yet a win for Thomas Stoltemanis, but he came close on a couple of occasions. The pace is there, the skills are there, very much so, as Thomas Stoltemanis is one of the fresh faces climbing to the KZ2 class for this season.
So as they battle away, ready for the 3rd heat of this rotation, Julian Galassin has not taken up the start again. I wonder if he's had some kind of difficulty. Either he's had some kind of transgression with the officials, or he's had a problem with himself or with the kart, whatever it might be. It's certainly keeping Julian Galassin from the starting grid for more than 1 heat now, and with there being 2 heats to go for him, it's pretty much spelling the end of his weekend if he can't continue to get out there. So it's the 2nd heat in a row he's not been able to race. And then obviously there is one later on today. If he can't do that, then I'm afraid it's pretty much game over for the weekend as far as Julian Galassin is concerned, because there's only 72 places available across the super heats tomorrow out of the 88 drivers that are currently here racing today in KZ2. So there's going to be 16 drivers at the end of the final race of the day today that's going to be left bitterly, bitterly disappointed and knowing that their weekend isn't going any further. So it's obviously a very tricky situation to find himself in, as the contenders are looking for more. But the battles are really getting themselves intrigued and excited about what will happen next. So the red flag on the start-finish straight. Again, our marshal is having to lean forward to keep that thing afloat on the main straight. But Stoltemanis versus Nakamura Berta, 2 drivers that are really hoping to showcase their skills on an international playing field here this weekend by hoping to get a good start. And 2 drivers that are used to the world of OK, but not so used to the world of KZ2. Although Nakamura Berta has already taken a victory today on the road, I gather he actually got a penalty. In fact, I think he got 2 penalties at the end of the previous heat, which has definitely made things pretty problematic. There's Thomas Stoltemanis getting himself ready from pole position. He's elected to go on the inside line for this race as we gear ourselves up ready for the start of the action. Engines will rise as the lights come on. When they go out, we'll be racing, and away we go. Not a good start from Stoltemanis at all. Oh, Nakamura Berta charging forward. Comes the hot shot. Jorge Pescador. The Cali card gets into the lead. It's a great start, but up the inside to take the lead away. That's Matteo Spergel. The Frenchman has hit the front for Sony Kart. An epic start in the CBB Sport Machine as they work their way through around the hairpin at turn 4. And there's been 4 different leaders in the space of 1 sector. Amazing. Now around the outside trying to cut in, that is Daniel Mathieu trying to get through in the DBK, but has not been able to get through.
Yeah, for a moment, and Masha was going to be able to go around the outside, but now he's backing up for P3, but for how long into turn number 7? Drivers trying to find the best line out there, but Nakamura Berta and Stoltemanis really tumbling down the order, couple dropping momentum. Oh, there's a bit of a touch out there with Stoltemanis, I think it was. Yeah, getting into trouble.
Mathieu into 2nd. He's got through on Pescador. So Mathieu in past Pescador, and as you were rightly saying, Stoltemanis having a problem. Nakamura Berta, though, has come off turn 11 and has got through up the inside into 4th place past Gavin Loyer. So a big change up as they go down the straight. Spergel, Mattia, Pescador, Nakamura, Berta, Loye, Stochimanis, Paparo, Fritsch, Jevan David and Tim Gerhards. And still they battle. Daniel Mattia now feels like he's got a shot to go for the win. As he dives in up the inside, he's not going to hesitate. All the way around, he dives in. Nakamura, Berta up to third position, trying to get through as well. Trying to out-sprint Spergel into second position. And he's got it, as Richard Vigisalu has got an investigation flag. Nakamura, Berta has stormed up to P2.
Yeah, beautifully made. In the meantime, Spergel was able to save P3 from Georgi Pescador. That was a close call. The Pescador is about to lose to Gabellier. Contact! Gabellier was running around the inside. There was a contact and 3 places dropped, I'm afraid, for Pescador.
Oh, and he's done again! Tags in. Big disaster as he clashes into the side there of Karel Pazovic in the Lenzo kart. And Pescador, who led the race for about 3 corners on the first lap, now finds himself down at the back. I think it was Karel Pazovic he tagged with there in the Lenzo kart, but down the straight we've got Mattia leading Nakamura, Berta and Mattia Spergel. Loye in 4th, Stochimanis is in 5th. It was Michael Paparo, in fact, in the Praga. So Paparo in the Praga was the one who tangled with Pescador. We'll have to watch the replay again later. Here's the move from the inside from Nakamura, Berta as he takes the position away. And that was only just in time to get the yellow flags removed. We've got somebody else in trouble in the background. Nakamura, Berta takes the lead, but we've lost one of the Tony karts, I believe. It's Norton Andreasen. Andreasen has come off the road and dropped to the back of the field.
Yeah, that's too bad for the Tony kart driver. It was running a distant P15 where it started, unfortunately, and there will be no more racing for Norton Andreasen. In the meantime, Nakamura Berta just took the lead and is pulling away already, corner after corner on Daniel Vasile, driving with DPK colors of the Alonso kart, the Car Republic Alonso kart chassis.
Lorenzo Giannoni's in trouble. He's come off the hairpin at turn 7 with absolutely 0 power on the kart, so I've got a feeling he may be touring in to retire, Lorenzo Giannoni. But it's Nakamura Berta who leads from Mattia, Spergel, Stochimanis, Loye, David, Pazovic, Fritsch, Morgato and David Lewinsky.
And look who's coming back in P4. Tomas Stochimanis, after such a difficult start, he ran into some trouble with in the belly of the field. Here's the replay of the start. You can see him really being eaten alive as much as Nakamura Berta into the start. So very, very difficult starting procedure for the drivers who were on the front row of the grid. But Tomas Stochimanis is being able to pick up the pace. Now back in P4. Here's another angle on the start. As
Vigisalu, look, Vigisalu drops the kart a little bit too soon.
There you go.
So that'll be why he's under investigation from the start. But as you rightly said, the 2 men on the front row, absolutely no start at all, pretty much on the first port of call. And that's where we had the tangle of positions, and it turned into a chain reaction. Look at Pescador, dives in on the inside. He goes for the bid on the inside of the Praga, and bang!
Oh, that's so disappointing, because it felt like he had enough space to go through the corner unscattered and with no trouble at all. But unfortunately, I think this is the rear right wheel that went banging over there, and as a result, Pescador lost everything in just a space of a second.
Dive up the inside from Pazovic. He goes past Gabin Loye. That puts the Lenzo kart up into 5th position. A great run so far from the Novolux squad. And Karel Pazovic, the Polish driver, who's gone from Birolart to the Lenzo kart chassis. This is good progress from the squad. He's working obviously in conjunction with the Argentine Giorgio Carrara to try and move this squad up the order. So it's been really impressive to see how they continue to make progress. But they work their way through, up through the corners, and this is going to be Jevan David now trying to take on Gabin Loye to try and get into the top 6 for the first time this weekend. Don't forget, last time he made it as high as P7, where he currently is, and then ended up in the kitty litter off to the sidelines. So Jevan David in the CPB Sports Sodi doing the best job he can to move forward.
I like your expression, kitty litter. That's a nice way to put it, indeed.
It is around here, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of it around the track of Zuera. And Jevan David is in desperate need of a strong result. That's what he's busy trying to do and achieve in this race. As in the meantime, such as Powell before, Nakamura Berta is nowhere to be seen.
Oh, look at this! David is trying to go right round the outside, and he's managed it! Oh my goodness, Jevan David taking on Gabin Loye around the outside of the hairpin, held his nerve on the outside, got better on the throttle, and that's the most impossible of overtakes around the outside of turn 4. But the Sri Lankan has nailed it.
Yes, indeed, he did beautifully, and now up a place into P6 in front of Loye. Still have a couple of laps before the checkered flag to try to swap the position, but he's going to have to resist against Matheus Morgato, a name that sounds familiar indeed as the last year's OK World Champion in Sarno. Matthias Morgato, a double program this year in both the drive and gearbox class, as Maxim Orlov is picking up a warning flag. Maxim Orlov running in P12 as it stands, with the fastest lap from Nakamura Berta. Nothing to worry about for the leader, as it keeps on battling along between the two teammates from Leclerc by Lennox Racing. Morgato against Loya, who will come out on top.
This isn't helping, is it? Gabin Loya trying to defend from Matthias Morgato, and here comes the hard-charging Valentino Fritsch, the German, who has left the Birolart KSW squad, has now got himself to Maranello, and he's doing a grand job. He's managed to overtake a very frustrated Matthias Morgato, with Robin Glerum in the background trying to go for his own move, but Valentino Fritsch really settling in quite nicely here to the Maranello squad as he goes through on the far side. And this is very much cutting the umbilical cord with the Birolart KSW squad. Is back in the inside. Gabin Loya gets through once more on Valentino Fritsch. So he makes the overtaking move. The Maranello chassis has to give best. Then behind them, that is going to be a move from Max Orlov. Orlov gets through on the Stanpex Motorsport Car Republic of Chris Harnan. So he comes through in the 11th corner, manages to work his way forward. And with 2 laps to go, no question about Kian Nakamura Berta winning this one. He's got 1.2 seconds now on Daniel Mathia. He's just got to keep it going in the positions he's currently in. A lot of dust to kick up at turn 1. A couple of drivers have gone wide of late. Thomas Stotchemanis has one last chance to go for Matteo Spergel.
And for those of you wondering out there, the Maranello team is very much a team on its own in karting, nothing related to another Italian team in a particular town in the north of Italy. That's just for the joke. But Kian Nakamura Berta just pulling away indeed with 1.2 seconds. Masia, Spergel, Stotchemanis and Pazevic, your top 5. But domination indeed from the young driver for the Prema Car Republic squad, as Morgato is trying to catch up as well with Gabin Loya, keeping Maxim Orlov just behind, or half of a second in front of the driver in P9 as it seems. Valentino Fritsch running up the top 10. We're entering the final lap of this qualifying heat, then we'll switch to KZ. Nakamura Berta on the run, as the gaps have been rather steady since the start of the race right now, at least when it comes to the top 10.
Stotchemanis, he managed to get through past Matteo Spergel for 3rd position. So Stotchemanis has got through in turn 4. The Latvian in the energy course has been able to get into 3rd position then on the final lap. Kian Nakamura Berta checks over his left shoulder, makes sure that Daniel Mathia is far enough away that he doesn't have to break too much of a sweat. And Kian Nakamura Berta looking to break back into the top 10 of the points. He will tie with Stotchemanis on points, I do believe. No, Stotchemanis is going to creep just a little way ahead of him because he's managed to get back into 3rd position on the final tour. And I think Stotchemanis will overtake Pacini in the process. But Kian Nakamura Berta comes through for his 2nd on-the-road win of the day. Great performance from the British driver, who's got a Japanese flag on his kart. So he's very much a mixed nationality driver. Daniel Mathia, 2nd position in front of Thomas Stotchemanis, Matteo Spergel and Karel Pazevic. 9 places made up in the Novolux Lenzo kart. A very strong run indeed there from the pole. They're making great progress in the Lenzo kart chassis. It's not going to be an easy task, but getting into the top 5 definitely helps them in terms of their development. And the Sri Lankan, Yavan David, coming through to 6th position. Another good charge through. This time he gets the result that he deserves.
Yeah, brilliant performance indeed from Yavan David, as Kian Nakamura Berta is going for his out lap, the celebration lap, so to speak, in the qualifying races. But a good charge up front from Yavan David in front of the 2 teammates from Leclerc by Lennox Racing. Maxim Orlov and Valentino Fritsch running up the top 10. Drivers getting back into the pit lane, and through the scale is scrutineering into the Parc Fermé, as we're going to have a short break before, of course, the 3rd and last heat of the KZ class. Here's the classification in full with the victory, the 2nd for Kian Nakamura Berta from Daniel Masia. Strong result for the wildcard from Spain, wearing the DPK Racing colors. Thomas Stotchemanis making up places that he had lost at the start up to P3 from Matteo Spergel, Karel Pazevic, Yavan David, Gabin Loya, Matthias Morgato, Maxim Orlov, Valentino Fritsch. Just outside of the top 10, even though a good recovery effort for Robin Glerum, 5 places up to 11 from Chris Hannon, 8 places gained from Michael Paparo, Christian Declain, 10 places recovered for Alvaro Garcia up to P15. And then we have the rest of the classification. P16 is David Lewinsky from Team Garage, Norton Andreasen, as well as Simon Billman, Vincent Wanneger. Then we have as well Georgi Pescador, P21, Alejandro Lopez, Berta Raúl Paz, Enzo Lacruz, Richard Vigizalou, Arturo Cobos, Arno Cerveza Guardeno, and 2 drivers who didn't make it to the finish, Lorenzo Giannoni and Celian Galazzi.
Well, fabulous situation so far for all of the contenders, as we still have a long way to go and still have a very interesting situation for the competitors as they run in close proximity. Here is the highlights, and look, the front row men just didn't move essentially in comparison to some of the other drivers around them. And that was a perfect start for Jorge Pescador. What a shame that it all fell away from him in that one. And it just shows you how intense the racing is at KZ2 level. The only difference really between KZ and KZ2, there are only 2 noticeable differences. KZ is a bit more like Grand Prix racing in terms of the fact that they can develop their own chassis and come up with new technologies and prototypes for various different homologated parts. And then the only other difference really is that the KZ kart minimum weight is 5 kilograms less than in KZ2. And of course the fact that the KZ2 field is triple the size of what we see in KZ usually.
Yeah, pretty much KZ2 is a series in its own, but also a good stepping stone to make a career in KZ, for instance, as we see some of the troubles into the opening lap of this race. Unfortunately for some of the drivers over there into the replay, but in the lead, Daniel Vasile did a tremendous job leading the way before having to back off to the return of Kian Nakamura, making his way up into first place inside of turn number 4. But Daniel Vasile just made it to P2 in the end. There was a bit of trouble as well for the back with Matteo Spiegel, as well as Gaben Luye. Gaben Luye, who went out to finish in P7 from Matheus Morgato. Strong battles all over the place into this last qualifying heat of KZ2, but there was no one once again able to catch up one of the drivers of the Prema Racing team, as this was another victory, the second this weekend for Kian Nakamura, Berta from Daniel Vasile and Thomas Stolzemanis. We're going to take a short break and then we're going to switch our attention to the heat number 3 of the KZ class.
And yes, indeed, one of the people that we really wanted to speak to in the KZ category is the lady driver for the TEPZ racing team from Teresa Babičková. I believe the first female driver to compete in KZ since Saber Cook back in 2014. Well, what an opportunity this is for the former W Series racer.
Obviously, it's my first time in the KZ category, so I'm a bit nervous because I don't have any previous experiences with the KZ class, so just here to enjoy the weekend and see what we can do. Well, obviously now you have the gearbox itself and the front brakes, which was probably one of the biggest things to adapt for me because I needed to realize that I can brake much later than in a normal go-kart. I think we always enjoy to try new things, and KZ category is obviously the pinnacle of motorsport, so we decided that we will try our luck here. Yeah, I have some previous experiences driving here in Zuera. It's very fast track. It also has a variety of corners, some like mid-speed, high-speed, some low-speed as well. And I think it's very engine-dependent track as well, and you definitely need to get a good slipstream as always in Zuera. Well, I think the expectations from this weekend aren't very high since it's my first ever KZ race. So I'm here just to learn as much as possible and enjoy the weekend.
A fabulous opportunity for Teresa Babičková. Fairly sure she's the first lady to compete in the KZ category since 2014. The American driver Saber Cook, I believe, was the last one to do so during a very competitive 2014 season. If anybody knows of anyone that I've missed in that particular spread of drivers, then please do message me and correct me. But according to the stats I've got in front of me, I'm fairly sure she was the last one to drive in KZ. KZ2 has had quite a few lady drivers over the last 10 years, but certainly Teresa Babičková taking a step into unfamiliar territory. And to be fair, she has acquitted herself very well considering.
And yeah, unfamiliar territory is the word for Teresa Babičková, who's been competing in interior drive classes in different series all over Europe for quite a while now, as part of the TEPS racing team, along with 2 sisters. It's 3 of them competing at different levels with, yeah, great success in different classes and great progress over the years. So it's always good to have as we said, new faces, especially in a class as competitive and as close, so to speak, as the KZ category. Closed in a positive way, of course, because it takes a lot of skills, a lot of level, and a lot of development as well, and practice to be able to perform at such a high level, where only the best succeed in the end. The green flag is waving as the 31 drivers of the grid, pretty much Formula 1 grid, a little bit more than that, but under the maximum of 36. The drivers making their way onto the track for the warm-up formation lap. The time to get the tires up to temperature on the grid for this last qualifying heat. Only 3 races before tomorrow's super heat, so pretty much nothing. So it's all or nothing for the KZ category. On the grid, we have Danilo Albanese and Senna van Wallstein on the first row of the grid. And we have Emilian Denner and Tom Loya, followed by Jeremy Iglesias and Stan Pex, Matteo Vigano and Lorenzo Trevisanuto, Riccardo Longhi, Paolo Ippolito, Lorenzo Camplese and Artur Carbonell, followed by Christian Abelin, Johan Sogel, Adrien Renaudin and Louis Speck.
Then we have Giuseppe Palomba and the world champion Victor Gustafsson, Teresa Babachkova, who, now that I'm looking through the stats, might actually be the only female driver that has ever competed at KZ level. I'll double check that stat. Felix Arnold is alongside her, then Nico Lemberg and David Trevelov, Francesca Salenta and Luigi Coluccio, Paolo Bezensene and Jean Loyer from Mate Prus and Jorrit Pex, Pedro Hiltbrand, Davide Fore and Marek Skriven, starting from the back of the grid. Once again, for those who are looking at the times from yesterday and going, hang on, they're in a completely different position to what they qualified in. There's a reason for that. In KZ, in the 2023 season, it is all changed. The finishing positions from Heat 1 sets the grid for Heat 2. The finishing positions for Heat 2 sets the grid for Heat 3, and then the cumulative points from the 3 heats are combined for the super heat. I think it's a great decision. It really has spiced up the racing, and it's made each heat an individual event in its own right.
Yeah, it can go 2 different ways with that new change to the rule book. You either start from pole position and dominate all of your heats, then you have no trouble at all to seal the deal, take pole position, and then maybe end the weekend on a blast. Or if you manage to screw up the qualifying lap and to have a very bad outcome on the Friday, you can actually recover quite brilliantly if you manage to do so in the races without having to start at the back end of the grid if you missed on the qualifying lap. So that's, yeah, that opens up the door of opportunities, as you said, Jake. So it allows the favorites, some of the favorites, to really try to recover from qualifying. That's always so difficult. It's always so tight to get together. Those drivers in the KZ class, when reduced their qualifying effort, sometimes up to 2-3 laps maximum to try to get around the lap as fast as possible. If you mess that up, you get to start from the back end of the grid, and before it was such a challenge to recover.
So here we go. It's time for another race to get underway for the KZ qualifying heat number 3. Danilo Albanese on the inside line. Alongside him, Senna van Wallstein for the Sony Kart factory team. Then Emilian Denner alongside Tom Loya, the all-French second row. Are we going to go racing? First time of asking. Lights are on. They go out now, and it's a perfect start for the Sony Kart twins. They've done it again. Senna van Wallstein and Emilian Denner have launched forward in front of Danilo Albanese, just as they did earlier on in the day. And it's 1-2 for the Sonys. Third for Albanese in the Car Republic. They sweep their way through turn 2. Everybody's made it in one piece, but a diver at the inside as Denner tries to hold on from Danilo Albanese. They go wheel to wheel down towards the hairpin, and Denner has just about held on from Albanese. Fourth place is still Tom Loya, but it's very clear that the Italian Danilo Albanese is trying every trick in the book to prevent Denner and Van Wallstein from getting clear. Tom Loya round the outside of Albanese as a result, and Loya surely is going to get into third position round the outside. He does. Tucks back for the inside, and Albanese's drifted wide. He's lost 1, 2, 3, 4 places.
And in the meantime, Loya keeps on going up to P2. There was an open door, and he went for it. The Tony Kart driver, Albanese, dropping a couple of positions in the process. But Tom Loya was the man on the charge at the end of this opening lap. And now he's the one who's going to be chasing the leader. Senna van Wallstein trying to pull away with almost a second at the end of the opening lap on Tom Loya. You can see that the Tony Kart is trying to shake off the grid with Emilian Denner, Stan Pex just behind. Pex with the SP Motorsport climbing 2 places up to 4 on the inside. That's Jeremy Iglesias, I think it was indeed. We're battling along with Danilo Albanese. He just went ahead on Stan Pex. This is Jeremy Iglesias for P4. So beautifully made from the Frenchman. Another one to count into the battle.
Danilo Albanese so close to taking the lead on the first lap, but it just doesn't work out. And unfortunately, as a result of the ultra-defensive tactics of Saudi car number 7, Emilion Denner. He ends up falling down the field. There is the race director, Nigel Edwards, keeping an eye on things to hope that his drivers out there are going to behave themselves. And look at Riccardo Longhi really starting to knock on the door of Stan Pex, trying to get his way through. But Riccardo Longhi is going to have to work harder than that to get the moves there on Stan Pex as they come down the straight at the third lap of the final qualifying heat before tomorrow's super heat. Down in the inside, Longhi's going for Pex, and also Ippolito nearly takes out his teammate as he goes on the inside of Lorenzo Camplese.
Yeah, it was a close call between Camplese and Ippolito.
Oh, no, he's lost
it again!
Oh, Ippolito and Camplese bang wheels. They were trying to dive up the inside of Albanese, and Ippolito just lost the back end. Camplese had nowhere to go.
Yeah, such a shame indeed for Lorenzo Camplese. We're going to have to see that again. But Paolo Ippolito was trying to make his way through as well. Didn't go according to plan on the inside in turn number 7. He did it well. Try to see who that is in just a second.
Look at the warning flag for Ippolito. They clearly felt that he was the instigator of his own demise as Palomba tries to dive up the inside of Camplese now, and he had to bail out of that one himself.
Senna van Wallstein in the meantime, no trouble at all, 0.2 of a second still. But we're going to have to look back at the leaders because at the moment Tom Loya is really coming close to the Dutchman in the lead as the mechanics, right back here in turn number 3. Tom Loya, Tony Card as the replay of what happened before between the two teammates with Camplese in the mix.
Oh, look, he just caught the back of Pex's kart. So that's the result. So Ippolito was so late on the brakes. Not only did he get past Albanese, he actually sailed into the rear quarter of Pex. Look, he can't get the kart stopped. And that was Ippolito's mistake, and unfortunately it impedes Camplese.
Yeah, such a shame indeed for those drivers, as in the meantime...
Is that Loya in the lead?
Yes, indeed. It just happened as we were watching the replays, but Tom Loya was coming close outside of turn number 4. He just made it happen. The Tony Car driver in the lead. Senna van Wallstein trying to catch up and stay within a distance to try to swap up the positions again. But Tom Loya on a charge.
How about that if it finishes like this? We'll have had 3 different drivers from 3 different manufacturers winning the qualifying heats over the weekend. Senna van Wallstein for Saudi, Daniel Albanese for Kart Republic, and now Tom Loya for Tony Kart.
Yeah, especially since Tom Loya is one of the newcomers in the Tony Kart factory. Not only in the team, in the category, but in the Italian team, having won last year's European Championship in the KZ2 class with the Birela factory and Leclerc by Lennox Racing. So a brand new challenge, as we had the pleasure to have him on the couch. Let's see what happened. This is the overtaking maneuver that we missed on the inside. Beautifully made, no trouble at all for Tom Loya. Now it's all down to Senna van Wallstein to try to give his money back.
Check out Van Wallstein at the exit of the overtake. Look, he looks over his right shoulder. Is he the only one that's going to dive in on me? He had to keep an eye on that one. Emilion Denner, though, is still there in 3rd position in front of his countryman Jeremy Iglesias. Then Longhi, Ippolito, Albanese, Pex, Vigano, Travasanuto and Camplese. I'm amazed that Ippolito is still up in the top 6. Based on that incident we had earlier on. That just shows you the kind of rapid pace that Paolo Ippolito genuinely has under his right foot.
Yeah, it's true that Ippolito hasn't been that close to such a strong result so far into the previous qualifying heats, but he's picking up the pace and picking up the pieces as well as we progress. But for now, he's going to have to keep Daniel Albanese's teammate behind for just less than 0.3 of a second, as we're focusing as well on the battle between Jeremy Iglesias and Emilion Denner. Frenchman against Frenchman. The 2019 KZ2 International Super Cup winner Lonato against the 2020 World Champion on the same track of Zaragoza. Beautiful history between those two. CRG against CPB. Experience against youth, so to speak, even though they have a lot of years and career difference between Iglesias, who's been around for quite a while. But it took him quite a few years as well to achieve the dream of his life and sealing the deal, the world title in Lonato in the KZ class. Emilion Denner is yet to achieve such a performance, but he's been picking up the pace and making so much progress over the years ever since his title in 2019.
Oh, there's the move on the inside from Salento, I think that was. No, sorry, that's Travasanuto, his teammate. So Travasanuto picking up the move there on Lorenzo Camplese as they battle away for the top 10. Tom Loya leads, Van Wallstein, Denner, Iglesias, Longhi, Ippolito, Albanese, Pex, Vigano. And it looks as though Travasanuto's lost back out to Lorenzo Camplese once again. So they still duel for position, but it's not quite working out in the right frame of mind for the Paralin. was talking to Lorenzo Travasanuto last night. He sounded very frustrated. He just doesn't think that the Parolin has what it takes to get up at the front. And that's a retirement there. That is one of the DRs. Is that Renaudin?
That might be.
It is Renaudin. And I think Victor Gustafsson's gone as well. The reigning world champion, Victor Gustafsson, is out of this race.
And David Trefilov seems to be missing as well. And
yes,
Louis
indeed.
Speck.
So it's a 4-kart incident. We need to have a look at it again, but Renaudin's gone. There is Gustafsson. He's gone. Warning flag for Louis Speck, but it makes no difference whatsoever. Louis Speck, I know he has got going again, Louis Speck, so we'll have to see what happened in the replay if we can get a look at it. But yeah, that's big names gone. Renaudin gone. Trefilov gone. Gustafsson gone.
And that's quite unusual because it just happened outside of the screen, but by the look of it, the incident was just on the...
Oh!
Watch out on the outside. Jeremy Iglesias was trying the long way into turn number 7. It didn't work just quite yet on Emilian Den. This is Emilian Den, my apologies. As
getting back into third.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. There's a swap of position. Pretty much the same colors, but Iglesias is back in P4. Denner in 3.
Denner running wide. Iglesias may have a chance in him going into the final lap. Denner is really struggling for tyre degradation here, and Iglesias is going to have a run on him down the straight, side by side, nothing in it. Iglesias comes back through, and now back into the slipstream comes Denner. They've got to be careful though, because Ippolito is all over them like a ton of bricks. Denner trying to get back into third position on the back of Iglesias. Iglesias parks his kart right in the middle of the road. Ippolito trying to go the long way round on Denner, and watch out because Riccardo Longhi, the former European champion, is coming in as well. So is Ippolito. He does get past Emilian Denner, and Longhi is not far away to repeat the move.
It all goes back to Adria 2021 at the battle for the European crown between the same drivers. At the time, it was Riccardo Longhi that went on to win the title, and he's going to try to make his move this time around on Emilian Denner, struggling, the Frenchman, for the past 2 laps, as Ippolito right now into the back of Jeremy Iglesias. The battle is for P3 into this final lap. It's going to be hectic between those two. As in the meantime, Tom Loya is crossing the line in the checkered flag. First win of the weekend for the pole sitter of the KZ class, and a brilliant result for the Tony Kart driver. Senna van Wallstein takes P2. Iglesias stays in P3 from Ippolito, Denner and Longhi on the line.
Sodi, Kart Republic and now Tony Kart have all picked up a heat win over the course of this incredible race weekend in Zuera. The 3 qualifying heats couldn't have been harder fought. And I tell you what, these new grid regulations have definitely made it ever so exciting. Amazing to see how it's all played out. But Tom Loya really has done the business here in fantastic fashion. What a sensational run it has been from Tom Loya. But look at that, the world champion from 2022, Victor Gustafsson, the man who cleaned up in Le Mans, is now out of heat number 3. And that is very big drama indeed. A very tough situation and a very difficult prospect for the CRG driver to try and get himself back into a competitive position once again. So not anywhere near where he wanted to be. Tom Loya, though, makes it 3 different winners from 3 different races, from 3 different manufacturers. Senna van Wallstein second from Jeremy Iglesias and Paolo Ippolito. And then it is Emilian Denner and Riccardo Longhi from Danilo Albanese and Lorenzo Complese. Matteo Vigano, Giuseppe Palomba in the top 10 from Arthur Carbonell and Stan Pex. Pedro Hiltbrand in 13th position in front of Lorenzo Travasanuto and Francesco Salenta. Christian Nabulin, Johan Sogel, Jean Lier, and then it is Jorid Pex in front of Paolo Bezensane, Louis Speck, Marek Skriven, Davide Fore, Luigi Coluccio, Teresa Babachkova and Felix Arnold from Matti Bruce and Nico Lemberg. The retirements, well, there were 3 big names. Adrien Renaudin, Victor Gustafsson and David Trefilov, all dropping out in the same incident. And I would love to get a closer look at that. We'll have to see if we can pick that up on replay in the highlights, because it happened right towards the end of the race there. And a very tricky situation for 3 big names like that, for Renaudin, Trefilov and the world champion Victor Gustafsson, all to fall off the road. That must have been a very nasty incident indeed. Here it is from the start, and look at how quickly the Sodi karts get off the line. Senna and Emilian definitely have these starts nailed. Not a lot that Danilo Albanese could do about it. Just had to watch them disappear. Tom Loya getting a solid start, 4th position, but all was still to come for the Tony Kart star from France. You can see the start again, and there was definitely movement in the middle of the pack there. 1 or 2 drivers getting far too trigger happy with the right foot again. But this is when things got really messy. Look, Denner was so busy defending from Albanese that Tom Loya got him on the approach to turn 9. That was very nicely handled from the Frenchman. There were all sorts of battles through the field here, as Adrien Renderdin was dueling there with the 37 of Christian Abulin, trying to shake off the attentions of David Trevelov. This is the big mistake from Paolo Ippolito. He just got so late on the brakes. He tagged Stan Pex's kart and then got nudged by Lorenzo Camplese as the back end kicked out. Ippolito was very lucky, actually, to keep going. Let's look at it again. Misses his braking point by 1.5 meters and just taps the kart in front, pitches himself into a spin. Camplese, bless him, had absolutely nowhere to go. He was lucky, though, Ippolito, that he only lost 1 place to his teammate Albanese. There's the move for the lead. Tom Loya diving through on the inside of Senna van Waalstein. Very nicely handled indeed as he got into the lead, and that made us 3 different winners from 3 different drivers and 3 different manufacturers over the 3 races. Sony Kart, Kart Republic, and now Tony Kart have managed to come through for the top spot in the KZ qualifying heats. Very impressive. But Paolo Ippolito was absolutely on it as he tried to work his way further forward. Managed to get the move there on Emilion Denner in the closing stages. But it was this man, the number 31, taking over from the mantle of Noah Milel. Tom Loya has managed to bring the kart through in fine style in front of Senna van Waalstein and Jeremy Iglesias. 3 different drivers, all in position there from 3 different manufacturers as well in the top 3 of positions. Right, a brilliant 3rd race in the qualifying heat for the KZs, and Guillaume Alvarez is down there to find some reaction from that gripping encounter.
Yes, indeed, Jake. Welcome back live from the Parc Fermé and the scale with a new face. We'll get the chance to talk to you yet this weekend, Senna van Waalstein, but now this is done. Congratulations, P2 at the end of this qualifying heat. It has been a hard battle out there, but the pace is picking up ever since the start of the weekend. How do you feel so far?
Yeah, coming in, quality was good, and then in the heats we managed to have a really good pace, so that's important. And yeah, I actually was a bit lucky. Every time I stayed out of trouble when the other was making some trouble, so yeah, that was good. And I think, yeah, coming in for tomorrow, we have a bit of new tire left compared to the others, so yeah, I'm really hopeful.
So apparently everybody in the class put on new tires for this last heat. You have 1.5 tires between quali and the last qualifying race, and the Circuito as well. New tires for the final, so the pace has been really picking a lot. But those starts, let's talk about the start that you and your teammate Emilion Denner are taking. Really like rocket ship pretty much on turn number 1.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the engine or the car. No, of course we have some horsepower in there, so that's good. And yeah, I mean, every time we hit the start on the right moment, so it's good.
What do you say about the level of the field? A couple of newcomers, a couple of new faces in the field as well, but still experience is key in that battle for the win?
Yeah, of course, especially if Albanese is a newcomer and he's straight away fast. And I mean, everybody is fast here. On this level, it's so close between everything. And I mean, everybody here is competitive. So yeah, they're definitely welcome in this class.
Fantastic. Thank you for talking to us, and good luck for tomorrow as well. Senna van Waalstein, thank you. Figo, very nice always to talk to the Dutchman from CPB Sony Kart. Let's try to see if we have time for one more interview. Otherwise, we'll get back to you, Jake, and start the second break. But stay with us because we have a couple of very interesting guests that we're going to have on the couch and be able to talk to. Some insiders, team managers and drivers from the KZ2 and KZ class. Francesco Salenta, but I think I'm being told that we are ready, so we'll come later, maybe tomorrow, for Francesco Salenta and some of the other drivers from the KZ class. So in the meantime, let's have a short break. But first of all, we have a very interesting guest on our couch. Back to you, Jake.
Indeed we do, Guillaume. Of all the people that we could have been joined by here in the box at Zuera, we have our FIA Karting President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, who is with us here in Zuera. It's always great to have your presence with us at the meetings, Akbar, but what a fantastic start for 2023. We had a great meeting for the direct drives in Valencia, and here we are in Zuera for the gearbox, and it's been a fantastic start to the year.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. It's always a pleasure coming here for these events because it's pretty fascinating to watch. It's exciting racing, and it's good to be here.
Now, this is your second year now at the helm of FIA Karting and its presidency. It's been quite a transition as we look to the future of karting, and already over the last 18 months, there have been quite a few significant changes to the way that operations have been done in FIA Karting. A lot of them from the competition side, but also from the sustainability side as well.
Yes, as you know, karting is a very evolving sport, and one has to be on the toes to keep track of what's going on and make sure we're within the well with the times to see that whatever decisions we take are positive for the growth of karting. But also, it's a fine line. We have to maintain a balance to ensure that there is sustainability and we don't lose track of that. It's very easy to take some decisions as you grow, and sometimes they could go haywire, and then it just causes a downslide. So it's a bit of a balance. Some good positive outcomes have come. We've seen that for this year we've had a record number of entries again, a large number of entries in the OK and the OKJ as well as in the KZ. The introduction of the Masters was very successful. We saw that the entries closed out in just 48 hours. The change in the weights in the OK, in the OKJ, was again a positive step. We've been able to see drivers who are in the age group of 14 and 15 being able to be there. You know, we certainly felt that the weight for the was a bit too low. So there have been some positive outcomes from the changes that we've been making from the sporting side. Also on the sustainability, it's a very important program the FIA is on in terms of sustainability. The introduction of the fuel has been a positive step. We've had no issues at all, and I think all the teams and the drivers have, you know, given a good thumbs up to it, and that helps. So there are many such plans on the board, but we're evaluating the same. End of the day, we want to see, and for me, karting is in all forms. We have to see the growth of the FIA Championship, which is growing. We also have to pay attention to, because there are so many classes, there are so many specifications, and karting is karting globally, and we need to address all forms. So we are paying attention now to the new approved classes, the new approved series, and we are trying to connect with, see how we can also bring more stability to, you know, which is already a very strong area of karting, which is the mono brands. And then we finally want to even connect with the bottom end, which is the mass, where it all starts from, which is recreational karting. So end of the day, every type of karting is for all types. We have youngsters who want to make a professional career, who start up and then move into the CIK, the CIK spec karts. We have a lot of people who would not get into racing, but who would love to continue karting and compete. So there has to be a platform which is solid and sustainable for them too. And then we also have the people who enjoy karting and also want to compete, but at the amateur and grassroots level. So it needs to be addressed in all forms, which we are doing.
Now, one of the things that I've really admired about what you've done for FIA Karting in the last 18 months, obviously your origins come from the Asian karting scene in various different regions, not just in India, but there's been a lot of work that you've been doing behind the scenes to really elevate the level of the national and regional districts of karting in Asia. What is it that you've learned from those particular regions that you've then been able to integrate into how the FIA Karting has been running?
Well, see, for one, the exposure has to be a lot more for many Asian countries. Of course, the mono brands have been very successful in most Asian countries. The circuits may be a little smaller, but many countries have got very good karting circuits. Japan has always been very strong. Australia has been very strong. We need to get countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, India right up there. And it's an integration. It's not easy, but ultimately, if you have a good pyramid, you'll get them. And I think Asian drivers today are also getting a lot more confidence now. The thing is, see, with the introduction of the OKN, it's definitely a positive step as we go along. It's not going to open up immediately. There are a lot of countries who are waiting and watching to see how successful this new introduction will be. But eventually, the game plan is that you don't have to have a driver who has to come here and sit and compete for a year or test for a year, because if he has the opportunity to use the same equipment in his own territory, when he comes up here, he's already used to the equipment. He only has to spend a little bit of time getting used to the circuits. And that's what's going to help a lot of the countries, or a lot of the continents, for more drivers to come and participate in the upper level of the pyramid.
Now, you guys at the CIK have obviously had a mammoth task trying to pull the sport out of the worldwide pandemic, which obviously hit everybody and really got everybody on the back foot. But considering the difficulties and the challenges that FIA Karting have faced, you know, we've still had a very strong amount of representation from all 6 continents around the globe. Drivers come, they still want to race at this level. There's still a wealth of competition, and the 4 completely original race circuits for the European Championship at direct drive level this year has obviously really increased the spirit of competition. As we start to expand a little bit more into the wider territories, I mean, how big a timescale do you think we can realistically put on it for continuing to expand into other markets as we grow FIA karting back again after the pandemic?
Well, we were lucky in a way that this is an outdoor sport, at least at the high level of competitions, not at the recreational level. So we were able to kickstart a little faster than some other sports. But the commitment, you see, I guess a racing driver is a racing driver, and when you want to compete, you will find ways and means on how to do it. And collectively, it's just not the driver; it's the teams, the organizers, the parents, the media. Everyone as a complete ecosystem found ways and means on how to get back to the sport as quickly as possible. There was a lot of government support too, and I think the FIA did a tremendous job in how to put the whole COVID package together and kickstart the sport again without wasting too much of time. Growing the sport, again, the FIA Karting Championship is the top end of the pyramid, right? And that's where everybody wants to be who's looking at making a professional career for themselves in motorsport, be it either Formula One or be it in GT racing or be it in WEC or Le Mans or in any aspect of motorsport. It all starts from here. Now, like I said, again, while we are very confident that through the introduction of the OKN and then culminating that into another World Cup, which will run alongside the current World Championships, it gives a lot of inspirational value for drivers to come and compete at the world stage. We're also pretty confident that in a couple of years, we will see the FIA karting equipment being used in many more countries. But at the same time, we would also see that the growth of karting in all forms takes place, and stability in all levels of karting is important. So when you compete, it needs to be we follow the EDI program very sincerely. We pay a lot of attention to the equality, diversity, and inclusion. And it's not just for the drivers, but we're also looking at how we can improve and make it more sustainable in terms of officials, in terms of regulations, in terms of marshals. It's a whole ecosystem, because it's not easy today to get officials to take time off from their own schedules. People are getting on. We need to get a lot more youngsters involved in the sport, provide opportunities for people to get into the engineering side, get more teams involved. So it's a whole package.
Well, look, Mr. Ibrahim, I have many more questions. Unfortunately, what I don't have is enough time to ask them all, but it's fascinating to get your insight, and hopefully we'll be able to talk again through the season and we'll learn a lot more. But thank you so much indeed for giving your time. I know you're a very busy man, and it's been great to have you here to give us a little bit more of an insight. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. So we will continue. We have more great guests. Thank you. I know obviously you need to get off now, Mr. Ibrahim, so we'll allow you to do that. I'll take that from you. That's absolutely fine, sir. No problem. Thank you very much. Mr. Ibrahim will continue his duties over the course of the weekend. Thank you, sir. And we've obviously got more great guests. Now, we said we were going to get a little bit more insight into the running and the operations of the sport behind the scenes. And we have a unique opportunity here this weekend to speak to some of the competitors who look after and oversee the drivers, teams and chassis operations behind the scene. And who better to have an insightful conversation with than the man who looks after the Kart Republic chassis and the teams and drivers in the various different outfits and operations. Mr. Dino Chiesa is with us. It's going to be fabulous to hear what Dino has to say coming into the weekend. Dino, great to see you, my friend. Always a pleasure. I'll let you take yourself a position so you can hear me as well. But Dino, what an amazing start to the year it has been for you guys at Kart Republic. I mean, you've been so strong in the direct drive categories, and here you are in gearbox, and Danilo and Paolo are rapid in KZ, and Alex and Kian are rapid in KZ2. You must be delighted so far.
Well, I expect that. Probably, maybe not many people expect that, but we saw in the beginning of the year we are already competitive also in KZ. At least we don't do many races with Paolo and Danilo, and we start just with Paolo and Kian to make some start procedure. It's still not good enough because he's the beginner, he's from a direct drive category, and then you need to learn to start especially. Speed is for sure good in both. Not only, if you see Alex and Naka, for sure he's very good in the speed, but I think the material is good, and especially all the OK driver is very good, because I think in the top 5 is a 5 OK driver in the qualifying or something like this. Slater and Stotzelman is everybody in that. prove you can do in very well both category. And this is something I agree, especially before to go through the car to the single-seater. To make one season in shifter make a sense for the moment and for the driver. If we know on the past Max doing the same, Charles doing the same, and then I think helping a lot to the driver to be more mature to go to the next step. And he can enjoy also the race because both the driver in my side, Alex and Kian, enjoy a lot also to make KZ because it's a totally, for one side, different things. It's karting always, but it's different things, so you have to learn a lot. And that helps a lot when you have to move to single seat.
It's a little like going from being a boy to being a man when you go from the OK into the KZ to a certain extent, isn't it?
Exactly. And especially OK class, you can make some mistake. It doesn't change too much for the result of the weekend. In KZ, one mistake costs a lot. And one mistake in single seat costs a lot. And then it's more, for that side, is more close to the single seat. And you will be man, like you say, because you learn a lot. And you can't, it's not permitted to make mistake in KZ like in OK or in OKJ class.
Yeah, it's very true. Now, one of the things I've always wanted to know from a KZ perspective is that over the course of a season, you do a lot of KZ2 races behind the scenes, not just at the FIA Karting, but there are only 3 KZ weekends over the course of an entire motor racing season. So just how intense is the preparation for getting those three weekends for drivers like Danilo and Paolo like? I mean, what is the margin for error?
Well, first of all, when you jump in car, direct drive or KZ, doesn't matter. To keep training in karting is the secret. If you stay home, you don't learn any category you're doing. Then KZ is a little bit different, but if you arrive with all the season OK, you can adapt very quickly. The speed from the OK driver is very easy to have the speed also in KZ, without no doubt about that. To learn the start, the manager of the race is different. That is why I try to prepare the boys as soon as possible. That is why I make 2-3 races before the FIA event. For sure, 4 races for me, 3-4 races in KZ help more than make only 2 races in European. Maybe if we can improve on 1-2 more races, make even more sense. The championship is more attractive, if we want to say. But anyway, it's a good championship, both, that for sure.
And one of the things that's always really excited me about the KZ categories in the last sort of 5-6 years I've been covering it is that in between races in the midweek testing, you get a lot of big names will come back and do testing in these actual karts. So we've seen people like Sebastian Vettel, Jaime Alguersuari try to come back and race at this level. You've even seen people like George Russell come back into your own Kart Republic chassis and do things midweek to try and get up to the speed. Just how important is the DNA of a KZ kart that is still very much embedded into the drivers as they go up through the routes of karts? Because it seems like it's the best training tool to keep them match fit for Formula 1 and Formula 2, for example.
Well, I remember one time one interview from Senna, Ayrton, and at that time he used only direct drive a kart, and he said to the guys, exists a Formula 1, and after Formula 1 is go-kart, nothing between. I think the KZ is even more close to Formula 1. That is why all the Formula 1 drivers try to make test when it's possible and with the go-kart, because it's the only one close to Formula 1, and you can keep training in go-kart, and you can use the same system to use in Formula 1, because you are ready for Formula 1 when you make KZ class. That's for sure.
That's phenomenal. I mean, and you're in a very unique position, Dino, in the sense that your operation at Kart Republic, you look after a lot of the youngsters who are in Formula 1 programs. You obviously have Kian, who is in the Alpine Academy. You have a lot of youngsters who are with the Mercedes Academies, such as Chuyan Pu, such as Alex Powell, such as Luna Flusha. You look after a lot of these talents as they grow. Does that add a little bit of intensity, a little bit of excitement into what it is that you do, looking after these drivers who are already part of a Formula 1 program?
Of course, for me, it's like the cherry on the cake to have this driver with me. and I try to make my best to teach how we have to do it in karting, but especially to prepare to be ready to move to single seat, to be man, like we say before, or at least driver, professional driver. And it's nothing better than the school in karting, that's for sure.
Well, it's amazing, Dino. I mean, again, I would love to ask you more about it, but we're only limited on time for you and for me. So,
no problem.
Dino, it's great to catch up with you, and hopefully we'll get more opportunities through the season to talk about this in this style. Thank you very much. Grazie mille.
No problem. Thank you to you.
Thank you, Dino.
Bye.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
So we'll let Dino continue with his fantastic work behind the scenes, looking after the drivers and the mechanics at Kart Republic. He's not the only one that we've been able to bring forward to have a conversation. Obviously, we know how strong in the KZ2 world and KZ, Sodi Kart and CPB Sport have been to their operations. So we're very proud to welcome Paul Bizalion has come forward to come and share the microphone with us. Mr. Bizalion, it's great to have you here, and what a fantastic start to your season as well with the CPB and Sodi operations. Everybody seems to be on the pace very, very quickly.
Yeah, we are very happy of the beginning of the season because we make some great results. We have one win, we have several second place, some third and fourth place, so it's really good. And here in the European Championship, good start also. I have 3 drivers in the top 15, so we hope to continue. It's a long way.
Now, over the last few seasons, Sodi Kart as a brand has been in a very, let's call it a tough situation to really try and match the sort of the Italian manufacturers that have been up there. And it's only really in the last 3 seasons that Sodi Kart has been able to get to the same sort of level in terms of the materials. But it looks like you guys have really been pushing every single area of the development of the chassis, every single area of the integration of the engine, how you've looked after tires. Has it been a bit of a revolution in the Sodi Kart factory, or have you been carefully going about it step by step?
No, it's not a revolution. It's Sodi Kart want to be fast and want to win race with KZ category, but also in Oka and Oka Junior, they push a lot. The factory push a lot. There is a team, official team of Oka and Oka Junior, and we manage KZ and KZ2. No, Sodi Kart want to be in the top, want to be in front of Italian factory if possible. It's not easy because Italian factory is very famous, a lot of experiences, but now we make the demonstrations that we can be in front and we can beat him. It's possible.
Now, I've always wanted to know from sort of a manufacturer's side of things, because obviously when you have a manufacturer that's really strong across 2 different disciplines, I guess it can be very easy to fall into similar styles of practice, but just how different is the OK Kart operation to work with by comparison to the KZ chassis? Just how big a difference is there?
I know it's not the same. It's really different. The work in the factory is really different. You have two teams, 2 different way of working. No, you cannot compare. It's really, really different.
So kind of like when Ferrari has the prototype and the GT in the Le Mans.
Yeah, it's really different. It's 2 separate teams. So we work by our side, and Oka and Joka Junior work by our side. It's really different. You cannot compare. And me, I don't do nothing in Oka G. I just work in KZ. It's a lot of work. And but for sure, I have some eyes on this category because the drivers, the future driver of KZ is sometimes in this category. You see today, that Powell, Nakamura, Yevan David, Stockelmanis, a lot of Oka driver is really fast in KZ category.
I wanted to bring that up because, you know, coming into this season, you've got 3 really strong KZ2 drivers in Thomas Imborg, you've got Yevan David, and of course you've also got Matteo Spergel, very strong young talent.
Yeah.
They've had to adapt from the world of direct drive to KZ2 and get up to speed pretty quickly. Just how intense is giving those drivers the skills and the adaptation to move from direct drive to gearbox driving? Because it's a different style of driving.
Yeah, it's different style of driving, but it's a long way. It's a long way. I think you cannot be stronger before 1 or 2 years in the high level. And don't forget also Jean Nomblot. Jean Nomblot is really fast. Jean Nomblot has a big experience, 6 years of KZ. Matteo Spergel is a young talent for sure, but really young, 16 years old. Yevan David is really, really surprising because yesterday was fucking fast. Sorry for that.
Apologies for the word there. That was all right.
And no. You need to practice. You need to race. It's this sport is really difficult because it's not because you make the entry for the race you can win. if I want to make the entry to play in a Champions League in football, it's impossible. In karting, you can. So it's really difficult to understand that you need time, you need practice, you need racing to be at the top. Really long way.
So over the course of these next day and a half, you've obviously got a lot of work to go to see if Senna or Emilian can get onto the top spot in KZ, and in KZ2, obviously you have a similar challenge to get one of the CBB Sport drivers up to the top in KZ2.
Yeah.
How much more work is there to do to unlock the ultimate pace for the finals tomorrow?
Much more. It's difficult to
Have
say.
I just asked the $1,000,000 question there?
Yeah. No, it's difficult to say. We start to do our best, but karting is difficult. We have 5 heats, 1 super heat, just 1 set and a half of tires. So we have to manage the tires, we have to manage the pace of the driver, we have to make the good technical decision. No, it's not easy. You never know. Honestly, you never know. I think the level is super high. I never seen this level is super high. Everything can happen. Everything can happen. We had to wait.
That's what we love about it. Paul Daniel, thank you so much for your time. It's a real pleasure to talk to you, and hopefully we'll see you back on the rostrum over the course of the next couple of days.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks.
Great to have your input, and thank you very much indeed. So the CBB Sport and Circuito squads are obviously going to be pushing very hard indeed up at the sharp end of the field. Now, it's obviously going to be a very exciting battle and a great situation for all of the contenders as we continue to battle away. We actually have someone from behind the scenes at the Maranello karting squad, and this is quite an important weekend for the Maranello squad. So I wanted to see if we can get in. So just introduce to everybody who you are and what it is you do within the Maranello SRP operation, for those who are not familiar with you just yet.
Yeah, Mike Siebeck. I'm the team manager of the Maranello SRP factory team. And yeah, I'm here to manage all the general things, working in consultation with the engine guys, the chassis development, and yeah, I'm just like the key person to bring all together. That's my job, yeah.
Fantastic. Now, Mike, it's been a really interesting transformation from 2022 to 2023 for the team. It's gone through a real period of transition. Maranello was kind of captained in KZ by Fabian Federer. He's now stepped aside. And so into the breach has come the talented drivers from KZ2, Felix Arnold and David Trevelov.
Yep.
And you've got some great new talents coming in KZ2. I mean, the inclusion of people like Alex Marigliano and Valentino Fritsch and Corentin Russo. This is a real statement from you guys. You are not here to just make up numbers and develop. You want to win races.
Yeah, exactly. I'm quite happy about the change in the team. I think we make a good step forwards. We changed over the last 3 years a lot inside the team. And each year, each time, each event, we are trying to improve ourselves. I'm sure there is never an ending. You always have to improve, to push yourself. And that's what we are trying to do. Yeah, I'm very happy about the drivers we have now. Because it's, like you say, we are not anymore like just a team where we have some drivers. It's already a good drivers, a good package of drivers. And if one have an accident, there are still 2, 3 other drivers who are competitive. And yeah, it makes a lot of fun. It's a good year.
Now, in the same way that Britain is the epicenter for Formula One teams, Italy is the epicenter for karting teams. So for you guys, a bit like Sodikart, you guys have a real mission on your hands, really, to try and compete with these guys at a same level, because you have the deficiency of not being based around the same circuits as everybody else. So how do you guys try and find that little bit of extra development, that little bit of extra intel to try and compete with the guys in green and red and, you know, the guys at Kart Republic? It must be very tough.
Yes, it is and it is not. I think this is also one of the benefits what we have. Because as we are the official factory team for Maranello and they are based in Lonato on the building of CIG, we are always have the direct line, because a part of the team is working and based really in Lonato, in the epicenter of karting.
Yep.
And at the same time, the SRP group is in Germany. And the good thing is that, you know, the karting is so many things. Every day something happens, some driver change, some informations, whatever. And we are so far out from it that we are just focused on our job. In Germany, we are preparing the chassis. The chassis are made in Italy. The development is done in Italy. So we just have the chassis supplied. We are preparing them for the races. And at the same time, we are also doing the engine by ourselves in the same building. So it's kind of real racing department what we have in Germany. The engine guys are working together with the chassis guys, and we are like one family working together. And I think this is a good point of our team, that usually you have the team and you have the tuner. If the weekend is not good, the team is complaining about the tuner, the engine was not good, and the tuner is saying, yeah, but you have a problem in the chassis, and we don't have this problem, because it's all us. We understand if it's a real engine problem, we say, okay, we have a problem in the engine, which can be. And if we have a problem in the chassis, we understand and we can work on it. And I think this is one of the really good points in my team, and I'm really happy about that we have it really under control.
Yes, fantastic. So obviously coming into this weekend, there's good opportunities for Trefilov and Arnold to make good progress in KZ. The drivers in KZ2 are making good progress. It was a very strong weekend for you guys in terms of raw pace at Le Mans as well last year. When you guys have obviously got Wackersdorf on the horizon in September, there must be a little bit of a confidence factor thinking we might be able to challenge for both of these crowns coming into September.
Yeah, for sure. This is the main target. This is the target for the year. Especially as we have Valentino Fritsch in the team. His father is down off the track. Yes, it is. It is really the target. And yeah, we are preparing here in the European Championship. We are preparing on road to Wackersdorf. The race was 6 weeks before, done by the German Federation. And as well the German Championship. Yeah, quite strong program. Nearly every weekend, every second weekend, we have a race. And yeah.
I guess we're going to have to watch this space for that one. Mike Sivek, thank you so much indeed for catching up with us. It's great to get a word with you. And yeah, good luck for the season.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we're going to close up the final couple of interviews, and we're going to get the guys from Parolin Motorsport to come in and have a word with us. First of all, Marco Parolin himself is joining us on the couch here in the commentary box. Marco, thank you so much indeed. Do come and join us. And well, what an interesting start to your 2023 FIA Karting campaign, because there's been great pace in direct drive. You and Lorenzo and Francesco are still working very hard in the KZ world, but it is fascinating how such a difference from one weekend to another for you guys. There's clearly still a lot of work to do, isn't there?
For sure. This level karting, it's so competitive. I was talking with Paul Bisalion, who was here a few moments ago, and we were agreeing that the level is growing every year, and the competition it's extremely high. So you never have to think that you are arrived, because there's always something to learn and to improve. The tracks are very different one to each other, and also the races in the different periods of the year, they come with their own challenges, also related to weather, asphalts, conditions that you always have to be very smart to interpret, and being able to find the best solution before than anyone else.
Now, the 2022 season was arguably the most successful year in the history of Parolin Motorsport, because you were able to come away with your first 2 titles in both disciplines, because you ended up with an OK Junior title with Anatoly Kivalkin last year in the European, but you also managed to get the World Cup, the Master Super Cup, with Lorenzo Travasanuto the previous time. So this is quite an exciting sort of development now, because we've now had 2 major international titles from Parolin. Where's the third one coming from? Because it does look like it's pretty close in junior this year, actually, with some of your new talents already.
It's difficult to say, because we're only at the beginning, and it's really a long way. And with the new point system of the FIA, consistency it's really the key to be successful. So I think we have a competitive team in all the 3 disciplines that we are racing. But it's still too early. Obviously, if you ask me, I would like to get 3 titles in 1 year, but we all know how difficult it is.
One of the things I've always really admired about what you guys do at the Parolin team is you're very passionate about developing young talent. And again, coming into 2023, you guys have some really exciting young youths coming into the OK Junior squad, particularly when you look back at Valencia a couple of weeks ago. With your new star, Vivek Kanthan, for example, who was able to take a win on his first weekend in the European Championship. But this is something that you guys have always been really famed for. You love working with new talents and really starting to build their exposure.
Yeah, we've always been very keen to grow the drivers inside our team, so to start working with them at national level with Mini 60, and then bring them up to the ladder of FIA Karting. And it's something that we're really proud of. I think this year, I would say 80% of our team was made by drivers that come up from our mini kart team. So for us, it's really a pride. And you know, when you work for a long time with drivers, you get to know the pros and cons of each of them, and you sometimes it's easier to reach to results because you know each other, and you can take some shortcuts. Today, karting environment is very dynamic also in terms of drivers changing teams. So we try to retain our driver on a long term to see results, you know, step by step. Kavalkin, who won the European Championship last year in junior, was coming from our mini team, and this is one of the things that we are happy about.
So we're here obviously for Gearbox this weekend. Now, one of the things I wanted to pick up on from Parolin is obviously you have Lorenzo and Francesca in the team of the KZ, but one of the strongest things, I guess, that's going to help you guys continue their development in KZ2 is your alliance with the Modena AST satellite team. That's a big opportunity because obviously that's a whole new group of drivers that are running the Parolin product. And for you guys, I can only guess that's help in terms of analysis and in terms of data.
Definitely. The partnership with Modena, it's something strategic we defined at the end of last year because we are very keen on developing our presence on the gearbox classes. And honestly, as the level is growing and there are more and more races on the calendar to follow, even on the logistic point of view, it's an effort. So this is why we decided to join forces with Modena, a very experienced team. They won the World Cup in 2020, so they know what they're doing. And this allows us to take part in more races over the year and to have a satellite structure dedicated just for the gearboxes classes. And this also enhanced our presence in the first round of the FIA Karting KZ European Championship compared to last year. We have some drivers that are actually pretty fast, like Orlov and Civico. Unfortunately, qualifying didn't go their way, but the performance on track it's satisfying in terms of speed. And you know, it's the first year of a long-term collaboration, and I'm sure that results are behind the corner.
I'm fairly sure I can agree with you on that one. Marco, thank you so much for giving us your time. It's been really interesting to get your insight into the world of both categories, and we're really excited to see how you guys can continue to perform leading up to next time out at Sarno and maybe even the World Championship title at Wackersdorf. We hope to give you some great performance and great support.
Thank you very much, Jake. Always a pleasure.
Grazie mille, Marco. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that concludes our second Q&A, our mystery Q&A of the day, and I think you'll all agree it's been really, really interesting to hear from the drivers this morning and from the team managers and personnel in the afternoon session, and obviously from the FIA Karting President, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, as well. We've really had a fantastic start to proceedings. Let's see if we can grab an opportunity now as we move our way forward. We've obviously got 3 more races to go as the KZ2 battles are about to get underway for the last time. And remember, these are the races that will set the grids for the remaining 72 drivers in the Super Heats tomorrow morning. So the battles are definitely going to be very interesting and very intriguing from the outset. A really exciting battle. To kick us off straight away, Alex Powell and Freddie Slater will find their way on the front row of the starting grid for this one. And these are the 3 races that will, of course, determine who is going to be starting in which positions for tomorrow's races. Guillaume Alvarez gets to join me once again up in the commentary box. The 1-minute board goes up. There is the Jamaican Alex Powell, who is not far away from claiming a place on the front row of the starting grid for one of the 2 Super Heats tomorrow morning. What a fantastic performance it has been from such an incredible talent such as Alex Powell to come in as a Mercedes F1 junior, famed for his performance in direct drive. This couldn't be any more different and difficult a discipline to go into gearbox. It's like learning the sport of karting all over again. And in his first weekend, he's at the front.
Yeah, it seems like he's given us the impression that he's been around in this category for a couple of seasons now, and this is his first ever race at this level, and already showing the skills, the experience, and the maturity of one of the legends of this category. But certainly is imprinted his name very well in the history books of karting as of late. For what is supposed to be, let's cross fingers, his last season in the sport before making his way to single-seaters and higher categories with the support of the Mercedes-AMG junior program. We're not there yet. The performance is needed, and Alex Powell knows that Mercedes is looking up to him. Gwen Lagrue, the man responsible for the junior program of the Mercedes group, will be with us throughout the season on a couple of the events. Even though he's not on location, is really certainly keeping a close watch on the progress and results of his young protege. So Alex Powell, Freddie Slater, here's your front row of the grid. Then we're going to have Alex Maragliano from Daniel Stell, Daniel Vasile, Adrian Malero, Maximilian Paul, Brandon Nilsson, Oscar P, Samuel Lier, John Tanco, Nacho Chignon, Genesico Espona, Luigi Di Lorenzo, Andrea Dale, Alessio Malamartina, Vincenzo Marquez, Jesper Soberg, Jaime Cortes Damas, Fabrizio Rosati, Alessandro Zucco, Roman Sharapov, Gabriel Kawe, Archie Tillet, Patrick Janssen, Albin Carlson, Damian Drew, Tom Adams, Ricardo Avila Manrique, and Federico Diana. The grid is complete as the drivers make their way onto the track, waving to get the tires up to temperatures. These are the last 3 races of today's program, 14 in total. But we have a couple of more tomorrow, Sunday, 2 finals, 3 super heat. You make the count for what will be the opening round of this year's European Championship. My dear Jake, I do hope that you have some voice left after what has been our second break of the day. Very interesting list of interviews. This morning, if you were with us, we did the drivers. This time, we talked to some of the team representatives and person in the shadow, behind the scenes, making sure that the drivers actually can shine on track, but they are equally important as the ones that we get to see live on live streaming.
Do you know what? I'm just frustrated I didn't have more time, particularly with the likes of our FIA Karting president, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim. 5 minutes was not enough to ask all of the questions that I wanted to get out there. Hopefully we'll get another opportunity. I'll have to write down the ones I didn't ask, and hopefully we'll come back later in the season. But yeah, to get the insight from people like Mike Seebeck at Maranello, to get Marco Parolin at the Parolin Motorsport operation, Dino Chiesa at Kart Republic, to have that plethora of input from like Paul Bizalion at the CBB Sodicart operation. I mean, when do you get the opportunity to sit down with them and properly go through the motions with some amazing people that make these drivers sing and dance out on the circuit? It's really, really exciting to get that opportunity. And I hope you guys at home who are karting aficionados really enjoyed it as well. A really unique opportunity to learn how it ticks from the men who make it tick. Hopefully we'll get to do that again over the course of the season as well. So, Alex Powell and Freddie Slater, 2 men who are definitely trying to write the legacy of a future career in motorsport that could see them go all the way to Indianapolis, to Le Mans, to Macau, to Pau, to Monte Carlo. You never know where they're going to end up in the future. So many of them in the past have done so, and certainly for 2 names like Alex Powell and Freddie Slater, the sky is the limit. Marigliano and Stell, with a little bit more experience of these standing starts than the 2 men in front of them, this could be a really interesting start. 3rd row, Daniel Vasile and Adrian Maliero. And Vasile, of course, is the man that currently splits Slater and Powell. So essentially, whoever wins out of these 3 could well end up with the overall pole position for tomorrow's first superheat. Whoever is second in the rankings, of course, gets pole position for the second superheat. So that is likely to be decided in this race as well. The lights come on. When they go out, we'll find out who are going to be the 2 men starting in pole position for the superheats. And away we go. Good start from Slater and from Marigliano. Not as good a start from Powell, but he does slot into 3rd position. Vasile is already trying to take him on for 3rd position, though, as he dives through on the inside line. And he's there. Vasile, 3rd position as they weather it through. And there's a spinner in the middle of the gaggle. That is one of the declared by Lennox guards.
359.
It is the 359 indeed that goes around. That's Jesper Sjorberg having yet another miserable start to his race. But up in front, it is Freddie Slater having launched forward. Alex Powell down to 4th behind Marigliano and Vasile.
Yeah, what a great start once again from the Italian Alex Maragliano up in P2, trying to protect his position all the way to turn number 7. He's going to lose it, unfortunately, to Daniel Stell. By the look of it, let's see if anyone goes into the corner alive and safe. Everybody's still onto the track in the opening lap. But Freddie Slater, in the meantime, was able to really pull away already from the rest of the field. Maragliano is down in P3 now, as Vasile is up a place. with the fourth man in this group being Freddie Slater. So it was Daniel Vasile, my apologies, not Daniel. Still, the top three is on.
Did you see the hunger from Alex Powell to try and follow in behind Daniel Vasile, which is a very stereotypical direct drive move? He had to bail out of it at the last minute. I think that was his first real attempt to try the double time move, but in KZ it's so much harder to get that done. Big late lunge on the inside from Marigliano. Ooh. That was the last possible moment to get the dive in there on Daniel Vasile, and he's managed to make it stick. Second position is now Marigliano's once again. Vasile won't like that. He's going to try and come back at him straight away. Powell and Paul need to keep their wits about them. Here goes the move from Vasile. Here comes the move from Paul as well. Vasile to second, Maxi Paul to fourth.
Yeah, two moves in one corner, beautifully made from both, as we have a shake-up with Vasile up in P2 and Maximilian Paul up in P4 in front of Alex Powell, Brandon Nilsson in P6 from Malero, Stel, Civico Espona and Nacho Tunan at the moment running up the top 10. This is just the second lap out of 9. Remember that for those two groups, as well as for the rest after, this is the last chance to get the result they need. This is the last chance, because there's no more qualifying races after that to get up a position maybe on the starting grid for the Super Heat of tomorrow. 88 drivers at the start, only 72 in both Super Heat split tomorrow morning. And as you said previously, Jake, the winner in the end on points will get to start from Super Heat A and the second from Super Heat B from pole position. We're not there yet, but now there's no more chances allowed for the drivers, no more mistakes allowed either. And if you get the result that you need, as Freddie Slater is busy doing, then all chances are yours when it comes to the British driver to stay ahead in front. 9/10 of a second at the moment on Daniel Vasile, so Freddie Slater still very much in a comfortable chair in terms of pace and gap. And now it's all down to Vasile and Marigliano to give us some good battle for P2. Outside of the turn, but still no moves.
Maxi Paul really had a go there at Alex Marigliano on the Maranello to try and get through into third position. The German operation at SRP trying to hold on from Maxi Paul, the German driver in the Danilo Rossi chassis. But Alex Powell is there in fifth position trying to work his way forward ahead of Brandon Nilsson, then Maliero, Civico, Stel, Luye, Tugnon, B, Dale, Tanko and Alessio Lamartina. But out in front, Freddie Slater, if it stays like this, he will be 15 points clear of Daniel Vasile and an incredible 26 points clear of Alex Powell, who is in fifth position, and that will confirm Freddie Slater and Daniel Vasile as the pole position sitters for the Super Heats tomorrow. And that is the resurgence from Marigliano. Another late move from Marigliano. He really is the last of the late breakers in KZ2 as he dives in on Maxi Paul, takes third position back again. Alex Powell was not quite able to repeat the move and is still trying to do so, and he needs to do it quickly because here's Marigliano up the inside. Marigliano gets through, Nilsson gets through, and so does Civico. Disaster for Alex Powell. That's cost him 3 positions. Rather than gaining 1, he's dropped 3.
Yeah, that's certainly not the scenario he had expected in his mind entering this race. He's going to have to fight by quite a bit, I'm afraid. Let's see what's going to happen for the young Jamaican driver as we're here back in the position. The battle is raging. Maximilian Paul, Malero, Brandon Nilsson, Civico Espona getting ahead of Brandon Nilsson. Powell tumbling down to P8 as it stands. And look at the gap between Daniel Vasile and Slater, down to 0.3 of a second. The battle is on as well for the lead. On the inside, there he goes, Daniel Vasile, beautifully made.
Oh.
Fighting back. Oh, that's going to be, watch out for any touch of wheels. Oh, there goes through Marigliano. Beautifully made on the inside. It took them 2.
So Maliero dives through, gets the position. Civico goes with him. Then it's Paul, Marigliano and Nilsson. And this is an absolute rout as Maliero comes from nowhere to storm into third position. Watch for Genis Civico, though. These two Spanish talents have worked their way forward to third and fourth. It's local knowledge that's helped out. But look at Vasile. He is closed up on Freddie Slater. And now they are going to battle for the victory. But of course, if they stay where they are, well, Vasile's going for it anyway. He is going to dive through on Freddie Slater. But these two are going to end up on the first 2 positions in the rankings. And that means that the Romanian and the British driver are going to be starting the Super Heats from pole position. But they won't be against each other again until the final.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen in the last couple of laps, because they need to play it smart as well. They are from the same team and at the same time of Biralart. And the mechanics watching along on the sideline.
It would be 2:32 versus 2:29. So Slater would still win the rankings, but by only 3 points.
There you go.
That is how tight it's going to be. So Freddie Slater can still afford to sit behind the Romanian Daniel Vasile for the final 3 laps. But will he want to? This is not just about getting himself into a strong position tomorrow. This is also about winning the psychological warfare.
Yeah, definitely. It's up to him to make up his mind, to make his decision. Daniel Vasile, fastest lap in this race, lap number 7 out of 9. Just 3 laps between Slate and Vasile in the points, as we're here with Malagliano by the look of it, with the 310 further back, 316 of Tom Loya by the look of it, as the sun is trying to mess with our viewing, and the lightning is getting lower and lower.
Yes, indeed it is. Alex Powell has just got past Alex Marigliano, so he's got up into 8th position. So the 2 Spaniards up in 3rd and 4th, Adrian Maliero and Civic. Oh, that is Archie Tillett. Archie Tillett in the Maranello. So Archie Tillett has gone, I'm afraid. So he's dropped out of the lower end of the field, and after a very strong comeback to the world of FIA karting in terms of raw speed, he's just not had any fortunes at all. So the British driver Archie Tillett walks away from the scene.
Yeah, quite a disappointing turn of event for Archie Tillett. It's being walked to safety by the marshals. Here we go. This is lap number 8 out of 9. Daniel Vasile, nowhere to be seen from Freddie Slater, nowhere to be seen from Adrian Malero. Still has something to say in this race against Civico Espona in P3.
Oh, there's the move!
Round the inside, beautifully made from Civico Espona in turn number 4, making a place up into P3 in front of Malero.
So Civico takes on Mariano, Parolin versus CRG. But watch out, because Maxi Paul on the DR and Brandon Nilsson on his CRG are starting to gain some ground. Alex Powell is trying to get back on terms with Samuel Luyet in 8th and 7th positions, respectfully, those two. So there could be another change of positions. And Alex Powell is still looking at 3rd in the rankings after this, 206 points. But there's still a threat from Nomblo, Pacini and Stolchamanis in their race later on. They could all overhaul Alex Powell's tally. So Alex could really do with picking up another couple of places as we go into the final lap of the race. But Daniel Vasile has got into the lead and started to stretch away from Freddie Slater. No panic at all for the British driver in 2nd place. He will still win the standings outright. And Daniel Vasile is going to take pole position for the 2nd Superheat. Neither driver will be able to be caught at the end of this one. So it's very important for both that they hang on to 1st and 2nd.
Impressive performance from Slater as well, driving with his head after having made the calculations at the end of this run of qualifying heats. He knew before the start that he didn't need to take too many risks against his own teammate, letting Daniel Vasile up and running in the lead, 1.4 seconds at the moment. No risk at all taken by Freddie Slater. As you said, he's going to be finishing anyway what happens. On top for 3 points clear from Daniel Vasile. Civico Espona made his effort, and on the way to the checkered flag will be, if nothing moves, of course, taking P3. But first of all, this is the first, another victory for Daniel Vasile in front of Freddie Slater, coming across the checkered flag. Good performance from the Romanian, who went for the move, built on the gap, and in the end, driving with his head as well.
This is a lovely story from Daniel Vasile. The last couple of seasons, he's really been flying the flag for the DR team. And he made the switch this year after getting great recognition from the Birolard operation. They saw something in him, and the Romanian has been able to make the switch very successfully indeed to the Birolard team. They may not have quite got out of the starting blocks in KZ yet, but in KZ2, they are dominating, and Daniel Vasile has picked up the win in front of Freddie Slater. Hopefully, Guillaume Alvarez is going to be able to grab a word with both men, because, of course, 1st and 2nd are going to be first 2 pole position sitters in tomorrow's races. So it's going to be quite an important pair of drivers to get reaction from. But Daniel Vasile and Freddie Slater will both start their Superheats from pole position tomorrow. Freddie Slater will be the Superheat A pole position sitter, and he actually seals the points tally from these amazing race performances. 2 wins and 3 second places. Absolutely terrific from Freddie Slater. But Daniel Vasile wins the last heat and books 2nd place in the rankings. So it's Birolard 1 and 2, Jenny Civico in 3rd from Adrian Mariero and Maxi Paul, then Brandon Nilsson and Samuel Luyet. Alex Powell struggles to 8th in front of Daniel Stel and Alex Marigliano. Oscar P doing a good job in 11th in front of Andrea Dale, then Nacho Tunion, Vicente Marquez and Alessio Lamartina in his Birolard. 16th position behind them, it is Patrick Janssen in front of Fabrizio Rosati and Luigi Di Lorenzo. Then it's John Tanko in front of Alessandro Zucco, Roman Sharapov, Federico Diana and Jesper Sjoberg. Tom Adams came home in 24th in front of Albin Carlsen and Gabriel Kawa. And then Damian Drew Jaime Cortez and Ricardo Avila. Just the one retirement from the race, and that was the British driver Archie Tillett on lap 7. So a very exciting race for Birolard, as now Ronnie Sala's boys, Freddie Slater and Daniel Vasile, have confirmed they will start the Superheats tomorrow from pole position each going into tomorrow's races. So that's very exciting. But the battle for third position is on, as there are several drivers that could take that away from the Jamaican Alex Powell, who finishes up on 206 points out of the 250 available. There are several drivers that could overtake him. Here's the replay of the start. Freddie Slater yet again nailing his start, doing a grand job. And Vasile was the one who really managed to put himself up there into a decent position. P4 as he went through turn 1, but P3 by the time they got to turn 2. Let's have a replay of the start. That looks like a pretty good one actually from everybody on the whole. There were no investigations into the start this time. So everybody getting a very solid race of it. But then of course we came through up to the top and we had a spinner, as it all went terribly wrong indeed for the clear by Lennox kart going around of Jesper Sjoberg, who managed to gain some places. Look at Alex Marigliano, the last possible moment to get the move there. He did have some good overtakes, but unfortunately he just ran out of luck in a few places. Maxi Paul very late on the brakes. Marigliano trying to come back at him and managing to do so. Not every move was a successful one in qualifying heat for groups A versus C. But certainly Genis Savico would have probably looked to put the fresh tyres on the left side of the kart, because he's able to move up from 13th on the grid to 3rd position for this one. So a great charge forward from Genis Savico in the Modena ASD on the Parolin chassis. Very much working his way back through the paddock. And we just heard from Marco Parolin about how important that relationship with the Modena ASD satellite team is going to be in 2023. There's the move from Daniel Vasile, the Romanian, to get through on his British teammate Freddie Slater. And that big dive from Genis Savico, booking 3rd position in this qualifying heat. That will definitely help his tally. But it's 1 and 2 for Birolard, and Daniel Vasile takes the win from Freddie Slater, and they will finish 1st and 2nd in the rankings as well. Freddie Slater will take the points tally by just 3 points to Daniel Vasile, and both drivers have been pretty flawless over the course of the weekend. Guillaume Alvarez has found them down in pit lane.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, live from the scale and the Parc Fermé. Daniel Vasile is with me from the Birolard Red Army. Daniel, good to see you, first of all. 2nd victory for you in the qualifying races. How was it out there against Freddie Slater in the end?
Yeah, really, it was an amazing race from our side, really, because the thing was like to get really fast in the front and then managing the tires. So let's say we went hand to hand about that, and in the last laps, just managing the tires, not making a fight for nothing, really. So yeah, I really think big thanks to him for that, and big thanks to the team. Amazing race.
Yeah, we could really feel that it was about a team effort in the end, because as a result, you guys are 1 and 2 in the classification as it stands, and you will be on pole position for tomorrow's Superheat. So that gives you certainly a strong advantage to think about tomorrow's result.
Yeah, the thing was to get pole on both of the Superheats, and to have the better tires. So managing, and we're going to see tomorrow how it's going to be.
Yeah, mission accomplished so far, yet still a big part of the job. The most important is yet to come. So tomorrow you're feeling confident, even though the level has been high in the KZ2 class so far, don't you think?
The level has been like really high, but after all, it's especially in KZ2, it's a thing about doing as less mistakes as possible. So I think I managed that till now. So yeah, we'll see tomorrow.
Last one, and then you can go. This has been interesting weather so far. Sunny, but very windy as well onto the track. How much can you feel that as a driver once you're into it?
As a driver, I feel it pretty much. It's really a big difference when doing a lap alone or doing a lap behind somebody doing with the slipstream. So yeah, I really don't like these conditions. It makes it, especially the fourth corner when you go like full throttle, it's a little bit tricky. But yeah, for now, I think we managed that. So we'll see tomorrow.
Fantastic, good words. Thank you very much for talking to us, Daniel Vasile. You can go, and good luck for tomorrow. Thank you very much, Daniel Vasile from the Birolard factory. As you heard him, Jake, they are 1-2 in the classification points. One will be starting from pole position in the Super Heat A. The other one, Daniel Vasile, in Super Heat B tomorrow morning. Mission accomplished for now, but the hardest is yet to come.
It certainly is. It's going to be a really tough battle for the Birolard pair, and we're really excited and keen to see how things will progress for them as we get ourselves ready for the action. We're about to go underway again in KZ2 in the qualifying heat for the drivers in groups D versus F. That's going to put Thomas Stoltjemanis on the front row of the grid alongside Jean Nomblo, with Matteo Spergel in third, giving chase along with Luca Samalisto. So the competitors are ready. The green light goes at the end of the pit lane, and it's time to send them out for the penultimate heat of the day. Best of the rest are definitely up for grabs in this one. We know the identity of the two men who will be in pole position. Nobody else can catch them, but third position is definitely up for grabs. So let's see how it all plays out, shall we? Thomas Stoltjemanis and Jean Nomblo from Matteo Spergel and Luca Samalisto. Daniel Mattia and Samuele Leopardi. Yvan David and Matteo Zanchi from Michael Paparo and Yannick Julius Bernhardt. David Levinsky and Corentin Russo. Tim Gerhardt and Marcus Kayak from Notan Andreasen and Tim Locati. Christian Decline and Juliana Hotsem. Vincent Wanagu and Jose Gomez from Chedian Galisin. Milan de Gratu. Enzo de Cruz, Sandro Hotsem, Alvaro Garcia, Thomas Newman, Arno Severa, Jakista Putiatin and Arturo Cobos. Now we've identified the pole position sitters for the Super Heats tomorrow in KZ2, namely Freddie Slater and Daniel Vasile. I didn't actually confirm who's going to be in pole position for the KZ category, and it's actually going to be Senna van Walstein. He's going to get the job done, having scored 138 points. Tom Loya and Danilo Albanese, the other two winners, scored 126 points each, with Loya getting the nod for the front row of the grid by virtue of his qualifying performance yesterday. And then Iglesias will be fourth on 118, Denner fifth on 113, and Ricardo Longhi sixth position on 94. Good opportunity for Longhi to steal it out from underneath everybody going into the Super Heat tomorrow, but there's still a long way to go. We'll pick up that story in KZ tomorrow, of course, when the Super Heat gets underway at 11:50 local time. And that will, of course, be 12 laps and 20 kilometers of the circuit before we get into the finals, kicking off at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Of course, the driver's presentation will commence 20 minutes before that, but they'll have 30 kilometers of this phenomenal race circuit, very nearly 18 miles of racing, a couple of millimeters off the floor at top speeds of 160 kilometers an hour. I wouldn't trade.
Yeah, it's going to be a long stretch, isn't it, for the KZ drivers, the KZ2 as well, having to go through their own Super Heat split in two with only the 72 best out of 88 participants. But that will be for tomorrow morning. We still have two races to go to decide the definitive starting order for the KZ2 category. Slater Vasile on top of the pack. Thomas Stoltjemanis, one of the best surprises certainly for this first weekend of this year's European competition. Jean Nomblo, his sixth season in KZ already in gearbox categories, as you heard from his team boss from CPB Sport, Mr. Paul Bizalion, who gave us the pleasure of coming to talk to us on the couch. Thank you very much once again to everybody to show up, either the drivers and team managers and the representatives, to join us for those series of couch interviews. Hopefully, as you said, we'll get to the occasion and the chance to do that on some more occasions throughout the rest of the season with the gearbox competition in European style. With only 2 rounds. The next one will be in Sarno in July, and then we'll be ready for the World Championship back on the Pro Kart raceland of Wackersdorf. But we're still a long way from Germany, and now it's about who's going to come out on top in the KZ2 class. And the KZ as well. This will be for later. But for now, Thomas Stoltjemanis, Jean Nomblo, Matteo Spergel, Luca Samalisto, Daniel Massia, Samuele Leopardi. That's the grid lining up just in front of you.
Very exciting opportunity to see who is going to get the next port of call. The final heat of the weekend for all of these drivers before the Super Heat tomorrow. Who's going to get the start? Stoltjemanis alongside Nomblo, and it's Nomblo. Stoltjemanis barely moves at all, and it is an absolute disaster for the Energy Course driver as they work their way through turn 1. Jean Nomblo leads the way from Matteo Spergel. It's a fairy tale for CPB Sport and the Sony car. There's one car that's not moving on the start line, and there's one going off. That is Gerhardt's, I do believe. So Gerhardt's in the 312 has gone off the road there at turn 2. Disaster for him. But the CPB Sport twins up front of Nomblo and Spergel have managed to recover. Who was it that got bogged down at the start?
I think it was Christian Decline, the 370. Unfortunately, he was late to the party, but he's still on track, but he's going to have a lot of work to do to catch up with the rest of the field. as Tim Gerardsen wasn't so lucky, unfortunately. He went cross-country, still on the track, but he lost a pile of positions as well.
Well, very unfortunate indeed for all of the contenders, as they are doing their very best to move slightly further forward. But obviously, it's still very tricky indeed as they continue to make solid and steady progress. End of the first lap, and it's still Nomblo and Spergel. Then Daniel Mathia, third position. A couple of overtaking moves into turn one, just on the outside of the top five, as drivers are really pushing it up the inside. That's one of the KH Racing cards, the Synergy Rebel chassis, going wheel to wheel and absolutely wrestling. Trying to get through down to the braking zone. That's Marcus Kayak trying to hold on from the energy course of Thomas Stalchamanis as they continue to battle away. But up front, Daniel Mathia is the one that's really taking it to the Sodicart pair up front. Zanki in fourth, Leopardi in fifth, and Samalisto, David and Nowinski having a terrific duel.
Yeah, let's not forget that John Noblo and Spergel are not only playing for the win in this race, but also for the points in the classification. And as it stands, John Noblo is the man on the charge in the second wagon. It's clear that the pole position is out of reach as for now, but there's still a place up for grabs on the front row of the Super Heat that will be taking place tomorrow morning. And Jean Noblo, as it stands, if he wins that race, he will get to start alongside Freddy Slater in the first of the two Super Heats. But for that, he needs to keep everybody behind as long as possible. Matteo Spergel as well, with that second place, would move up a place in front of Massia and Stolsemanis. Still very much provisional, as Michael Paparo in 309 is picking up a warning flag. Oh, watch out for the move in the lead. Matteo Spiegel gets ahead in turn number 4 in front of Jean Noblo. Those two are going to have a good explanation, certainly. But I have to keep an eye on Daniel Massia, the wild card from DPK Racing in P3. Daniel Massia is still very much in the battle for points. He's P6 at the moment and certainly eager to score a couple more before the end of the day. Oh, the 372, unfortunately having to step out. And this is Alvaro Garcia, the Spaniard from Birelad, I'm afraid.
Yeah, very disappointing that the Spaniard walks away on home soil. But Matteo Spergel, the 16-year-old from France, really having a terrific final race of the day here. And this will really give him massive confidence heading into tomorrow, as they are very much on the crest now of putting Matteo Spergel into a strong position tomorrow. He's looking at 200 points compared to Nomblo on 210. Here's a replay of the start. As Thomas Stolchamanis, it's almost as if he threw the anchor out of the back of the car, and the car just doesn't travel anywhere.
It's not the first time that the young Latvian driver has been struggling with his starting procedure.
Ugh.
Yeah, you can see that. Oh, and the other driver that was in trouble indeed, that was the 370 of Christian Declain, who was late to get his engine started. Here's another view of Tim Gerardsen, the trouble for the CPB Sodicar driver, the Dutchman, out of the track, having to going across as we're back in racing action. Matteo Spiegel, half of a second in front of Jean Noblo, Daniel Massia, Leopardi, Zanki, Kayak, Stolsemanis, Jevan David, Dewinski, Norton Andreasen, who suffered a DNF earlier in his qualifying races. Still in P10, having started P15. And watch out, oh, Thomas Stolsemanis, the Energy Corse driver, on the inside of Marcus Kayak in the last corner. Beautifully made for Stolsemanis. Upper place in P6. As we're back with the leaders, Matteo Spiegel has been able to put himself a bit of a gap, half of a second in front of Jean Noblo, and he leaves Jean Noblo into the close of Daniel Massia. That's going to be an interesting one, the battle for P2, as the Alonso Kart colors of Daniel Massia really on a good pace. Talking of pace, Thomas Stolsemanis is the fastest on track at the moment, a 59.0 for both Jean Noblo and Daniel Massia. A slight advantage in terms of lap time for the pursuer, Daniel Massia, but will it be enough? We're about to conclude lap number 5 out of 9. Still a bit of time on the hands of Daniel Massia to try to swap positions with Jean Noblo. Jean Noblo see Alex Powell coming close to him in terms of points, even though Matteo Spiegel as well has decreased the gap in the general ranking. Daniel Massia is still a long way, but on equal points as Thomas Stolsemanis. So Daniel Massia wouldn't say no to certainly P2 into this race, because it would put him in front of Stolsemanis for P6 in the overall ranking and a better starting position for the Super Heat of tomorrow morning. And we're not there yet. And for that, Daniel Massia needs to find the bit of space that will be needed. It doesn't need much, just 1 meter space between the curb and his opponent on the inside line, preferably. That could happen in that turn. Turn number 7, the second hairpin of the track. Not quite there yet. He's still missing maybe 2 meters, a little bit more, to try to launch an attack. And that goes the way of Matteo Spiegel, who's not looking over his shoulder, really increasing the gap, putting himself outside of reach from both Noblo and Massia. Massia maybe might be having some of the ideas as well. Is staying with Jean Noblo at the moment, trying to catch up a little bit and try to decrease the gap on the leader. Lap number 7 out of 9. The battle for P2 is still raging. Further back, you see Tomasz Tolszymanis with the energy in front of Leopardi, Kayak, Zianki Lewinski, Andreasen, Jevanovic, and there goes for the move! Daniel Massia, we had been expecting that for a couple of laps now. He just made that click beautifully into turn number 4. The Spanish driver, upper place in P2.
Now, the question is, does Dan Mathia have what it takes to go after Matteo Spiegel? Because there's 0.8 of a second and 2.5 laps remaining. It's going to be tight to know, but Mathia may well have put the fresh tyres on the left side of the kart at this point, because his lap times certainly suggest that he's got a lot more confidence in the chassis. Tomasz Tolszymanis has just gone fastest of all in Sector 1, having worked his way steadily up into 4th position. So Tolszymanis has worked his way past Andreasen, past Kayak, past Leopardi, and now he finds himself in 4th position once more. Let's have a replay. Not entirely sure what it is, but Matteo Spiegel tried to get his way through a little early. I think that's the move. That was meant to be the move for the victory. But there's a warning flag that's gone out for the German driver, Yannick Julius Bernhardt. Now, that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, just P11 for the German driver. Warning flag.
Now, if it stays like this, Alex Powell can breathe a sigh of relief for a little while longer, because Jean Nomblo down to 3rd has actually dropped him a point behind Alex Powell in the rankings, with Matteo Spiegel only able to score a maximum of 200. So the way things are currently playing out, Alex Powell might be okay to start on the front row of the grid anyway. Here's how Spiegel got through into the lead past his teammate, Jean Nomblo. But Nomblo dropping to 3rd position actually means he won't overtake Alex Powell in the rankings after all. And Matteo Spiegel picking up the win. It's great for Spiegel, not so great for Nomblo.
If you were Jean Nomblo, who would you pick to start alongside with? Freddie Slater or Daniel Vasile on the front row of the grid?
Very tough, isn't it? I mean, who would you rather have on the front row of the grid? Vasile, who knows how to get the start done perfectly, or Slater, who has proven just about the same thing? It's very difficult to know who to choose to go up against. But Matteo Spiegel is going to put himself into 5th position at the present moment, ahead of Tomasz Tolszymanis on 196 and Daniel Mathia on 195. So it's very close from 3rd down to 6th. And with 1 heat to go after this one, it could get closer still. So Matteo Spiegel is going to bring the Sodi kart home in fine position. It's been a really solid run for him as he continues on his way through the final couple of corners. And as he works his way forward, Daniel Mathia, look, he's still pushing Mathia to try and get as close as he possibly can to Matteo Spiegel. But the Sodi kart driver from France not quite able to stretch out to get into the top 3 in the rankings, but certainly able to stretch out to take the victory in his final heat of the day. As Matteo Spiegel comes through, that's a big moment for the young Frenchman. Gets the job done in front of Dan Mathia and Jean Nomblo. Tomasz Tolszymanis ruining the difficulties at the start. He was able to get the speed to fight back to 4th position, but had he only dropped to about 3rd or 4th, he could have won this one.
Yeah, he could have won it certainly, but Matteo Spiegel was there for the taking. This is his first win in the qualifying races for the Frenchman. And this will be an interesting one. Talking about the start for the Super Heats tomorrow, even though they missed on pole position going to Slater and Daniel Vasile. But we've seen in the starting procedures, it is so hard to nail it to the perfection and to get the proper getaway, even for pole position. So either you go from the inside or the outside. If you get it together at the start, the outside line could, unlike on any other tracks, could be some sort of an advantage. So it's pretty much half and half at this point. So drivers might be disagreeing with me, but as it stands, we've seen all sorts of different starting procedures and getaways, either from the inside, the outside in the previous qualifying races. So at this point, it's really an open gamble, isn't it?
It very much is. So it will be a tricky one as the competitors are dialing in for the final races of the weekend. But Matteo Spiegel has come through for a breakthrough victory in front of Daniel Mathia and Jean Nomblo. Tomasz Tolszymanis in 4th position from Marcus Kayak and Samuele Leopardi. Norton Andreasen and David Avinsky from Matteo Zanchi and Yvan David. Yannick Julius Bernhardt is in front of Michael Paparo, Corentin Rousseau, Vincent Wanagu and Tim Locati. And then in 16th position, it is Jose Antonio Gomez Gutierrez in front of Luka Samalisto and the hard-charging Vyacheslav Petyatin of Ukraine, who charges forward 10 places to 18th. Also the Cruz in front of Sandro Hotzem, Arno Severa, Giuliano Hotzem, Milan Degaratu, Thomas Newman, Arturo Cobos, and Christian Decline ahead of Tim Gerhards. Just the one retirement from the race in the end, Alvaro Garcia. There was one non-starter, the Frenchman Julian Gelasin. So, qualifying Heat D versus F ends the way of the Frenchman Matteo Spergel, and that puts him just a couple of points behind the mark of Jean Nomblot. Jean Nomblot ends on 207, which is not quite enough to overhaul Alex Powell on 208. Matteo Spergel has 200, Stolchemanis has 196, Daniel Mathia has 195. So Alex Powell is still third overall for the time being. Here's a replay of the highlights from that previous qualifying heat, and proof again that Thomas Stolchemanis in the energy course, just so little luck on these starts. You've got to nail the start perfectly, and he really struggled to do so, and it caused problems for him, but there were more problems still for Christian Decline. His hand is in the air there, as you can see. He was very lucky that he didn't get hit by anybody, but certainly his race coming to a premature halt in terms of the competition for the front end. So Christian Decline not able to make good progress from the start. And Matteo Spergel was the man who was definitely on the move. This is the big moment that we saw Tim Gerhards flying off the road. That's what happens when you put just one wheel on the grass around this circuit. You're going too fast to slow the kart down effectively. As Matteo Spergel's move for the lead on Jean Nomblot, the two CPB Sport Sodi Kart teammates. It actually ended up really hampering Jean Nomblot's progress because he wasn't the only one to get through. There is Daniel Mathia getting through into second position. And as a result, Jean Nomblot now falls a point behind Alex Powell in the interim rankings. So Powell could end up on the front row of the grid alongside Freddie Slater for the Superheat. After all, there is only one race to go here today at Zuera, and that is going to be the KZ2 qualifying heat for groups B versus E, and that will finish us off here in Zuera. So it is definitely going to be very intriguing to see how that all plays out. Don't forget, of course, we are live tomorrow in the same way that we've been live today. We kick off our live broadcast at 10:55 in the morning before the Superheats for Superheat A in KZ2 and Superheat B in KZ2 likewise. Then we'll have the Superheat in the KZ category, and then there is going to be a pause of proceedings of about 90 minutes or so before we get ourselves into the action for the finals. The presentation of drivers on the pre-grid will be at 1:40 local time here in Zuera. Then the final will start at 2 p.m. tomorrow, Spanish time. And then at 3:05, we'll have the final for the KZ category. And that really will be an astonishing start to the season in both races. The first half of the European Championships very much coming to the forefront. And we'll have to see who can get the job done when they go to the second and final round of the European Championship in the summer in the sizzling heat of Sarno at the foot of Mount Vesuvius. Guillaume Alvarez is down in pit lane for the penultimate time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, live from the scale of Zuera with a new face at the interview, Matteo Spergel from the CPB Sport Sodi Kart team. Congratulations, félicitations, Matteo. First win for you at the end of what has been a hard battle on track.
Yeah, it was a really nice hit. I managed to take a really nice start. I was P2, and after 2 laps, I decided to pass in first place, and I stayed in this place during all this heat. So yeah, we are really happy. We had the pace. So now we have to be focused on tomorrow.
We could see during the race that there was a lot of work with you and your teammate, Jean Nomblot. So there's a lot of things, a lot of thinking happening before the race about how things are going to play out, how you can actually gain position by working together.
Yeah, we try to make a gap with the guy behind, but they come back really faster. So yeah, it's why I decided to pass him.
What can you tell us about the level of competition you've been experiencing so far on this track? Not the best conditions, very fast track, a lot of turns, a lot of challenges for you as well in terms of tire behavior and tire wear.
Yeah, it's a really nice track. We can overtake in few corners, and in this track there is very beautiful races.
All right, one last question and then you can go. I'd like to your opinion as a driver about starting on the inside or the outside line on the grid. At this point, with the starting procedures sometimes being hard for some of the new drivers, is it still half and half, or is there a true advantage being on the inside, for example?
I don't know, it depends. with the driver you have in front of you. So yeah, you can if you start in the outside or in the inside, you can make a really nice start.
If you were to choose, which one would it be? Inside or outside?
The inside.
That's the answer I was expecting. Thank you very much, Matteo. Merci beaucoup. And you can go off to your business. Thank you very much for talking to us, Matteo Spiegel from CPB Sport Sodicart. Back to you, Jake. I think we have one more race today to conclude today's schedule.
That was pretty blatant, wasn't it? Inside. Come on. There's no other choice as to which side of the grid to start from. So this is going to be an intriguing final race. There are several drivers trying to book their position at the forefront of the grid. Christian Bertuca and Kian Nakamura have both had very troubled days at the office, whilst also having flashes of amazing speed. And both drivers want to be starting as high up the starting grid as they possibly can. Maxime Rem and Jorge Pescador giving chase as well. In terms of the interim rankings, there are a couple of drivers that might just give Alex Powell a bit of a sweat in third position in the rankings, so we'll have to see how this final race of the day plays out. So here we go. Christian Bertuca and Kian Nakamura from Maxime Rem and Jorge Pescador. Alessio Piccini and Gavin Loyer from Thomas Imborg and Matthias Mogato. Robert Kindevater and Valentino Fritsch from Artem Sevrukin and Maxim Orlov, then Ken Oscar Algra and Karel Pazovic, Igor Nezov and Robin Glerum from Alexandre Kubenko and Lorenzo Giannoni, then Paavo Tonteri and Chris Harnan, Giorgio Carrara and Simon Billman, Tigran Bonatian and Alejandro Lahoz from Andrea Bossetto, Richard Vigisalu, Jay Cool, and then the two wildcards, Bertha Rafols and Laura Bourget, the first time all weekend that the two ladies have met on circuit at the same time. So this will be an interesting one as we continue to battle away. Quite appropriate that Bertha Rafols and Laura Bourget are on the same row of the starting grid and in the same heat, because it is the 10th anniversary, very nearly, of the first woman ever to compete in the KZ2 category, and that was the American Sabre Cook. So good to see how they have continued to battle away. I'm still trying to get word as to whether Teresa Babichkova might be the first ever woman to compete in KZ rather than KZ2. We've had a fair few drivers over the years in KZ2, of course. You've got to look back to Natalia Balbo, and you look back as well to the British driver Hannah Lang. So there's quite a few competitors over the last few years, but I'm not entirely sure any woman has ever raced in the KZ category since its inception. So I'm going to need to do some homework tonight in the hotel, I think, because she's going to make the final tomorrow, whatever happens, but I think she might be a history maker.
Yeah, I can help you on that, of course, and we'll get our information cleared out for tomorrow as well. But it's always good indeed to have those new faces and, you know, lady drivers as well, tackling on the challenge of KZ, because KZ2 is one thing, KZ is another sort of beast, even though the differences are not numerous between the two classes, as you talked about. It's about technical development, it's about weight as well. Apart from that, not much different, but still, you know, this is a much shorter list of drivers, much more competitive in terms of experience and years of practice sort of field. With KZ2, you have the same names, of course, coming back year after year, but you have a lot of much more turnover in terms of competitors, depending on the opportunities and depending on the teams and who they come up with. So there's a lot of diverse sort of forces in KZ2 from one year to the other, while KZ stays pretty much identical from one year to the other, except of some wild cards, some older drivers going to retirement, some new faces as well, but not as many changes from one season to the other, which makes it an even more category to step in. So yeah, well done to Teresa Babichkova to go for the challenge, and we'll see how she concludes her weekend tomorrow.
Back to the KZ2 fraternity, and two drivers that really want to be at the sharp end tomorrow. Christian Bertuca and Kian Nakamura. Second year for Christian Bertuca. A lot of bad luck today, including that huge spin through turn one in his earlier heat while leading. And Kian Nakamura, he's won a lot of races over the weekend, but he's not always had the perfect score. So now let's see if he can get it done in the final heat of Saturday. The lights are on, the lights are out, and it's a perfect start for Bertuca. Not bad at all for Nakamura. He's going to have a bit of pressure into turn one from Jorge Pescador, but can he hang on to it? Yes, he does. Good start from Nakamura. He holds on to second, probably his best start of the weekend so far, and he's managed to get through despite the pressure bubbling over. He has managed to hold on a second for Pescador as the rest of the field works their way through the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through? Just about.
And we had one driver off, unfortunately, at the start. You might have seen him spinning. It was Chris Hannan, unfortunately, from CSP Motorsport. We had him on the couch earlier talking to us, and that's going to be a very hard conclusion to his day. Chris Hannan, who didn't have the best of luck so far, as the drivers putting themselves into turn number 7 in the opening lap. Try not to make any mistake. Watch out for the wheel banging. But as you said, brilliant start in the lead, as Kian Nakamura is going to have to chase in front of him. Oh, a bit of wheel banging there for the 354, I think it was. This is Karol Pasiewicz, the Polish driver, trying to find his space and his place into the field. Lap was concluded under the leadership of Christian Bertuca, who for one of the few times has been able to master his starting procedure at the perfection in front of Kian Nakamura, who dropped already 1.1 second into the opening lap. Then we have Giorgio Pescaro, Piscini, Maxime Rem, Kinderwater, Gamin Leyer, Thomas Imbour, Valentino Fresh and Karol Pasiewicz climbing up 4 places within the top 10.
So through they come again. Bertuca, Nakamura, Pescador, Piccini, Rem and Kinderwater. That's your top 6. Gavin Loyer trying to move his way further forward along with Imborg, Fritsch and Matthias Morgato. But if it stays like this, Alex Powell gets away scot-free with 3rd position in the rankings, because Nakamura Berta is going to end on 199. Bertuca is going to end on 195. So Nakamura Berta needs to get through to pick up those additional 6 points. If he does that, he's not even going to beat Alex Powell that way. So that last gasp effort from the previous heat has actually gifted Alex Powell 3rd position in the rankings. He will start the front row of the grid tomorrow, and I'm fairly sure Jean Nomblo will start alongside Daniel Vasile as well. But still, there's a lot of positions to make up. As up the inside, that's Jorge Pescador. He gets through on Kian Nakamura Berta as Jay Cool picks up a warning flag. What can Piccini do to get through on Kian Nakamura Berta? They are glued to the inside line altogether. Maxime Rem trying to get through on the inside line of Alessio Piccini. He can't get through, and diving up the inside, here comes Kinderwater. Kinderwater takes on his German rival as he gets through on Maxime Rem.
Yeah, beautifully made by Kinderwater inside of turn number 5. As Alexandre Kubenko picks up another warning flag. Is being investigated, the Tony Car driver, quite unfortunately. But something about Kian Nakamura Berta, let's not forget that through the course of the qualifying races, the pace of the Car Republic Ayame chassis has been really progressive through the lap after lap. You could see both Alex Powell and Nakamura Berta really picking up the pace and putting themselves in a much better position for overtaking. This time around, Pescador was the first to shoot and went for P2. We still have 1.5 seconds to climb if he wants to make the connection to Christian Bertuca. Christian Bertuca, as we said previously, has been through all sorts of emotions throughout the day. He won on the road before picking up a penalty at the beginning of the weekend on Friday. He won the race fair and square. He was about to win another one before spinning and having to retire. Here's a replay of the start. And you can see brilliant getaway from Christian Bertuca with the Birelard. And you could see Chris Hannan on the corner of your picture getting really swapped out of the track. But there was no contact, at least not strong enough to get the Dutch driver out of the race. Here's another angle, and you could see Chris Hannan going on the left side and being pushed a little bit, unfortunately, being taken into a spin. Quite unfortunate incident for Chris Hannan, who's still in the race. No, he just retired, actually. Confirmation on our screen that Chris Hannan is no longer part of this race. As you can see the field now getting back together. We're going to see a lot of move coming up into turn number 1. That was a close call for the back as well. Maxime Rem and Gamin Loyer in a strong battle. Kian Nakamura Berta is doing everything he can to keep Kinderwater behind him. This is a battle for P3. How many drivers in the same picture? The door is shut and Kinderwater has nowhere to go but just to stay behind. Kian Nakamura Berta on the way to turn number 5. Look at how many drivers are in the same picture, pretty much getting together to try to make their move. But Kian Nakamura Berta is the man leading that wagon. Doesn't seem to be quite comfortable in terms of pace indeed. Much less faster as it seems than his chasers, Robert Kinderwater and Alessio Piccini. So there's trouble coming the way of Kian Nakamura Berta just before the corner on the inside. That was a close call, but there was no room whatsoever.
So Robert Kinderwater's clearly put on the fresh tyres on the left side to try and improve his fortunes. I will only guess the left side because that's the norm on this particular circuit. And off the road, 2 cars coming together out of the final turn. That's all gone horribly wrong. I think that is one of, is that Matthias Morgato?
That's one of the Leclerc indeed. And Matthias Morgato, yeah, is dropping in place.
The world champion in direct drive last year. Oh, and a big spin from one of the Maranellos into turn 2. That's gone horribly wrong for the 345. That is disaster for Kenosca Algra, the Estonian. You could see that was happening from quite a long way back as well. So, big disaster for Algra, and he is in danger of not making it through to the Super Heats tomorrow with that kind of unfortunate disaster. But Morgado is out, Harnen is out, Imborg is out, and now it looks like Kenosca Algra might be out of the race too. No, he has got going again, but he's down at the back of the field.
And Matheus Morgado, unfortunately, still in this race, but at the back end of the field, unfortunately.
Morgado's got going again as well, I can tell you, right at the back.
Yeah, indeed, he's still with us, but what can you do at this point towards the end of the race, but to finish dead last. In the meantime, we could see Alessio Piscini being very threatening on Robert Kindevato for P4, but the Birella driver couldn't actually manage his move quite yet. As the checkered flag is getting near. No chance at all, as we're going to see the replay of what happened. That was the near miss on the inside. Yeah, there was the move on Kian Nakamura. It just happened, actually. Yes, indeed. Kindevato.
Yeah, it's Kindevato.
Yeah, the move back, indeed.
Yeah, Nakamura-Berta's not going to let that one slide, is he? He managed to just about hang on to it. That was about as brave as it gets to defend a position. And now we're going to see what happened to Matheus Morgado. Look in the background. Boom. There it is. He goes over the top of the Sony kart of Thomas Imborg. Imborg is out on the spot. Morgado keeps going at the back of the field. You could just see him pirouetting over the top of the Nassau panel. That's what happens when the wheels interlock. And when those two patches of rubber come together, it causes a chain reaction, and one car goes flying, the other ends up almost embedding into the ground.
You could see the panel of Thomas Imborg flying in the air pretty much as he had to retire.
Kindevato very nearly did the Bertuca spin there. He was so close to the edge of the dust. He manages to save it, but that just shows you how hard they're pushing. Up on the inside, that looked like Gabin Loyer trying to go for Alessio Piccini. In fact, Artem Sevrukin's just made the move there on Paolo Tonteri and Valentino Fritsch, I think. He's actually had to just defend from Fritsch. He didn't quite get the move on Tonteri on that occasion, but Bertuca, 1.5 seconds clear of Pescador. He's had some difficult races, Christian Bertuca, but this one, practically dull by comparison, but that's the way he wanted it.
Yeah, that would be his second win in the qualifying races that he needs so desperately much after the trouble he ran into. So Christian Bertuca, of course, getting back into contention into the top 8 to the points. So a good return after his spin earlier in the qualifying races and his penalty. But Christian Bertuca is never someone to cut off, of course, of the battle for the lead. Bertuca, Pescador, Nakamura-Berta, Kindevato, Maxime Rem, Piscini, Gabin Loyer. As you can see, one of the drivers retiring. This was Kenosca Algra or Thomas Imborg. We didn't get to see who that was into the Parc Fermé. We'll get back to that as Kian Nakamura-Berta is giving everything that he has with the fastest lap in 58.8. But there was no one fast enough and close enough to this young man. Christian Bertuca in the lead, 1.5 seconds on Giorgio Pescador. Kian Nakamura-Berta in P3, Pescador in second with the CRG.
So Christian Bertuca is going to finish off the day in formidable fashion. He's been fast all weekend. He was fastest in qualifying. Now he gets the chance to finish off in brilliant style. Christian Bertuca comes through to get the win at the end of the day there from Jorge Pescador and Kian Nakamura-Berta, with Robert Kindevato and Maxime Rem in their Birolats up in the top 5. But Christian Bertuca, with that victory, puts himself to a score of 195. That is good enough for 8th on the overall rankings. That'll be 4th on the starting grid for tomorrow's Super Heat, as Matheus Morgado has had to bring the Charles Leclerc chassis for the Lennox team into the pits to retire before the end of the race. It was a very difficult end for Matheus Morgado, and well, welcome to Gearbox. Not in the way he would have wanted.
Yeah, indeed, quite a disappointing way to conclude his day for Matheus Morgado, who didn't have the best of start either to his European Championship in the OK class, a category that he won the world title last season in Sarno with the DPK Racing back in the day. But his course of success has been quite impressive across the Atlantic Ocean, in the United States and other series as well. So the return to Europe has not been of the best in terms of pure performance and results for Matheus Morgado, but still a long way to go into that season. And the most important part of the weekend is yet to come on Sunday. Here's the classification in full. The last of the day, Christian Bertuca takes his second win at the end of a relatively quiet race for the Italian. Jorge Pescador with the Cali kart is taking second position in front of Kian Nakamura. Then we have Robert Kindevato, Maxime Rem, Alessio Piscini. 12 places gained for Paavo Tonteri on certainly half a fresh set of tires for his latest effort. Artem Savyukin takes up P8 from Gabin Leuillet, Valentino Frisch, Maxim Orlov, Karol Pasievic. P13 for Robin Gerlum from Alexandre Kubenko, who picked up a penalty, a warning flag at least, that might be turned into a penalty post-race. Tigran Bunyatan running up the top 15.
Igor Nozov and Jay Cool in front of Giorgio Carrara and Simon Billman, then Lorenzo Giannoni and Andrea Bossetto. Then Berta Rafals in front of Alejandro Lahoz, Richard Vigisalu and Laura Bourget. And then we have our 4 retirements from the race. Matthias Morgato, Ken Oscar Algra, Thomas Imborg and Chris Harnan. None of those 4 drivers are slow. They are all big names, proving just how high the attrition rate was at the very end of a tricky day at the office here in Zuera. Let's have a look at the replay of the final race. Pretty good start actually for Nakamura Berta this time. But off the road, you can see there in the background Chris Harnan being basically spat out of the racetrack. A couple of other drivers struggling to get themselves off the starting line as well. Wonder if we'll get to see the start from a secondary angle as Chris Harnan exited stage left down the main straight. Let's have a look. Kubenko getting another great start, and watch Chris Harnan tries to make the move. Not going to happen, and he's pirouetted into a spin before he's barely got moving at all. So a bit of a tricky start then for the Dutchman this weekend. There's the move from Jorge Pescador, who's worked his socks off to get himself at a second position through the course of this race. Robert Kindevato very nearly got the job done on Kian Nakamura Berta as well. Here's the big dive up the inside from the very talented Italian Alessio Piccini. But Nakamura Berta was able to get him back again. Here's the dive, and watch this as he shuts the door over the curbs and then very nearly loses out to Kindevato. Whoa, goodness me. That's going to be potentially a word after the race between those two. But here's the exit for Matthias Morgato. Look to the far left. Bang. Nothing he could do. He cannons over the top of Thomas Imborg's Sodi, and both drivers would eventually retire from the race. But out in first position, a great run for Christian Bertuca to end the day on a positive note ahead of Jorge Pescador and Kian Nakamura Berta. The front row of the starting grid for the KZ2 Super Heat is going to be Freddie Slater and Alex Powell in one race, and in the second, it will be Daniel Vasile and Jean Nomblot. Matthias Spergel will share the second row of the first Super Heat, with Kian Nakamura Berta, and in the second Super Heat, the second row will be Thomas Stolchemanis and Christian Bertuca. 72 drivers will make it there, and for the last time today, we'll hear from Guillaume Alvarez down in pit road.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, live from the scale. I'm here with Jorge Pescador from the Club Cali Kart. Jorge, good to see you. This has been an interesting last race for you. P2 over in the end, and we think on the edge of the top 10 overall for the Super Heat tomorrow?
Yes, maybe I work for finish tomorrow in the final. Maybe it's better top 5, yeah. But I work for finishing in the top 5. In the last heat is P2, it's okay, but in the last second is accident. It's happening in this big race, but no problem. Tomorrow starting maybe 11 or 12, push on the maximum for the final. And today working in the chassis, every heat's changed for the setup, for very good setup for the final working. I don't know.
So a lot of change of setup, you think, you said from one race to the other to try to find the best tune and everything for the best performance. What do you think you can maybe do extra for tomorrow to get that extra bit of pace, even though you've been progressing to the ranks with your best result in the end?
Yeah, it's difficult, no? Tomorrow maybe it's not the win. And
it seems like the wind has been quite a big of a problem for you guys out there. We've seen some of the drivers spinning, especially in turn number 3. Has it been quite a concern for you as well?
Yeah, it's normal, no? It's every driver is pushing the maximum for the winning. It's okay.
All right, thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck for tomorrow. Thank you, gracias, Jorge Pescador. That we're going to see battling along on track tomorrow as well, I'm sure. Let's see if we can find maybe one extra driver to conclude the day, and then we'll get back to you, Jake, to finish this program. It has been a busy program. Alexandre Kubenko, I see him, just when he's done with his business and putting the card on the trolley, we can have one last word with Alexandre Kubenko, the Tony Card driver. Let's see where he finished in this race. Alexandre Kubenko, who was under investigation, you might remember. And we'd like to know, maybe that's worth asking him what it was for. I don't know if he knows already that something might come up, but it was P14 in the end. Alexander, thank you for joining us. You can be here by my side. Oh, don't fall on the way in. Good to see you, Alexander. Yeah. So P14 in the end of this race and this day. How has it been for you in total in terms of performance?
A very tough day, honestly. Still trying to figure out something with the setup and to organize things as they should be. It's quite hard to come back after a year of doing nothing, and we'll be there in Sarno, I think.
So you will be there for the final of the European Championship. It was pretty much about, as you said, getting back into pace. Not quite an easy task on such a difficult track, isn't it, in those windy conditions?
The track is quite nice, even with those conditions, but still, we need some time to be there.
All right, fantastic. These are the last words for today. Thank you very much for joining us, Alexandre Kubenko, and good luck for the Super Heat final tomorrow. All right, I think this will be enough for us today, Jake. Let's get back to you. This has been an intense day of racing with 14 qualifying races in total. And I'll leave you the last word for today, as we have 5 more, the Super Heat and the finals, waiting for us on Sunday.
Thank you very much indeed, Guillaume Alvarez. 15 KZ2 races over the course of 2 days and 3 qualifying heats for the KZs. And now we're gearing up for the final 5 races of the weekend. Tomorrow is going to be very exciting indeed. KZ2, we kick off for the Super Heat A at 11 o'clock local time, which means that we are going to be kickstarting our live broadcast on motorsport.tv and the YouTube and Facebook pages for FIA Karting at 10:55 tomorrow. Then we will go straight to KZ2 Super Heat B. The remaining 36 drivers from those 2 races will get onto the starting grid for the KZ2 final. The KZ Super Heat will be just before that. Then at 2 p.m, it's KZ2 final time, and the first of 2 finals in the 2023 season. And then, of course, the KZ final will be at 3:05 local time here on the Circuito Internacional Zuera. What a busy weekend it has been at the office so far. Senna van Waalstein will go from pole position in the KZ Super Heat tomorrow, whereas the Birolart boys, Freddie Stater and Daniel Vasile, will start their Super Heats in KZ2 from pole position tomorrow. It's definitely going to be a very exciting and thrilling encounter in the first weekend finals of the FIA Karting European Championship here at Zuera in Spain. Will it be sunny? Will it be wet? Will it be windy? You'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out. From Jake Sanson in the commentary box, we'll see you bright and early here in Spain tomorrow. Hasta mañana.